All right.
All right. Gonna be an interesting one today.
Hollis taking Jite, not surprisingly. He had signaled his intention for that. That's been a very popular first pick concept. Fable of the Mirror Breaker has been going really high. You said you thought it was maybe the best red card.
I would argue maybe one of the best cards in the cube, but yeah, I think it's very flexible, very powerful. Kind of what we're seeing a lot very early. These 3 of the first 4 cards are colorless, flexible cards that you can use for various types of strategies.
Skull Clamp is an interesting one. We've seen it drafted very early, and we've seen it drafted like 3rd or 4th round in the past. So Sean is making a statement there with that pick.
True. I'm very excited to see. We've got a couple new drafters. We got a couple like every so often drafters and a couple every time drafters like Ketsi and Vals. And so it's always a nice mix of a meta game coming into this.
Kat, to answer your question, we do know people's plans. We have the spreadsheet. I can bring that up and see while we're waiting for Charles to hopefully exist and make a pick. Mm-hmm. He is definitely in the Discord now, so
yeah,
there we go. He's choosing. So Hollis is interested in trying to wheel Stoneforge Mystic here. If that doesn't work, he will, quote, see what's open, maybe go with Bitter Blossom.
Interesting.
Yeah. Charles taking Oko. Very strong Planeswalker, although one that has not put up great results in the cube recently. But if anyone can pilot him effectively, it's Charles. Charles is very strong as a drafter. Val also going green, Once Upon a Time, and Lightning Bolt, so really signaling his intentions to be green-red, which Val's stated strategy is like green-red aggro or some kind of green cheat stack.
Really, just 2 cards that if you are in those colors, you want to have them. They're not, say something like Fable of the Mirror Breaker, where it's this huge blowout card. Interesting start. So Charles, I think just valuing the really, really high power cards, such as Oko and Lutri.
Shieldred from Rob going into a second color. A lot of people doing 2 colors right from the word go. I mean, 3 people so far, and 4 with Evan.
Wow, and Evan wants to take JVP right next to Rob, who is signaling blue-black. There's a lot of people so far, and we're only a couple picks in, like Charles first picks Oko, and Val to the right of him takes Once Upon a Time, and Rob to the left of him had taken Jace the Mind Sculptor. So just like really gonna have to fight your way through this.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's hard to see who's going to win those fights.
I think it's very interesting because I think lands can be the pain point for a lot of these decks, like a big problem. But that's something that drafters can adapt to. You can go lighter on one color, have one color be a lighter splash, and a lot of the colors in Moddy are pretty deep. There's a lot that
true.
There's a lot that you can do with them.
Graham taking Kolagon's command, also setting his flag in a 2-color pair, also black, which 2 people have expressed interest in, and red, which 2 people have expressed interest in. Sean taking Lurrus, the only white card that has been taken so far, and then Ketsi taking Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines, which I think she didn't necessarily expect to be able to wheel. Mother of Machines has been very popular lately. It vanished, but
I think they might just be fixing something. Yeah. But that is definitely, it works with Fable.
Yeah.
Hold on. No. I think she had it right the first time.
Yeah, I don't think she was second pick.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
So now Hollis is given the choice of Stone Forge Mystic, and I wonder if he takes it.
I bet he does. At this point, every color has two people in it, right? Which means that, or two or more, which means that it's not like he's... Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, is really surprising. That one does not tend to go this early.
Interesting. I wonder, whenever I see a pick that I don't expect, I wonder... Okay, so Stoneforge Mystic is basically second pick,
yeah.
So just, it makes me think that people prioritize certain things higher
Cera
than
Paragon
I would.
is one that I'm not surprised to see Ketsi take. That's just an extremely powerful white card. And it's something that Sean would really want if Ketsi doesn't take it right now.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Sean end up companioning Luris, but I wouldn't put it 100% yet. It's not like a lock, but it's something to maybe keep out for. Yeah, Ketsi so far, just really, really strong cards. Grindy, Fable's grindy, Cera Paragon is grindy, Elish Norn helps you grind, locks up the board.
Locks out the opponent a lot of the time. Sean taking Flooded Strand. Third round isn't crazy early for a land. And it looks like it might be starting a land rush. Graham taking Bloodstained Mire in response.
This doesn't really surprise me because Evan will probably take Polluted Delta here just because you have all these people immediately signaling two colors. You have to... And with Sean... has 10 picks between him and his next pick. It makes a lot of sense.
It's really Sean Sean and Hollis are the two players who have the ability to react to the rest of the board in terms of what colors they end up in. Everyone else is a little bit committed. I mean, that's not to say that they couldn't go in a different direction and end up just splashing one of the things they've already picked, or even abandoning it entirely, but... From what we've seen, they are all somewhat committed.
And you see just the fetches that make sense. Bloodstain with Kolaghan's Command, Polluted Delta with blue-black cards, Misty with green-blue, and now green-red. So
and only Rob got a fetch that isn't both colors he was looking at.
It's true, but Rob has the chance to take... Watery Grave before Evan.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I will also say there's a number of fetchable blue-blacks, especially with all the triomes, where it might not be necessarily something that Rob could take a second blue fetch before taking a blue-black duel.
It's definitely possible that he could try to do the long wheel for the next blue-black duel. And I think that would be a very justifiable line. Also worth noting that Rob has 2 double pip cards, and Evan has 2 single pip cards.
True.
So if either of them is going to be more interested in triomes or multiple fetches, I think it would be Evan.
I will say I do kind of love the synergy between those picks. Like Jace Friend's Prodigy helps you flashback Thoughtseize like pretty quickly, and Shieldred plus Jace gains you life because you're drawing the 3 cards. It's very funny.
Bone Crusher off of Val, another very strong red card. Charles taking another fetch. Charles clearly believes that he can get Breeding Pool or one of the triomes late, which is almost certainly true.
Watery Grave.
Watery Grave makes a lot of sense for Rob here.
But for Evan, I think maybe... Okay.
Ooh, okay. Evan has 1 land, and he's confident that he can, or should I say confidant, that he can take the... get another blue-black land if he needs it.
I think... Really quick before going into the next picks, I think that makes a lot of sense from Evan. Looking at where it stands, like with Skull Clamp, Luris, like Dark Confidant fits really well into like a companion Luris deck. And at a certain point, you just need card quality, like cards that can just win you the game. And Dark Confidant is just such a great role player.
Yeah, I love taking lands high in these drafts, but I like this Dark Confidant pick. It just 3 of Evan's 4 cards are just insanely high quality, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's something where the people to your left are not likely to take a blue-black duel, probably, unless they're, like, coming out of nowhere to, like, try and do something.
Yeah.
And if I'm Evan, like, the blue-black duel, this is a personal preference, like, there's, like, Creeping Tar Pit, if you want to go that direction, or I think Fetid Pools is, like, a fetchable, just straight duel. Or you can go Triome, try and leave yourself open to maybe see one of these colors is feeling a little bit underdrafted. You don't have to commit right now to the duel.
No one, then, like, the third color that Evan ends up in is up in the air if he does take a Triome. And there are a lot of good splashable gold cards off of blue and black.
It's true.
Okay, so more lands being taken. Ketsi takes Sacred Foundry just so Sean doesn't, it looks like. I think Ketsi might be out of fetches that she can use for that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's one fetch left. I am not sure which one it is off the top of my head. But, yeah. I was going to say, one thing interesting, Graham taking Marsh Flats, because it's a black fetch, makes sense. Kind of cutting off Sean from the potential of taking it with Luris, which isn't necessarily a guarantee that you're
right. You can
black.
Definitely do Luris in other white decks,
but then because of that, Sean taking Arid Mesa, which is Ketsi's color combination. So Ketsi, while going for Cera Paragon,
she
gives up that land, and there's no real white drafters on that side of the table except for Sean. So it's like,
but Sean, again, Cera Paragon, so good once you have Luris in your deck, if you're not going for the companion.
Exactly.
So I think, like, that's one of the risks of being on that close to the edge of the table is you just there's so many picks between your two picks that, like, you have the opportunity to just have all of the fetch lands taken.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a calculated risk, and Cera Paragon is a card that is probably worth it. Like, especially, it's a double white pip, and you have white drafters surrounded you, and really the only other red drafters are Graham and Val, and depending on, I don't know what she's planning on cooking up, but
ooh,
I think you can get away with maybe not having your on-color fetch.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. There are a lot of, like, red-white duels. Ketsi's deck is looking like it's not going to be that aggressive, so, like, Boros Signet will be really, really good in it. And it doesn't seem like anyone else is going after it. Verdant Catacombs is a really interesting one.
Because it's a black fetch.
Yeah.
I think...
I mean, that's got to be. It's got to be just Sean is planning to go white-black and just wants that value. It'll be... Someone has an opportunity here to just take Godless Shrine and really punish him. But it's not looking like an obvious get for anyone. Imperial Recruiter... That's an awfully early one. I don't think we've seen it go anywhere near this early in the past.
I don't think so. I wouldn't even say it's wrong. I really like Imperial Recruiter. It's something that gets a lot better in Ketsi's deck. Val might not necessarily want it, but if you are trying to build a spicy deck and do
we want to give that our...
Let's hold off.
Okay.
Let's
we got to do it at some point.
I was going to say,
in the first round.
I'm aware.
Okay.
For these next picks, all kind of make sense.
Yeah.
Snapcaster, great with Thoughtseize. I love Snapcaster with cheap spells.
Evan's setting himself up also to really take advantage of any, like, cheap draw spells. Although Charles got the Ponder, might take the Preordain on the wheel. Just because, like, Charles clearly recognizes that Evan is now positioned to really want those cards. Charles knows the value of a 1-mana filter spell. Charles is an old-time Seattle grinder.
Also, you are blue-green. Doesn't really seem like someone's probably going to move into blue-green, at least yet. You have 2 fetches, and you can probably get Uro for free. Ponder is, like, a great card with Uro Preordained. Yes, just cheap spells.
There's Preordained. I love this Robber of the Rich Rabble Master from Val. just more really, really good red cards.
Just the premium red cards, just the really powerful ones.
And it looks like he's not going to have that much competition for, like, green ramp creatures. Like, obviously he'll fight with Charles a bit, but once Charles takes one, Val can just take the next one. Ledger Shredder from Rob, like that a lot.
Just a really, really powerful card. Helps you draw more cards with your children.
Yep.
Whoa.
That's an early Valky.
A Valky with Graham to your left.
Yeah.
Because this is, say, where Evan could just get the Grixis Triome as the fetch.
Yeah.
And you just have an incidental red pip.
Absolutely.
That you can cast Valky with if you
Restoration Angel from Graham. So Graham has not taken a white card yet. This suggests that he's planning to do a twin combo kind of thing, which is actually something
yes,
a few people have mentioned as a possibility. Ketsi also expressed interest in doing a sort of white involved twin.
Yeah, really, really interesting.
I think Sean maybe not have decided to go black-white until after he saw what the table did. Red and 6 from Sean. That, I think, has to be our Takis Fuego spicy pick of the draft.
I absolutely think so. Let me just say from Sean, I love this. 3 fetches, just gets better with Ren and 6. Luris of the Dream Den, you don't even have to commit to white or black. That's just an extra card. You can get those white or black pips anywhere. Skull Camp, colorless, really came out of nowhere. Wow. What a pick.
Invasion of Gobakon from Ketsi, despite not having any black producing, I like that a lot. That card is incredibly powerful, and no one is really strongly committed to white-black right now.
I believe Gobakon is the mono-white one.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I was thinking of Tolvada.
Yeah, I was going to say. Is the 2-mana white one. Just these white hand disruption spells.
Hollis taking Skyplay Evaporation and Luminarch Aspirant, 2 other, like, very powerful white cards. Time Warp from Sean, going into yet another color.
I really love this from Sean. Just signaling there's so many triomes. You have 3 fetches.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's some aggressive decks around, but you can pick up probably what you need.
If I were Evan specifically, I would be trying to pick up a triome now or on the wheel.
Potentially. Yeah. I will say
Zealous Conscript from Graham,
really
again in this twin deck, but also just a really good card.
I really like that because that is a card that Val realistically probably really wants, and if you are trying to do the combo deck, just makes your deck so much better.
Yeah.
Like
another cheap spell from Evan, love that.
Or from Charles, yeah.
I meant Evan, but yes, Charles also taking Consider.
Both of them.
Consider is a rough one for Evan to lose. I thought that was one he was going to be able to float a little bit longer. But there are still some options. There's like, what is it? The 2-mana one that draws 2 and maybe discards 1.
Okay.
Val taking the cheap acceleration. I like that a lot. Red has so many just incredible 3-drops that having a 1-drop that can accelerate into them on turn 2 just is crushingly powerful.
Yeah, I'll also say for Val was kind of positioning himself as an aggro deck early, but like, you know, just because you have Lightning Bolt and Robber of the Rich and Goblin Rabblemaster doesn't necessarily mean you have to be aggro. Those are just good mid-range cards. And so I kind of like taking something like Birds of Paradise, Ignoble Hierarch, that can help you be like, okay, I might want to be more mid-rangey, because looking at green is like, as much as Charles is green is pretty uncontested.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. There are
like,
only 2 people, which is about as much as you'd expect in one of these drafts. It's possible. I feel like I've heard Val say that he doesn't like Goblin Guide very much, so he might just not draft it on preference. It's a pretty controversial card at this point in Cube.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, at any point in Cube, to be honest.
But also, for Goblin Guide, looking at Ketsi, it's like, who else really wants it? Like, Graham could maybe want it.
I think it's pretty unlikely that that's the direction Graham is thinking of going.
Exactly. So it's like, if
taking
you really...
Kiki-Jiki now, I think, is wise. You can't float those too long.
Yeah. Especially, yeah, you just don't even want to worry about it. So Resto, Zealous, Kiki, so 2 targets.
Lily Last Hope, only the third Planeswalker off the board, I think, after Jace and Oko. But I really like her. Suspicious Stowaway from Sean, just a really powerful card. That's something that Evan might have been hoping to get at some point.
Potentially. So there's always one thing that from experience, having drafted Roto, not saying that anybody's doing anything wrong by missing this, but a lot of the times I look around and say, where is there a lot of power just sitting on the table? And usually it's like gold cards because you don't want to move into those. But looking at like any reanimation / cheats, it's not out of the question that Ketsi could end up there, like very easily. Maybe Graham, like red and white and black can kind of do these things.
I strongly suspect Graham is eyeing Revelark as a late pickup.
True, but just looking like there's Atraxas on the table, Archon of Cruelty on the table, like all these things. And
Archon, which went round 1 or 2 last time, I think, just still not here. Either Evan or Rob could easily go into that. Graham could too. Sean could as well. Sean taking Bone Shards does signal that he's beginning to think about what reanimation might look like. I wonder if Evan or Rob will pick up on that.
Okay, so one thing here, Evan taking Remand and Condescend, Lily, just these kind of like really grindy cards. Rob taking Ledger Shredder, Brazen Borrower.
I didn't set up the little
the
card preview on the stream.
On the actual stream?
Yeah.
I see.
You do the stuff.
Talking. All right. But looking at Rob taking the flyers, the evasiveness, the ninjas, I wouldn't be surprised if Rob's next pick is Fallen Shinobi, just because Evan's to his left. He just took Hostage Taker, like the blue-black card. That is really, really good for him. Yeah. And now Charles, because Evan is moving into the counter spells, Charles taking Dig Through Time, Counterspell, Mana Leak, just these things that have to interact with the graveyard.
And then I'm going to zoom this in more if I can, so that we only have one card.
Oh, I see. Perfect. Oops. So now in between, of course. Pact of Negation, very interesting from Ron.
Well, I think this might be the best we can do.
Yeah, looking at Evan, you have one looter and some other looter effects such as Suspicious Stowaway, Ledger Shredder kind of with this, not surveilling, whatever it is, conniving. So Revelark from Graham, okay.
Yeah. Doesn't want to let it float too long.
Totally makes sense with the picks that have happened so far. One thing kind of interesting with Graham, this first pick of Smuggler's Copter is like really good, just like because Smuggler's Copter is just a good card. In the context of this deck, I wonder how you're using it. Like, are you trying to just get things into the graveyard? Are you trying to be this kind of a mid-rangey deck that has combos in it?
There's also a question of how do you activate it. Like, Graham only has 1 3-drop so far. Not that there aren't, good options for other ones, but he is kind of fighting with Val for some of the really high power red 3-drops, which Val is certainly not hesitating to take.
Yeah. Kind of talking to what's been happening with like Hollis and Ketsi, there's just this real just the really powerful white cards. Skyclave Apparition, Luminarch, Aspirant.
Wrong with a pick. They're marked as red here.
Is that not in the cube anymore or something?
Well, first of all, they picked them really fast in succession. I don't know why that was.
That I see their control.
Yeah, Fateful Absence is not in the cube anymore, I believe. I think I took it out for something. Let me bring up my little thing. Yeah, Fateful Absence is not currently in the cube, I believe.
Do you want to undeafen?
Yeah.
Fateful Absence became ossification.
Yeah, sorry. Fateful Absence not currently in the cube.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Yep.
figuring it.
Alright. This is why we have the little verification thing on there.
It's really good you catch it now.
Yeah.
All right. So a repick.
Flicker Wisp.
Flicker.
Okay, that's an interesting one, given that Ketsi has Elishnorn. Really, Ketsi's Elishnorn here is like, there are some good combos with it, but not. She's clearly not just trying to build a deck that assumes she has Elishnorn, right? Like, Invasion of Gobakon, Elite Spellbinders, Fable. Actually, I don't think sagas do work with the Norn thing.
I also am not sure.
I believe I checked this in one of my drafts recently, and they don't.
Faithless Looting.
Faithless Looting is a real interesting one. That's it's something that does not usually go this high, and something that is difficult to use well, although it can be good. Like, I do like it in Graham's deck. Boseiju, not surprised to see that taken at this point.
Just a really good utility land. We have not seen many duels be taken.
No, it was really
Just the
fetches.
two. Just Watery Grave and Sacred Foundry,
Yeah.
I believe.
Interestingly, Ketsi has taken 0 red cards other than Fable of the Mirror Break.
No Volcanic Spite and Nahiri.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think Ketsi. I'm interested to see. I'd be interested to know what her plan going into this was.
Well, I can bring it up.
There's a Triumph. Or just wondering exactly what happened, because it's like. I think we're probably not seeing all of it yet, obviously, because there's just a lot of these like ossifications, elite spellbinders, invasion, just like good like aggro-y, mid-rangey cards that.
So Ketsi's response on the forum was, my current plan is to pick Fable of the Mirror Breaker first, and then either go into red-white or green-red, depending on where the table goes, before it comes back to me. I really want to play a Tali Primal Conqueror, and I think the best plans to cast him that aren't dedicated Reanimator are red-white Cheat Reanimator or green-red Rampage.
Okay, so Nahiri makes. I was gonna say this Nahiri. I was like, I forgot that she can loot, which makes a lot of sense. And Volcanic Spite, kind of more of a combo-y card.
Because it helps dig you.
Seasoned
Yeah.
Howlblade helps
Yeah.
discard. Okay, this is. I was gonna say
it's coming
like,
together, yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ketsi taking a late for dinner at some point.
Karmic Guide's there.
Karmic Guide, yeah.
Really good with Elish, yeah.
Karmic Guide, she needs to prioritize that before too long. I don't think Graham has cottoned on to what Ketsi's doing, otherwise he would be taking like Karmic Guide higher. But Graham and Ketsi both definitely want that card. Graham taking the first Triumph with Savai.
Sparas from Charles a bit earlier.
Oh, you're right. That was while I was busy, I think. But we're seeing Triumphs off the board now.
Makes total sense for Sean.
Thraben Inspector is a nice one with Elishnorn. It's just a really rock solid magic card, and then excellent to double up if you can. All of the Triumphs are in the cube, that's correct.
From Holland, it's just more of these like really, really good
Yeah, Hollis is
Just
just drafting like a straight up by the books white aggro deck, which is a strong deck with a strong record. And there's that Karmic Guide Ketsi taking from Graham.
Makes sense.
Karmic Guide Revel Arc is a fearsome sight, so I think Graham is possibly quite disappointed.
Well, we'll see. I wonder if it's on Graham's radar exactly of like wanting exactly that, or wow,
Meat Hook Massacre, a double black card in this deck that has been almost exclusively red-white so far.
I mean, K command early, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's a single black pit. That's very splashable. You can't really splash Meat Hook.
Creeping Tar Pit, really nice. Ooh,
yeah.
That sucks for Rob, because Xander's Lounge for Evan helps with that Valky. That's like the exact try you want.
That is a rough one.
But Evan getting a consolation Creeping Tar Pit, which I've seen win several games.
I lost to it in table draft last week.
Yeah. Interesting, Graham taking Meat Hook Massacre over something easier to cast, like Toxic Deluge, which is still on the table. Sudden Demise still on the table. Like a lot of these like big sweeper cards.
I think Graham might be getting a little blinded by Value Brain.
Maybe. Graham also in the Mardu colors, which does have access to the combos, the infinite combos.
That's true, and I know
combos.
he's taken with those just on an emotional level. So
Aren't we all?
Val taking Stomping Ground finally. No one else is really competing with him, but he can't float it forever.
Arc Trail still on the table, I believe. Sudden Demise.
Ranger class. I like Ranger class for an aggressive green deck.
Cryptic Command.
Yeah, seems good. Skeeving Thigh Diver. Very good against the like round one GT Skull Clamp Copter picks we saw. Although there are definitely a few decks that it's dead against. So that's our earliest like clearly sideboard card I think we've seen taken.
True. Depending on how the teams break out, you could main it.
You certainly could. Like if Rob ends up on the opposite team from Hollis, Sean, and Graham, he'll definitely want to main deck.
There's some real green is so open.
It
Green
always
is wide open to Fairy. Evan just taking these like really good grindy cards, just kind of know sometimes you can just win on rate.
Yeah, there are a lot of like, green black has a lot of power in it these days with Grist and Marin.
That's Anafenza. This is definitely
okay.
Which makes sense if you have the Revel Arc.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I'm definitely like with Anafenza and Meat Hook Massacre and Kiki Jiki in the deck, like that's going to require a lot of attention to lands. There's the Toxic Deluge from Sean. Sean looking essentially 5-color at this point.
I love this because all these people are kind of, there's so much power, like I was saying, left on the table. Like the green black cards, all of these things are so open, and because of that, nobody wants the green black lands. You can just go grab them later. Like
guessing that Sean will at some point take Golos going left and the World Tree going right.
Yeah, Tublave, I agree. Graham is that kind of wizard.
Elspeth Conquers Death, love that for Ketsi. She's got some really good stuff to bring back already, and if she is going the Atali route,
I'm just wondering where that was
route,
gonna go. Mall of the Skyclaves. Because with the Stoneforge Mystic, Maul was a nice one.
That is a substantially later Maul than we saw last round, I believe. Although I don't remember exactly when it was.
Maul might have gone a bit earlier, but also with Hollis, I think he feels pretty safe. Like, who else really wants this?
Absolutely, it's known as a card to be feared, but it's not like GTA where you can just sort of toss it into any deck and have it be crushingly powerful.
And I like this from Sean. Just like Graham is signaling Mardu colors, so
just
when it's right there.
snipe the lands when you can.
Take the duel. You can get it with Arid Mesa. You can get it with Verdant Catacombs. You can, I guess, with all of the fetches, because there's 3.
The joke is that currently Sean does not need to produce white mana for anything, but
helps with Lurrus.
It does, but like a white-black land specifically does not help with Lurrus any more than a swamp would.
True. Have we? Okay.
And now Graham is starting to pay attention to those pips.
One other creature, Suspicious Stowaway. I was gonna say because Lurrus is the only creature from Sean so far. Okay, Evan, Urza.
Sean, we can fairly safely say is planning to.
It looks that way.
Planning to companion Lurrus.
Looks that way. There's the Fallen Shinobi. I was gonna say that makes sense. V-Click, Biting Palm Ninja, Ledger Shredder, Brazen Borrower, just these kind of evasive threats.
Yeah. I think Sean might have been the one who said like he was considering first picking Fallen Shinobi,
so.
And yet here it is, 15th.
Zagoth Triome.
Charles might be eyeing those really powerful black-green gold cards that are still on the table. There are also good black-blue gold cards on the table, despite there being 2 black-blue drafters.
Which ones are left?
There's the what's it called? Thief of Sanity is there.
True. Which Rob can probably
Connive
want.
Concoct is probably not great for Charles, but
yeah,
I can bring up the remaining cards. I guess it's just Thief of Sanity at this point.
Yeah. So also one thing, kind of looking into it, Blue-Red really open, and Blue-Red has some nice cards I like Expressive.
Hallowed Fountain is a surprising one from Charles.
I think Kiora Best the Sea God from Rob. Interesting.
I mean, Kiora Best to See got extremely powerful card, notoriously difficult to win when your opponent casts it. But Rob's deck is so low to the ground otherwise.
Mm-hmm. I like this from Evan.
Yeah, you just gotta have an answer to Val and Hollis.
Yeah, you need cards that can dig you out of holes, and Meat Hook Massacre and Toxic Deluge are gone. This is kind of the last of that effect in black.
Oh, you know why Graham took Meat Hook Massacre? It's specifically because it is also a win condition if you can get infinite sacks going.
Sack, yeah.
Although, like, most of the things you can infinitely sack have their own ETB triggers, so it's a little bit less relevant, but...
True. Yeah, we're seeing, I think now, a lot of people starting to be like, okay, maybe I can't.
Sean taking Spell Dancer, he's been very fond of this card.
Also, the 2 unblockables. And so many spells, like really heavy. 2 unblockables, looters, heavy on spells.
Gives Sean a really good out to double cast Time Warp.
Yeah, true.
I really appreciate Graham going for the lands now. I think he's got more or less the core of what he needs. He needs a couple more things to really round out the Anafenza combo. But most of those aren't going to be competed for. No one's going to take... I mean, it's possible Ketsi just tries to... on the wheel, take Splinter Twin and Village Bellringer, but for the most part, Graham isn't competing with anyone for the core of his deck. So and people are taking lands in surprising ways. Let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
So just focusing on those land picks for this very pip intensive deck, I think, is wise.
Mm-hmm. Welcoming Vampire and Council's Judgment. Really.
There's Archon of Cruelty. I think this one gets our.
Yeah, this is
our U-Haul Big Mover of the Draft Award.
Yeah, from 2 to 17. And Archon is no joke. Look at the symbol on the right middle hand part of that card. That's the Modern Horizons 2 symbol. That's a real one. You're going to want to pay attention to those in the draft.
And Ketsi really the first person doing anything along the lines of Reanimator here. Pick 17, and I think it's wise of her. Like, obviously, we know that she was planning to go into it from the beginning as a possibility, but like, I think one of the most important things you can do in these roto drafts is like you're saying, understand where the power is on the table and figure out if you can get that into your deck somehow. And
I think we're seeing it in different ways from different drafters. Like Sean just being like Toxic Deluge and Sun Demise, which can be anywhere from a 1-for-1 to like a 4 to 5-for-1, and X spells in a deck that is kind of limited, like with Luris. Obviously, those are not permanent, so it wouldn't matter like what the cost is. But they're just really flexible. They're really, really nice. Interesting. So Rob chose to take Kiora Best the Sea God over Thief of Sanity, with Evan having 2 picks there. I wonder if the Kiora Best the Sea God is trying to go, let's say, higher. Oh, wow. I wonder if Charles is going to end up taking Atraxa.
That would make sense.
I mean,
Gifts Ungiven here with Hallowed Fountain. Yeah, with the Unburial Rites. And now Charles, like, even if he doesn't get back specifically Atraxa, there are more powerful reanimation targets left in the cube than people are going to take here. Like, given that Ketsy's the only one who would snipe those.
Yeah, so Ketsy's going to have 2 picks. You can think if you're not getting Atraxa and maybe one more, it's like Ashen Rider, Hornet Queen, Apex Altasaur. Like, those are like, also Grizzlebrand, I guess, is still a thing. There's other choices. It's
funny to me how much the 2 people on the wheels are just doing their own thing and just essentially fighting with no one. Like, Hollis and Ketsy are a little bit fighting, but not really. And Val is just over here, like, any of the acceleration he wants, he gets. Any of the red aggro he wants, he gets. Is just living his best life. There's Village Bellringer from Graham. He doesn't want that to be sniped.
Makes sense. Just another combo piece.
Yeah.
Grief. Still there. Let's see. No, Cruelty of Gix hasn't been taken.
No, it hasn't.
Cruelty of Gix still
that went
on the
round
table.
1 last time, right?
Yeah, from Evan. True.
But yeah, I mean, that's something that I would expect Evan or Rob to pick up. Just like, even if
Evan, probably more likely.
Yeah, even if you're not dedicated Reanimator in any sense, like, the power level on that card is just extremely high.
It just fits exactly kind of what Evan's doing, where it's like, I'm just gonna out card quality you. Oh, Ketsy jumped the gun a little bit. Conspiracy theorist. So looting is a central.
I mean, Conspiracy Theorist also makes a lot of sense for Sean because his deck is so cheap. He's just much more likely to be able to get a free card off of it.
True. That makes
more
sense.
Of the time.
Journey to Nowhere makes sense with
Sort of Body and Mind. I like Swords in Hollis's deck, even if they're just sideboard options. He knows what color combinations people are going to be. Sort of Body and Mind is just going to be crushingly good against Charles.
There's Atraxa.
There's Atraxa, yeah, not too surprising. Ketsy did not take Charles's bait and go for the double reanimation target here.
No, because I think you already have Archon and Atraxa, which I think are the top 2. So you'll just take whatever else comes your way.
I know Ketsy was interested in Atali, although I don't know how much of that was, like, she was excited to play with... I mean, I think she's excited because it's a new card. I don't know how much of it was, like, Atali is probably a reanimation target she can get late, and she just didn't figure on Archon and Atraxa still being around pick 17 and 19.
Sheldock Isle, which had been first picked in the past.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Graham taking Null Priest. So Graham isn't completely oblivious to the possibilities of reanimation, which means if Ketsy wants late to Dinger, she's got to pick it before too long, and Graham might even snipe it from her on the wheel.
Also, let me just say here from Charles, 3 picks in a row, Gifts Ungiven, Unburial Rights, Ella Schnorn. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
it's an all-time classic.
I did almost essentially the same thing in the Cube Spear Rotisserie Roto way back in the day, where just I noticed Gifts and Unburial Rights were still on the table and I could splash him, so I just took him. I took Grizzlebrand as the third one, but like...
Sure. Children's Edict, okay. Evan, so I guess we can do this at the break. We'll let these picks finish out.
Yeah.
I think there's some interesting ones here, like from Graham, like Null Priest. It helps you get back part of your combo, but it's also really expensive.
It's expensive, it's double black. Priest of Felrights I like a lot more than Null Priester, because you can also get Priest of Felrights back with Revelark.
Yeah. Also, I think for Graham, maybe just grab the 5-mana Kaya, the 5-mana Battle, helps you reanimate things.
Yeah, the Battle would be really
helps
really
you
good
grind.
for
Graham. If your plan to combo out isn't really working,
it can just win the game on its own.
Yeah, the flipped Battle does a lot. I'm really excited to see what the rest of these 20 picks are from Sean.
I mean, he can go in almost any direction at all here.
I look at...
I guess he's not taking Goldos World Tree because he's companioning Luris. I said that earlier.
Yeah.
And there's Ketsi taking Late to Dinner, which, if I were Graham, I probably would have taken Priest of Felrights Late to Dinner here instead of Null Priest. I don't think he's fighting anyone for Null Priest, but I understand where he's coming from. Like, no, the nice thing about Null Priest is that it can be found with Imperial Recruiter, although so can Priest.
All right,
here we go. 5-minute break.
Good against counter spells.
All right. No! Good show, everyone. 5-minute break. Come back at 2:03, and we will begin again, or whatever 03, depending on your time zone. So,
you want to just go down the list?
Yeah.
Right. All right, Hollis.
Just
classic
by the books.
White
we can take a look at his curve on the deck stats screen, and that is a nice white aggro curve right there. I might try to go for a few more ones at some point, but no one's fighting him on
exactly.
those, so.
You can get them for free. You can literally have whatever you want later. At this point, you're not taking land, so I like picks like Sword of Body and Mind, just as like, well, if I end up against Charles, this one's really good.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Like, you could even take the other swords. Just give yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Fire and
options.
Ice. Interestingly, no one is blue-red, so it's a little bit less valuable.
Still good, just against like red or blue.
Yeah, still definitely going to be very good against Val.
Ketsi, saucy.
Yeah, I like the amount of sauce in Ketsi's deck and Graham's deck.
Has a plan. Sean, I love this. I was gonna say I see the time warp and like these looters, and I'm just like, oh god, what is the plan here? Like, there's so much you could do, but also you have a lot of powerful cards that can grind and do a lot.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Sean is planning on taking other high cost, high value spells to go with the Spell Dancer.
Sure.
Or if it's really just like time warp and then staying low to the ground.
Now, Graham, also similar levels of sauce to Ketsi. This one maybe a little bit saucier. I don't want to say lost because there's still 20 picks and you can grab what you need, but a lot of different directions. Whereas Ketsi seems like there's a plan A and a plan B, Graham seems like there's a plan A, B, and C.
I like where Graham is coming from. I think I think he has a good balance of the cards, the like combo cards he needs. I think he has a lot of resiliency now with Revelark, Priest, Null Priest. He can like getting Revelark out is going to be pretty close to a victory a lot of the time, almost no matter what. I think like he needs a sack outlet direly, but there are a lot of those that are good and available. He needs something to sacrifice repeatedly. But like for the most part, he's really well set. Also, a card we haven't seen that would be very good for Graham's deck is the Luminous Broodmoth.
Yeah,
Which is a card that's gone early in the past.
It has Hollis could want it, Ketsy could want it, probably not. We'll see. Evan, just really grindy, blue-black, meat and potatoes.
I think Evan's card evaluation has been really good. I think he is correctly valuing a lot of the really, really high impact blue-black cards. I'm a little surprised not to see Cruelty of Gix gone yet, but for the most part, I think this is very strong.
Yeah, we'll see. Raw is similar blue-black, but a different flavor. Kind of this flying, unblockable.
A little bit more aggressive, generally speaking.
Yeah, and you can say if you're Rob, you can pick up the cheaper black, Knight of the Ebon Legion, those sorts of things if you want to be more aggressive, or even like Terramander if you want a flying 1-drop. Charles, really like this. You're in green. Nobody else is really in green. Birds of Paradise and Ignoble Hierarch are gone. Utopia Sprawl. There are so many other. There's Noble Hierarch is still on the table.
Which also helps with the Gifts Ungiven flashback.
So many different things on the table. And realizing, hey, there's kind of a hole here, and people are leaving a lot of cards on the table, a lot of things you can do that are really powerful. Why don't I just move into it? And for Val, just a lot of really powerful stuff.
Yeah, again, he's just in his own lane, and he's loving it.
Yeah. This is kind of where I was with red-black aggro in the last draft. Like, I got the cards I really wanted that I felt were high impact, such as the Rabble Babbles, Professional Facebreaker. Looking at like a lot of people's decks, I think Val maybe coming up, we might see some more like staying power cards, like maybe the 5 to 7 mana Nissa, maybe stuff like that. Even Inferno of the Star Mounts or one of the 6 mana Chandras, just as like options to build out. Charles has so much deck manipulation. And let's see, counter spells. Maybe something to deal with permanents that are on the table in white, or
it's tough to do that in green blue. Although if he goes a little harder on his black splash, he might be able to.
With Rob, right. I think probably
we're back in Mana Tithe from Hollis, another controversial card these days.
But if you are this deck, you got to take it. You don't even have to play it. You just have to have it.
I love Feldon here from Ketsy. That's one that Graham could have also made very good use of. But I think it's even better in Ketsy's deck, especially with like Karmic Guide, Alice Norn. I lost a game once to Tublave just Feldoning out an Elish Norn from the graveyard every turn.
All right. Yeah, so looking at some cards...
We've got a... Oh, no, it's a comment here.
From Graham. Overgrown Tomb, the green-black. Yeah, like Grist is still on the table. There's a lot of really powerful cards, I think, still hanging around.
Yeah. Sunbaked Canyon. That's it's an interesting one. Is that the last red-white duel available?
I don't think so. I think there's potentially some more.
Nope, that was the last one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Ketsy, I think, has been... Ketsy took Boros Signet and Sacred Foundry. Arid Mesa went early, and that's it for red-white duels. Other than Triomes, but even then, I think... no, Rogrin Triome is definitely there. That's the red-white-blue one. So...
Svelin, I like from Rob.
I probably would have gone with Rogrin Triome just because it's fetchable here for Graham, but... yeah, Svelin, really strong card.
Well, Drifter,
Again, a good attacking powerhouse.
free, really nice Keswick Wolfrun. That's like kind of exactly a free card in your deck.
Yeah, Keswick Wolfrun is so good in exactly the deck Val is drafting. I mean, it's good in a lot of decks, but the deck Val is drafting, hooey.
And Tireless Tracker, another thing. All right, these blue-white cards coming out. Double shielded.
Yeah, I mean,
shielded theme deck from Rob.
if blue white's open, there are good gold cards. That's the thing. It's like there are really good gold cards in every color pair, and that's kind of one of the drivers of what makes Roto so interesting. Is everyone always wants like the power that's on the table, and with 8 people, there are usually going to be some gold cards still hanging around late. Mm-hmm. I've been impressed with this 5-mana Shieldred, by the way. I like Heartless Act from Evan a lot. I think it's easy to overlook the cheap black removal because there's kind of a lot of it, but it's not like you do need it. Like you can't just build a deck and assume you'll get it and then like you can get sniped out of it.
True. There's still some stuff hanging around that I wonder who is going to take it, because I think it's really powerful. Like whatever the adventure 3-mana black card is.
Murderous Rider.
Murderous Rider.
Yeah.
That's still on the table. Because I was gonna say, looking at Evan's deck, like has some nice stuff like Blood Chief's Thirst, which is very flexible and all these things, but maybe just needs some more of the like bread and butter removal, like deal with certain problematic things.
There's also the 4-mana destroy target creature or planeswalker surveil 2 with Convoke. That I think is quite good.
It's also good in Evan's deck with Bitter Blossom.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean it's good in Evan's deck, it's good with Rob's deck just because Rob has a lot of cheap creatures.
True. I think nobody loves Solemn Simulacrum more than Graham.
I think you're right. I mean, it makes some sense here as like a value card, sort of a roadblock you can get back with Revelar, get with Imperial Recruiter. Although, like, at some point, Graham does need to prioritize some of the, like, combo pieces. It is possible for someone to just snipe those and break his deck, right? We've seen in the past, I think it was Brian Wong just took
it was me.
Splinter Twin and Pestermite against you.
No, it took one of the two. I think Deceiver Exarch because I was floating it super late.
Yeah,
when I had Kiki and Twin.
You gotta keep people honest.
I believe we were on the same team after that, so I don't really know funny. How much you have to keep them honest. I respect the hustle.
Fabled Passage from Ketsi. Again, she got a little wrecked on the fetches, so she has to sort of take what she can get as far as backup lands go. Mm-hmm. Steam Fence from Sean. Shockingly late Steam Fence. I mean, no one's in blue-red, so it's not that shocking, but like, if you... Going into a roto, it's shocking to hear that Steam Fence will go 23rd.
Yeah.
There's that red cap from Graham.
I'll say this one thing about Graham's deck that, like you were saying, like, obviously you need the combo pieces, but at a certain point, I was talking to you about this yesterday, I think the decks that do the best in Roto are proactive. Like, they have a game plan for how they're going to win the game. And I like Charles, where it's like, Oko maybe doesn't always win the game on its own, but it's just such an annoyance. Like, sometimes it does. It's such an annoyance you have to deal with it, but then the rest of the cards, Ponder, Preordain, Consider, Dig Through Time, Counterspell, Mana Leak, these are cards that help you win the game. Mm-hmm. But then it's like, how am I going to win the game? All right, Gifson Given, Unburial Rites, Elish Norn.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, and Teferi. Now you have your plan of, like, how to win the game. With Graham, it's like, you have your, like, Imperial Recruiter, Restoration Angel, Zealous Conscript, Kiki Jiki, those are all, like, 3s and 5s, and setting up a 3-card combo, or a 2-card combo, takes time, and in Rotisserie draft, people are really likely to have spot removal. They're likely to have things that can answer what you're doing. And so the Smuggler's Copters, I'm not saying it's wrong, because obviously there's still 16 picks. You need, like, and Graham, I guess, has Meat Hook Massacre, which is a little awkward because of how expensive it can be to actually clear the board. But there's no Sudden Demise, there's no Toxic Deluge. There's no Arc Trail, there's no thing that's really going to 2-for-1 early in the game and help you grind out.
Claw back a fast start from the opponent. I agree. I think that's the biggest weakness in that deck right now.
But stuff like Kitchen Finks, which Graham is going to get, helps you. Ooh, really nice cruelty.
There we go. Managed to float that so late, but
yeah. Evan's mana looking a little bit rough so far. Polluted Delta and Creeping Tar Pit, and seeming.
I think he just didn't get anything to fetch with that Delta, which is pretty brutal.
Can we look at the remaining cards? Let's see. I think
there are
blue.
There are no dedicated blue-black cards. The triomes are Jetmirs, which I believe is Naya, Rogren, which is Jeskai, and Indatha, which is Abzan, I think.
Yeah.
So none of those help Evan.
Wow.
Yeah. That's where picking up a Xander's Lounge a little earlier or something would have really helped.
Yeah.
I mean, Polluted Delta is still fine when it fetches basics, but it loses a lot of its shine at that point.
Mm-hmm. And also at this point, all the deck manipulation cards are in Charles's deck, so it's you're gonna have to just have some good draws, basically.
I mean, there are options as far as deck manipulation goes still on the table. There's the Foretell card. There's
Cold Steelheart. There's
there's the new battle that sifts, draws 3 and discards 1.
Mm-hmm.
So there are good candidates here, but they aren't as extremely powerful and easy to do early as Charles.
Love this Rada's Firebrand.
Yeah, 5-color Firebrand.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. You are right. That is a 5-color Firebrand. This is incredible.
Love
just 1 mana.
Firebrand for 1.
That is really, really cool. And with the core of the deck looking to be blue and red mostly, because blue-red is just so open. Look at all the lands. Cascade left, Sulfur Hole still left.
It's so funny to me that Graham has highlighted Feldon and especially Rip Apart as particularly rude from Ketsi. Ketsi being a straight up red-white deck, not surprising that she's taking the red-white-gold cards, but not late to dinner, which I would think would be more important for Graham's deck than either of those other cards.
Also, Rip Apart is good, but you have access to Vindicate too.
Yeah.
So it's not you're necessarily hurting for ways to deal with permanence.
Absolutely. Is a Braid still on the table?
No,
Could
Val
possibly
has
be.
Val has
okay, yeah. Just
took it pretty early.
Classic.
One thing I want to call attention to in Val's, we've kind of just Hollis and Val at a certain point, it's what can you say about these decks? But Val valuing Den of the Bugbear over Stomping Ground, which I believe is correct.
Oh, it's so smart.
Also,
because someone was going to take Stomping Ground eventually. He did need to take it before too long. Just because people here are very much taking the available lands and going into colors, and Sean could just take anything at any point. But Den easily could have gone in Graham or Ketsi's deck, no problem, or Sean's. Den plus Ren and 6 isn't nothing.
Yeah, love these 2-drops. Just really nice. Looking Kari Zev, I'm trying to think of just sticking to a core of blue-red, because you don't want to stretch your mana too much. You don't want to be playing Voice of Resurgence in this deck. Yeah.
Mind Control from Rob. I love a good Mind Control. Thirst for Discovery from Charles. That's another draw spell that could have ended up in Evan or Rob's deck. Especially with Evan having Teferi Temporal Pilgrim, those draw spells do get a lot better. So I'm a little surprised that he hasn't really taken anything in that vein.
I don't know if you necessarily need to do that. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so I'm glad Val took something like this, because I was wondering where this was going to go.
One of the benefits of the sort of heavy acceleration aggro deck as you can afford to play some 5 and 6 drops, and that is a really, really strong one. Especially because it gives you something to do with extra mana if you do have it, but it's still extremely strong on 5.
Yeah, something so interesting here, like with Rob at first kind of taking like cards like Jace the Mind Sculptor, Shieldred, like 4s, and then leaning more aggressive, and now just really like Cure the Best of Sea God, Lily, Dreadhorde General, Mind Control, really reactive, like trying to make the game go long.
Yeah,
cards.
It seems like I could see it going two ways. I could see it either being very much like, Brotherhood's End is a really good pickup from Graham. That's something that can deal with early aggression, or with like a Jite from and a Maul from Hollis or something.
True.
Anyway, Rob, I worry that it could be pushing in two different directions, trying to go quick or go slow, but it could also just as easily be the ability to sideboard into two different decks to react to what his opponent's doing, which could work very well.
Yeah. Really quick, hang on, I want to take a quick cursory glance. So for black, there's like a lot of like Despise, Disfigure, Inquisition of Kozilek, like
lots of disruptions still
lots of like also like
Epic Downfall. Epic like, Downfall really good against like
Gix is still
kind of
here, Murderous Riders still here. Like there is Gonti, like a lot of power in like other stuff.
Eternal Wanderer from Ketsi is a nice one, getting that Elesh Norn value. It's also just like a really good way to clear out the board if your opponent starts going too wide.
Also, the card's just got a lot of text on it, so it's gotta be good.
It does so many things.
No one ever reads the first line of text on it that says no more than one creature can attack it.
And, like, we aren't seeing a lot of decks here that are building up, like, one big attacker, right? Like, Charles has the capacity to do that. Val, potentially, with, like, a Phoenix of Ash or a Wolf Run attack, but...
Ooh, nice pickup from Sean.
Yeah, love Arc Trail. One of my favorites in the cube.
It's just such a role player.
A classic of Scars of Mirrodin draft.
It's just so rock solid. Sometimes it's only a 1-for-1, but when it's a 2-for-1, ooh.
You certainly put a despair counter on your opponent if you 2-for-1 them. Rabbit Battery is a weird one.
It is an interesting...
I don't, like, most of what Graham is doing is not really sensitive to summoning sickness, right? Like...
Yeah, Kiki's got haste, Zealous has got haste.
Bellringer has flash.
Resto has flash.
The sack combo doesn't need anything to tap at any point.
Sometimes you just want to get busy with a Murderous Redcap, and I get it.
Torrential Gearhulk from Evan, although he doesn't have that many instants. I kind of was expecting that to go to Charles. I love this Allrun for Rob. I think Allrun is really, really strong.
True. I agree. Condemn.
Condemn is an odd one. Alright, Song of the Dryads and Perforos' Intervention from Val. Just getting a little bit of disruption there. Charles really solidly going 3 colors now. If Val wanted to be a little shit, and if I were Val, I would want to be a little shit. He could take Noble Hierarch and really just wreck Charles's day.
That's true.
But
I think also with Val, at this point, your deck is pretty solid. Just looking at what you could have to make your deck even better, rather than trying to do this, I've got a few picks, like, what could I take? You know, you only have so many spots in your deck. Stuff like Treetop Village, just cards that you want to have in your deck that...
There's Murderous Rider to Rob.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just find it hard to resist the nasty snipe when someone's trying to like float something way later than it usually goes.
We'll see. Yeah, with this Torrential Gear Hulk from Evan, not that he has nothing, because, you know, there's some, like, casual value, like Remand and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, going down the list, it's Remand, Condescend doesn't work.
Edict, Shieldred's Edict, Heartless Axe, just, like, kind of these things.
But it's Essence Scatter, so that's 4 cards so far. Kalidas I like a lot. That's good against the people who are trying to do, like, reanimation shenanigans. And it just... It just helps you stay above ground.
Yeah.
Invasion of Tawada I really like from Graham. You were talking about that a while ago.
Yeah. I would also like to... Graham's deck's getting a little choked on 5s with that, but Kaya is just one of those, like, really nice 5s. But I don't even know if you have room for
if I were Graham... Oh, there's Sean taking Noble Hierarch.
I think that might be our Cabela's Big Game Hunter Pro Hunts big snipe of the draft. Multiple people could want this, especially Charles.
Yeah, Charles really trying to float that late.
And Sean, mostly blue-red, taking a 1 green pip on turn 1 card. That's a big play.
That is a big snipe.
And like we said with Hollis, here's just all these 1-drops for free. Look at this. 3 in a row. Dauntless Bodyguard, Kithian, Isamaru.
Yeah, you were right. He was just planning to float him, and he completely succeeded.
I like this from Katsi. Chain of the Rock's great with Elishnorn and just free in your deck. It's just 1 mana. You're almost always going to have a mountain and a white pip. Yeah,
I think people sleep on Chain to the Rocks a little bit as a white-red gold card. I think that would be something that would be really good for Graham's deck. Although Vindicate, also really good for Graham's deck.
True. Yeah, we're very happy to get that Cabela sponsorship money. They paid us. Obviously, we don't discuss price here, but really, really fortunate to get that for this stream. Helps with all the super high production value we have at the commentators.
It is not cheap to set up a Google spreadsheet, let me tell you.
That is true. Crystal Shard from Evan, he had talked with me about this, starting to make things like Torrential Gear Hulk, Massacre Girl, Riftwing Cloudscape, Mole Drifter.
Hope he's on the same team as Ketsi.
And Grief and Urza, because Urza with Crystal Shard, you can immediately bounce your Urza as like a way to protect it. It's an artifact, helps with it.
First Chandra to be taken, and it's not one of the really powerful 6-drops. I like Hellrider a lot from Val also. Imrith, I know Rob has been quite high on since he did very well with it in Table Draft recently. Uro from Charles makes a lot of sense with all of these cheap spells.
And now, Evan, with Despise, you have the Snapcaster Mage and Jace Vryn's Prodigy, these like cheap discard spells, especially looking at something like Evan. Like, obviously Graham's Graveyard is in play, but if you're able to like Despise and just see something you want to disrupt pretty early, it really helps a lot. Like,
Evolved Sleeper is an interesting one for Graham. It does give him something to do relatively early, but it's also kind of mana hungry at that. And it's not an incredible blocker.
Ketsi taking Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn.
Wow, she has so far essentially no way to use that. So clearly planning on taking a Through the Breach here. Shrine of Loyal Legions from Hollis, and then sort of Fire and Ice, good sideboard tech, especially as Sean goes more into blue-red specifically. Yeah, and there's the Through the Breach. I don't know if Ketsi's going to end up playing those. That combo often ends up getting cut, although because she also has Archon and Atraxa, it's much more attractive.
It's a little bit better, yeah. Especially with Archon, because you
Yeah.
get the double trigger.
Feldon also does combo with Emrakul. If you can discard Emrakul to like a Seasoned Hollow Blade, you can Feldon it back before it gets shuffled back in.
Mm-hmm. I really love Sean's deck just prioritizing the cute little ways to get around the companion. Hydroid Crisis, X spell,
Yep.
Hair Asunder, essentially a 4-mana spell. Obviously it's not limited because it's not a permanent, but just like these really flexible things you can do when you have access to all of these colors.
Absolutely. Dreadbore from Graham I really like. I think that will, like, any cheap removal I think is going to be really, really good for his deck. Venser, another ETB effect from Evan to go with this Crystal Shard kind of thing. Rob taking Inquisition, shockingly late Inquisition.
I guess so, but really only the 2 black drafters have been... Well, I guess they're the 3. They're right next to each other.
Inquisition could be really good for Graham as well as a way to disrupt people's early stuff, although it's hard for me to tell how much he's thinking of black as a splash or not. Like, Meathook doesn't seem like a card you splash, but...
That's such a late Colonnade.
Yeah. But no one else is anywhere near it. I mean, Sean could play it potentially, but it's not like he... Again, Sean has... I think 0 white pips still. So like,
true.
Sean, I think, is interested in basic land types more than he is in having a lot of different colors of mana. I like Vivian a lot from Val and Bloated Contaminator. It's a underestimated but just like quite a strong beater. 3 mana 4/4. Quirion Ranger, is that what it's called? Still on the table. Another like extremely good aggressive creature in a green deck.
Spell Scout. Wonder. It's an artifact, and I'm guessing if there's like a combo to disrupt. I don't know if it works with Kiki. I can't remember.
Spellskite. I don't think you can't redirect Kiki, but you can redirect the untap. But not from Bellringer. So actually, Spellskite does not really disrupt a lot of Graham stuff. Splinter Twin, I think it's smart to take that. Kat, to answer your question, no, there aren't really any other payoffs for having Domain. I mean, Golos has a 5 color activated ability, but Sean can't play Golos here if he wants to do the Luris Companion.
Yeah, which I absolutely believe that he is. Like,
oh, definitely.
You don't avoid taking 3+ CMC permanents for this long to back out at pick 32.
No, absolutely not.
I wonder if you just start taking more lands if you're Sean. Okay.
Arene of Rector.
With 1 planeswalker so far?
Yep.
Yeah.
And not actually a lot of ways to get rid of it. Most of Ketsy's removal is the white style of exile removal.
Which makes sense with Elishnorn, because it's like the permanent base.
You get the double triggers off of that.
Yeah.
And there's Chandra's Hope's Beacon, which is something that Ketsy has talked about being excited about.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
It's a great card.
Yeah. Not a ton of spells to copy with it. But even so, I think...
just the minus is on its own.
Yeah.
It's so powerful.
Yeah.
And
then accelerating and mana fixing is quite good.
Thoth. Classic card. Char from Graham.
That's an odd one. Usually I see Char in a deck more like Val's, where the ability to do 4 to the face matters a lot and the damage to you matters very little. Graham's deck is going to be trying to survive, and
yeah, I wonder if with Graham's deck, how much with the Anafenza, and I mean, if you take Murderous Redcap and Anafenza, I wonder if he's playing them, and if he's avoiding specifically Kitchen Finks and the Luminous Broodmoth because they don't work with Reveillark. Because for picks like this, it's if you're going to be playing these infinite combos, you just need at some point to pick like Low Strider or Carrion Feeder, your sack outlets.
He has Aristocrat, but that's it so far.
Oh, okay.
Carrion Feeder
is a sack outlet.
Yeah,
that's right.
but Carrion Feeder is really nice because it's larkable, and you can get it with Recruiter. But it's also the sort of thing that no one else is ever going to take. So,
got Eternal Kefnet from Evan. Not the most hits, but also just like God Eternal Kefnet sometimes just gets you casual value.
Yeah.
It locks up the air pretty well.
It's something that would be really good in Sean's deck if it, costs 2 less mana somehow.
Love these picks from Val. These really nice 4s. Yeah. Rampaging Raptor, especially against a lot of these Planeswalker decks hanging about.
Let's take a look at what Val's curve looks like right now. It's a pretty nice curve. The heavy 3s looks a little goofy at first, but when you remember that Val has, most of Val's 1-drops are mana acceleration, he's going to be able to play a lot of these on turn 2 anyway.
Yeah.
So that is a very slick curve, I think, in general.
As we're coming into these final picks, obviously any free lands, I'd like to see, probably Hollis.
Bring up the... available lands.
I think there's just a lot of lands you want to pick up. There's Windbrisk Heights, which is really good.
Yeah, Temple of Silence. I think there are still some 5-color lands
Ash
available.
Barrens is still
here.
Oh my god.
Cold Steel Heart is still here. That would be incredible for Graham's deck.
Or Evans. It's an artifact. Just name black and it can tap.
Yeah, I love Cold Steel Heart in blue-black decks. Myriad Landscape also could be really good in Evan or Rob's deck. Vivid Grove even, although Vivid Grove seems like something Sean would especially want.
Okay, so now we're starting to see the cheaper cards come out from Rob, in a row. IOK, Aether Channeler, Cut Down, Blade of the Oni, kind of bringing the curve back down.
Yeah.
A lot of different ways to build this deck.
Absolutely. Which means a lot of ways to sideboard as well.
Yeah, some cards I think that could help some decks. Perforos's Intervention, I believe, is still out here.
No, Val took it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, round 27.
Ooh, okay,
right
nice.
Here.
That was a card I was hoping would be picked by Val. Just let's see. Maybe Val take Inferno of the Star Mounts or the Uncounterable 6-mana Chandra. Is that one still in?
Yeah, that one's still in.
Okay. Just as if you get matched up against Charles, who so much of what Charles is doing is counterspells, Elspeth, Sun's Champion, just having a creature that can just come down, be uncounterable, do
and
a bunch
just
of
give you
damage.
reach.
Yeah. Especially because Val has Braid, has Rex Sage, has Green Sun.
There's Evan with the Cold Steel Heart.
That's
Shouts out.
I like Evan just being my mana's a little rough, I need to work on it.
Yeah.
So let's just...
Graham taking Temple of Silence. I think focusing on fixing at this point is wise.
I think we might be seeing a lot of that in these ending picks. Just a lot of people sighing and saying, okay, I'll take...
Lava Claw Reaches is also still on the table for Graham.
Yeah. Might see Charles just taking Temple of Mystery. These kind of cards.
I would prioritize, I think, Ash Barrens as the next land for Graham, just because it hits all 3 of the land types.
Called it a long time ago. Expressive Iteration. Love that card.
Yeah.
So powerful.
As long as you click it right on Magic Online.
That's true. Honestly,
Inferno Titan's a kind of sweet one here for Ketsi. It hits that sort of Grave Titan Wormcoil realm of things that you can just cast, but also that are powerful enough to not be embarrassing to reanimate, and works really well with Elesh Norn Mother of Machines.
Honestly, I think most of these decks could take Ash Barrens.
Yeah.
To be completely honest.
I think you're absolutely right. Mind Stone for Ketsi. It sounds like maybe she was hoping to get Cold Steel Heart if Evan didn't just take it at the last moment.
I do believe that Grave Titan and Inferno Titan may be cousins. They meet every year at the family reunion. Sylvan Caryatid, really, really good from Sean.
Yeah,
Lots
love that
down
one.
the ground and 5-color.
Yeah.
These one drops from Graham, I'm just like, we were talking about plan A, B, and C. I think we might be seeing plan D.
Yeah.
Rabbit Battery, and Evolved Sleeper, Knight of the Ebon Legion, just get in there. Just end these games. Keep them guessing. Who knows what's coming?
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried about the lack of focus there, I'll be honest. But maybe he can stitch it together, or maybe he's just planning on having many transformational sideboards.
You know, the cards don't lie. Ooh, Sublime Epiphany when you have Torrential
Yeah, love
really
that.
like this
Love
pickup.
that.
And you kind of don't want to try and float it. You've seen Charles take like Elspeth.
Yeah,
like,
and
these
Sean's
really big...
kind of motivated to take big spells anyway.
True. Yet again, this card did not even get picked last draft. I was wondering when we were going to see it. Sky Strike Officer.
It is quite strong.
And it's so good in Evan's deck, too, with Urza. Obviously, the Karn Scion of Urza.
It's easy to forget that those soldiers are artifacts, but they are, and very good with Urza. If only... Karn Scion of Urza, by the way, out of the cube right now because it's bugged on Magic Online. Otherwise would have been quite good.
A little unfortunate, but you know.
It is
what it is. You know, Charles got some land choices. Irrigated Farmland is fetchable. Temple of Mystery is green-blue, which seems a little more like... Especially if you're going to be playing Cryptic Command, you need a lot of blue pips. Yeah.
But, I mean,
also 3
Irrigated Farmland also does help you with blue pips, and any land helps you put in more basics of the other colors, so I think anything could go here. But Irrigated Farmland being fetchable matters a lot less, given that Charles already has Hallowed Fountain. Also, 3 Triumphs still on the table.
Yeah, I wonder if... Because Sean has, like, a lot of, like, red and
Joint
blue
Exploration. Ooh. That's an interesting one. That's one that people have not been super high on lately, but, you know, with an Uro in the deck, trying to fill up your graveyard, there's that Treetop Village you were talking about. And Turn Timber Symbiosis I like a lot out of Val's deck.
Like this from Val. I wonder, have we seen Hagra Mauling go yet?
No.
I don't believe so. That's something like Evan or Rob reasonably wants. Probably not Graham, because it's double black and like a little bit weird. But... yeah, from Val, this is exactly what you want to see. You already have Den of the Bugbear, Treetop Village, just these things that, like, you only have 40 picks, and typically, you know, 30 of them are making your deck, and the rest are in the sideboard, and you have, like, 10-ish basics. So these cards where it's just, like, you can't can't take them with you.
Yeah.
You gotta make it count now.
Absolutely.
With these picks. Are there any of the... let's see. So, yeah, red-green can take Carplucin for us. Even... I thought Canopy Vista already went, but apparently not. I think one of the other Horizon lands went.
Yeah, the black, white, and
Skull
red, white ones
from
are
Charles.
Batterskull is a fascinating one. I guess as a... like stopgap against the aggressive decks, but
could just be a hate pick from Hollis.
Yeah, could certainly be. I mean, Hollis certainly doesn't seem all that interested in it. Chrome Host Seed Shark, I love that from Evan.
I like this.
Especially with Sublime Epiphany. Look at that.
Yeah. Especially with
I'm
all
surprised
these,
too, Kat.
all these you know, Chrome Host Seed Shark, especially when you have like cheaper spells like 1s and 2s, it's realistic. Like you play it and you're at 5 mana and just immediately cast a spell. So
Yeah.
you get
Also, really good with Urza.
red white Triome for Graham makes sense. Cycles, you have access to blue. Which I don't think does anything at all.
I would have taken Rogren Triome instead of Temple of Silence personally, but he ended up with both of them, so doesn't matter.
Maybe Agadeem's Awakening.
I mean, it's
a land.
It's
free.
But I mean, yeah, like you can cast it for 5 and definitely get something, but also you're never going to get more than 2 things with it. There's that Itali that Ketsi was thinking about ages ago. That's another one that's like very like plausibly castable with Mind Stone, with Chandra accelerating, Linkering Souls from Hollis.
Has the silent clearance.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Although, like, Hollis is going to have a bear of a time cutting cards from this deck. Like,
I mean, I think, yeah.
There's very little here that's an obvious sideboard card.
I mean, I think for certain things like Blade Splicer, where it's just like you would much rather have like more aggressive threes, like, for sure. There's cuts to be made. Let's see. Don't want to keep harping on it, but this Ash Baron's still being
I
very
know.
funny.
That card's really strong.
Hang on, let me also look over at. Oh god! Wow, there's just like Grist is still on the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes sense.
We thought Charles was going to go
Sean-
black green, but he didn't. He just
Kaya's-
didn't at all.
Kaya's still here. Shorakai.
Yeah,
Dragon
Sean
Lord,
is not really green.
Green white completely untouched.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
A lot of the really good red-green cards. Like, Val hasn't taken Voltaic Brawler or Bloodbraid Elf.
I think Bloodbraid Elf is probably just a like. I can see not taking Voltaic Brawler because you have so much green mana ramp. You're just like, let's just go from like straight to the threes.
Yeah, but it is really, really good as a 2.
Grist from Sean. Wow.
There we go. Okay, that's not too
But
surprising to me.
that is no longer Companion Luris. It's one thing.
That's true.
I wonder if
That's
this is
true.
an option or a hate pick, or if we're just seeing, hey, I think Grist is so strong, it's actually enough to pull me out.
Yeah, it could be any of those, I think.
Yeah.
There's Obnix the Adversary from Graham. I have been pretty impressed with this card, although I think it's like it definitely fits in the more aggressive thing that Graham has been drafting for the last 5 picks or whatever.
Yeah.
More than the more combo thing he's been drafting before then. There's Grizzlebrand from Charles.
Thundermaw from Val.
Thundermaw and Kitchen Finks sniped from Graham.
As an anti-aggro card, which I liked.
Yeah,
As
it's gonna be good against Hollis, that's for sure.
It just, if you get into this like aggro v aggro, it just helps you grind so hard. And
I think Graham is thinking of white as his splash color, which probably is why he hasn't picked up Kitchen Finks at this point.
And also with like on Offenza, you could just say, just kidding. I'm not doing this. Like,
it's a possibility, yeah.
There are times in Roto where you will make some picks, and rather than kind of the sunk cost fallacy, continuing to double down and going, I took these cards, I need to do this plan, to just go, actually I'm going to back off of this.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I really care.
Yeah, I think that's a totally justifiable thing, although if I were Graham, I would probably not do that here, just because I love those cards so much. But
that's fair.
Go for the Throat awfully late. I mean, it's probably the worst 2-mana black removal at this point, although at one point it was the best.
I feel like Heartless Act might be.
Maybe. It might be. But it's certainly down there, but it's still very, very strong. It still kills a lot of... there's that Pylon. Really like Pylon here.
Yeah. Interesting to see with Sean, because with this Grist, I wonder if this is purely just... I don't think it's purely a hate pick. Because
it could just be a sideboard option, you know? You can sideboard out of Luris.
True. But then it's like, do you take Marin? Because Marin, kind of almost similar to Luris, like helps you accrue this like advantage.
Absolutely. I think also incredibly good with Grist.
I think Eternal
Clark is so good in Ketsy's deck here.
Yeah, a red looter, really nice. I wonder, what did I literally just say?
Eternal Witness?
Yeah, like Val has Green Sun Zenith, could go in Val's deck.
Yeah, it's not that aggressive. I'm not a huge fan of it in a deck like Val's personally.
Sure.
Like I'll often play it in table draft just because I need to, but if I'm doing Roto, I'm definitely focusing on the stuff that's better at attacking. One of the cards that I think is really notably missing from Val's deck is Ronos. I think that card is extremely strong in aggressive green.
Could be, I don't know. It can go either way. I can see not taking Ronos in a deck like this, just because Ronos can lead to like awkward positions where it's like you have a mana dork and you ramp into Ronos and on 3, and then you're just like, you can't double pump your Manadoric and attack.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of...
You need one other like decent attacking creature, but that's just going to happen most of the time in Val's deck. Direfleet Daredevil is a nice sideboard option for Ketsi. Really good against like Evan, Graham, Charles, Rob to some degree.
Temple Garden still on the table. Just a straight shock. Just a straight duel still on the table.
Yeah. Reckoner Bankbuster.
Let's go.
Card you all talked me into putting back.
It's really good in Sean's deck. Let's see. Kenra Spellspear.
Another just like aggressive card for what I have to think is like a transformational sideboard plan for him.
Like this for Evan. Search for his content with JVP.
It's just so strange not to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're right that he's just given up on the sack combo plan.
Who knows? Shorakai,
love Shorakai. I think people still sleep on how good that card is.
I agree. Karplusan Forest.
Love Karplusan Forest here, and Walking Ballista is an interesting one. Definitely good disruption against like Sean's deck full of low to the ground creatures.
Really funny. Charles has Breeding Pool and Hallowed Fountain and the green-white fetch. Yeah, just you don't really need the green-white fetch.
It's the green-white shock.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Ooh, Metamorph.
2 Phyrexians in a row.
Damn, so true.
Ugin the Spirit Daggerin.
Greater Gargano. So Graham still on
Sack
that sack plan. But it wasn't the one you could get back with Revelar, which
would have to be what's it called? The Carrion Feeder.
Yeah, which I so expected that to end up in the deck.
Well, we'll see. I wonder what's happening. Like, I wonder if it's just like, actually, I'm going to go aggro, mid-rangey, and... Because you have Zealous, which can just be like...
Yeah, it's like... I hear what you're saying about trying to not wed yourself to picks you've made. There's Awakened Inferno really late. But trying to pivot at pick 33 is just... It's a lot. All right, I'm going to come up with teams here. All right, folks. I'm going to come up with teams real quick. One sec.
What can't you believe, Graham?
I was going to say, I can't believe Elspeth Knight Errant didn't get taken.
Yeah.
With so
There's
many
a lot of... Jacob Hawken did not get...
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I whiffed on that one.
Team table is Sean, Hollis, Graham, and Val. The other team is Evan, Rob, Ketsi, and Charles. Please post decklist photos on Magic Online as soon as you can. And we will be interviewing people as they post photos. And also, please come up with team names and text them to me. Or just write them in the records tab.
I vote our table.
Yep.
All right. Do you want... Perfect. All right. I think it's time to give out our award.
Oh, we should be in another match channel. Well, I think we should give them when we have people here to interview, so they can hear that they received the awards. But we can discuss what we want to do. We each grant one, right?
Yes, that's true.
What do you think the sweetest deck is?
I mean, I've been saying it since the beginning. I've been banging this drum. I think for me, personally, it's got to be Sean. Love the concept. Very high concept cube deck. Just really excited to see how these games play out. Like, to be completely honest, just I have no idea what they'll look like. Just like Fact or Fiction, Behold the Multiverse, Expressive Iteration, just card draw with these huge haymakers like Sudden Demise, Toxic Deluge, Ren and 6 that accrue incremental value, and Luris. Just having an 8th card always, like, very, very interesting. I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah. I think for me, it's gotta be Graham. I'm curious where his head was at with some of the picks at the end, but I just cannot turn down the lure of a beautiful Revel Arc deck. One of my favorite cards in the cube, and the sort of card that is always it's difficult to get it to work well, but it's crushingly powerful when it does, and I appreciate that a lot. So we'll see who.
Goblin Table Masters.
Yeah, Goblin Table Masters is the team table with Val and Sean, Hollis, and Graham.
Let me just say, one of the better
here.
names we've had in a while, I think. Yeah. I'm really okay, so let's look at how these matchups broke. So Ketsy's going to have to deal with both of the aggro decks. Evan, Rob, Charles, and Ketsy are going to have to deal with aggro decks. 3, really. Val, Sean, and Hollis all... Sean can be a little more, like, grindy rather than aggro.
This is Ketsy's deck photo. Ketsy, welcome.
I finally get interviewed again after I don't know how long.
Well, now you get to control whether you whether and when you get interviewed to some degree. You were the first deck list.
Nice.
So, you kind of ended up just on what you put in the
forum.
The forum, yeah, red white cheats.
Yeah, it's funny because I was lucky that Two Blade dropped because he was like, I was going to take Fable. And I don't, it's like my plan doesn't need Fable, but it's certainly very good at setting up exactly what I want to do, which is kind of cheat out things and do a lot of value. And then I tabled, because I had messaged Natalie, I don't know, a week ago saying that I wanted to do something like this. And I was like, I'd really like to get the new Elishnorn also. Natalie was like, that's just not going to happen. And lo and behold, it happened. So, yeah, my biggest problem though is that the fetch land race like totally destroyed me.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the commentary, how one of the risks of being that close to the wheel is you can just have every single fetch land in your colors gone by the time it comes back to you.
Yep, exactly what happened. And I mentioned this last time too, because I was in the middle, that when a land thing started, you basically you can never get really screwed by it if you're in the middle, whereas on the end you can totally get screwed, which is exactly what happened. And it was especially brutal because Hollis is monocolor to the left of me, so it was just like perfectly timed to completely screw me and not even screw Hollis like one bit.
I mean, you did end up with 4 fixing cards though, 5 if you count Coalition Relic, so you're not in terrible shape.
Yeah, and I mean, I've got Thraben Inspector, I've got, what we call it, Plarg and Volcanic Spite to sort of help me, find what I want. But what it did impact is that I didn't spend nearly as many picks on lands, and so I picked a lot more cards. And now I'm like, well, what do I have? Let's see, 30, like 10 cuts to make. Like how, like. Help me.
Yeah, that is the risk with Roto for sure. I'm very interested to see where the deck ends up. What do you think is your most surprising pick of the draft in any direction?
Like that I was surprised that I was able to pick?
Yes, that, or that you think you were surprised that you ended up picking, any kind of surprise.
I mean, the biggest surprise was Archon of Cruelty. I just didn't even put it, because I didn't even put it in my list of like cheats targets because last time it got snapped up immediately. And so I was like, I knew I needed, I felt like I needed other cards more to set up kind of the red-white theme that I wanted. And so I focused on those earlier, thinking that, someone would end up taking that card. And then later it was just like, oh, this is still here. And, turns out it's really sick in my deck. So I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, I was gonna say we were also noting that like at the time there was a lot of previously reanimation and cheats was just like such a big thing last roto, and then I was like, oh, nobody's really doing this. Like
not at all. No one even took Jacob Hawkins, so there's just no one else. I mean, Charles took Gifts and Given, and Barrel Rights, but really only has Elish Norn
and Grizzlebrand, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Liz is trading me cards. So like, and I had like the gifts rights combo on my list, but then when the fetch land thing happened, I was just like, I could take a raw grid triome and like kind of try to play this, but then I was just like, you know what? It's gonna be hard as is with my mana. So I'll just kind of stay red white and not fight even more with other people. And I thought about taking some of the triomes just as fixing lands, which I kind of wish I had done anyway. We'll see if my lands get punished, but there were so many cards I wanted to put in my deck, and then later I was like, oh wait, I can't put all of these in my deck. So
the classic Roto conundrum.
Well, we're excited to see you battle. What do you think your record's going to be?
I'm just hoping for like a 2-2, honestly. Like, I intentionally drafted to have my curve, as you can see in the pool, is quite low slanted before I've cut anything. And so I think I have good-ish chances against Hollis and Val, which are the two aggressive decks. But I'm very grateful Hollis doesn't have Elspeth Knight Errant, which is what Sean killed me with earlier in the week with Mono White. But yeah, then I don't know what Sean is doing at all. His deck is so bizarre to me.
It's all
it's fascinating. Like the Academy's Awakening is the thing. I'm just like, what is happening here? And it's like, yes, all the creatures are essentially 2 or less, but also how are you casting triple black in your 5-color deck? I don't know. But we'll find out. And then Graham and I are like in kind of half of the same deck, right? Like Graham took a bunch of the cards I wanted because my list was sort of like a hybrid between like this, more directly this, and that kind of combo 13, Anafenza.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got new cards and I'm excited to. I really want to cast, put Atali into play and then cast Emrakul. That's what I want to do.
The dream.
Off the top.
All right. Well, we'll let you get back to deck building. Sarah, we've got deck lists for Val, Rob, Charles, and Evan. Who do you want to interview of those?
Let's do Charles.
All right.
Interested to hear how the draft went for Charles.
Yeah. Hey, Charles, can you join us for an interview?
Sure.
Hello.
Hello.
We've got your deck list up on stream. Can you tell us how you feel the draft went for you?
Well, my main plan got disrupted quite early, so I just snuck into a blue-white splash green control deck, and I think the deck ended up fine. There's a lot of people fighting.
What would you describe your original main plan as?
Oh, I was going to play Bant Warp, where I would take Time Warp.
Oh.
I did not expect Time Warp to go high. And I had a really nice Bant Warp deck that had, which was going to just Lutri Time Warp, Binder Time Warp, Chandra Time Warp, and Jin Kataxis Time Warp.
That sounds great,
boy.
but then Sean sniped that Time Warp, huh?
Yeah, with Oracle, then you play Oracle of Maldia, you play Savor the Moment as other Time Warps, you play Eternal Witness, you play the regrowth the regrowth land.
Yeah.
And then you just go off with Planeswalkers and Oracle of Moldiah, and then you just outcard them.
Well, I
And you
gotta
just
say,
killed it a million times.
I'm a little sad we didn't get to see that.
I was gonna say I love that plan.
Yeah, so that was shaping up to be that, but then the time warp got. I feel like it got sniped, but I mean, it's a fine card. But yeah, now I'm just playing boring blue-white control. So
I was gonna say I like the decision to get gifts on Burial Rite and Elishnorn just as a like, well, this is really powerful and it just happens to be on the table, and there's so many triomes that you can just like pick up the incidental black if you
exactly. I think one of the things I noticed was just everything dies to Elishnorn in this draft pod. People aren't playing big things; they're playing small things.
Yeah.
So, just Elishnorn feels like a game ender, especially since it's really hard for most of these decks to remove. I would have Atraxa would have been the other thing I picked up, but like that wasn't. It's a loss, but it's not like the end of the world, right?
Yeah.
You put Grizzlebrand or whatever replacement you want. So
we were saying on commentary when you took the gifts on Burial Rites, like, you know, there are these cards that you'd probably ideally like, but only Ketsi is going to be fighting you for them, and there are more than 2 cards that are really good to find here. So
exactly. There's so many targets. So being able to, I think Elishnorn and Atraxa are the best ones in this particular pod, at least for my deck. But again, like getting Grizzlebrand is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. Also, just with the first pick of Oko, and no one really fights you over like green blue, you know you can get Uro pretty late, and just picking up all 3 of the blue 1-mana cantrips is like so nice for this deck.
I would, like I said, I was just planning for the Time Warp deck, but like those cards are just they just go everywhere, right? They just go in any deck, so just picking them high seems really good, because if I do get sniped and whatever plan I have, right, then I can just pivot to whatever's next. So obviously black, I'm surprised they've fought over black so hard, but the white control cards were not being fought over at all.
True.
So the plan was just to go into white. I mean, if red was open color or black was the other color, I'd be blue, blue red or blue black or whatever. But white just would be the open color. So
makes sense.
What do you think was the most surprising pick of the draft, either in terms of something that was there much longer than you expected, or a shocking snipe, or anything like that?
I mean, for me, at least for like the Time Warp, obviously, if I'm talking about from my point of view, was kind of surprising just because there was no blue in that deck.
Yeah.
And I still don't know if it's like a good. I'm not convinced it's a good pick, even now, but such is life. Other than that, I mean, I kind of wanted, like, at least from me, I also kind of wanted Arena Rector as like a kind of a backup plan, because I already had Teferi and Oko, and I could ramp into like Big Ugin.
Yeah,
was probably another idea, because I'm like a pseudo ramp control deck. That's another thing. I would have liked, and it got sniped, but it was late, so like that's not that surprising. Basically, the entirety of Sean's deck is
surprising.
I have no idea what's going on. There's a Grist in there which you can't play. There's an Agadeem's Awakening, which I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. Makes sense.
What do you think your record is going to be, if you had to guess?
On average, it's probably like a 2-2. Against all these aggro decks, hopefully I could just play Wrath of God or land Elishnorn, but I think it's just it feels like a 500 deck against what I see. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, thank you very much for joining us.
Yep, thank you.
We'll let you get back to deck building.
Perfect. All right,
I'm gonna call Sean in and I'm gonna let you do the intro while I set up the deck list submission.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hey, Sean, can you join us for an interview?
Yeah.
Pulling up the picture. All right, cool. Hello. Oh, howdy. There you
Hello.
are. Hello. I just want to say I love this deck. We're giving out awards this time around, and
wow.
Yeah, you get one of you get Cera's
sweetest deck award, sponsored by Nestle.
Nestle.
wow. Oh, yeah.
Water is a privilege, not a right.
Thank you.
Yes, I was gonna
Of
say.
course.
I would love to know this plan going in, like what plans you had, because obviously first pick Skullclamp leaves you open, and like Luris can go in so many decks, but to end up with Time Warp and like all these things, I love it.
Well, ultimately, I figured that Fable and GTA would get taken because I had a totally different plan if I was going to get Fable, which I kind of wanted to take. But it basically went to plan. I mean, I think I even wrote in my little notes, like, I was going to take Skullclamp, and then I was going to wheel Luris and a fetch land. And then from there, I was just going to grab fetch lands until they were gone, and then try to get the Time Warp. And then most of the other cards in the deck were pretty low, like, not a super priority for other people. And then I was going to probably get into either white or some sort of Jeskai, because those have like a lot of good 2-drops. So something to replay with Luris was more or less the game plan.
So what was your thought behind taking Time Warp so high? That's higher than we've seen it go in the past, I think.
Oh, just that it lets you take another turn. That's it. I mean, I'm just really high. I'm really high on Time Warp. So when I've been drafting with you guys in the weekly cubes, I basically see it and I take it, and I think that maybe it's not getting taken as highly as it would if I was drafting.
Fair enough.
Makes sense. I was gonna say, but also I really love it. Like I think correctly assess like, oh, Toxic Deluge, Sudden Demise, like these like huge haymakers that can like clear the board, and then like with Luris and all these like card draw spells, you can just grind so much. Like,
oh yeah, so I've done some fair amount of Luris gameplay throughout the different vintage cubes and things, so I kind of know how I like to play it. So I was just trying to go after that. Blue was pretty contested. I would like to have some more blue in my deck, but it's expected.
I was gonna say there's 3 blue drafters on the other side of the table. Kind of hard to dip your toes in too much. Yeah, was there any picks that surprised you, whether they went higher than you expected or you got something a lot later than you expected?
I mean, the most surprising thing was probably Wrist and how it just didn't get taken by anybody.
Yeah, we were curious about that because it doesn't fit with the Luris restriction.
I know. I just took it because, like, respect, and I don't know. I'd rather just... It's just way too good. And maybe I would sideboard it in. Plus, around pick 7 or 8, I was considering if I should just get off the Luris plan and take Grist, but... I mean, I didn't do this not to draft Luris, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was even saying that with Grist, like, later on, where you're like, well, sometimes you just have to take a card because you don't want to play it against you, and it's so good.
Yeah, and then there's of course things I wanted to get, but ultimately, I didn't feel like I was really getting hyped, or, because with my lands, which... Getting good fixing, I could kind of just pivot and take what I needed, and I think that my mana should work out. So
yeah, makes sense. You got a lot of triomes, you got a lot of fetches. seems good to me.
So hopefully I could just play a Renin 6, get a fetch land, and then start fetching.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, we will let you get back to
Wait.
Oh,
Before we do, one last question. What do you think your record is going to be?
That's right.
My record?
Mm-hmm.
How many games do I have to play?
4.
4 matches, yeah.
I think I can get 3-1 with this deck, hopefully.
Nice.
All right. Well,
Granted, I have barely looked at the other people's decks who I'm playing against. It was like a little overstimulating to be following all the things. So
Oh yeah.
that's
honestly,
Roto for you.
I was barely looking at what other people were taking, but thankfully I wasn't fighting too much.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Well, we'll let you get back to it. Can you send Graham in here when you get back?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Let me find Graham's deck list here. And we're just waiting for him to join. Hello. Congratulations on finishing your second Roto draft portion.
Thank you.
How do you feel like your draft went?
Okay. I think I forgot when I was planning that there would be 7 other drafters who would be taking things that I wanted to. And so I definitely did not get quite as many good cards as I was hoping for. Some notable ones are commented on the Rotisserie draft.
Mm-hmm. We saw those.
You can see Ketsi took most of the ones that I was mad about, though I didn't yell at Sean, but I was upset when Sean took like Arid Mesa and other like lands and things.
Well, you have a lot of non-basics, so hopefully your mana won't be too bad.
Yeah, I actually had planned on more than this. I had planned on things like Den of the Bugbear just in case, but I think where I ended up is okay for what I'm trying to do.
Cera and I were a little surprised. Sarah's absent right now, but we were a little surprised you didn't take Ash Barons, given that you were 3 colors and it was still on the table. I think it never got taken in the end.
It didn't get taken. Yeah, I saw it and I thought about it and I was like, I wasn't sure whether I don't know. I just maybe psyched myself out of taking it.
Well, Graham, I gotta say, I think your deck is awfully sweet, and I'm going to give you my sweetest deck award brought to you by Nestle. Nestle, water is a privilege, not a right.
Great, thank you. Nestle, what atrocities.
What do you think was the most surprising pick of the draft? Either something that went earlier or later than you expected, or a big snipe?
Let's see. I mean, I feel like I gotta say Grist going so late has to be up there, given that it was among the first couple taken last time. I think like this draft had a lot of them like that, where I could not believe that things weren't taken sooner.
Makes a lot of sense.
I was really surprised that there was no Elspeth Knights Errant taken. That card was really good for me last Roto in the white equipment deck. And then I was really hoping that Val was going to wind up with the Cabaretti Confluence for the Hell Rider combo, because he has the means to splash it, and it's a fun new card, but I know that Val hasn't been playing as much of the drafts lately, so he might not have been as familiar with that, or might have just been trying not to get too fancy.
So there are a couple things I was surprised about in your draft. One of them was not taking what's that card whose name I keep forgetting? The one drop sack outlet.
Oh, Carrion.
Given that it's something that you can Revel Arc back, and it gives you full access to the Anafenza combo off Revel Arc.
It does, yeah. Yeah, I don't love that it can't block. That's the main thing. I liked Gargadon over it for a sack outlet because it can't be targeted while in exile. And so you just have that means as soon as, turn 1, if it's in your hand, to turn on that part of the combo. And like, even if that is your only sack outlet, you can still sack a handful of times. Sometimes infinite isn't necessary. Sometimes you only need to do something 5 to 10 times instead, and that's good enough.
Well, I feel like it's probably not too table talky to tell you just a rules interaction. You can sack infinite times to Gargadon.
Oh, great.
You just have to do it in response to the previous trigger.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Just hold control.
Yeah, just hold control. What do you think was the most surprising pick of the draft? Oh, no, I already asked you that. Sorry, different interviews bleeding together a bit.
No worries.
What do you think your record is going to end up being?
I'd be happy to even get a single match one with a combo deck. I don't think I've ever played a combo deck in this cube. And so we'll see how it goes.
Wow.
But I have my...
So this was a brave draft for you then.
It sure was. But I figure pull off a Band-Aid now, and then the next one I can go with something simple, like just beat face or whatever.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
The spice of life is the title I give this deck.
All right. Well, we'll let you get back to it. I think we have deck lists for everyone. Is there anyone else you want to interview? It sounds like...
Why don't we just hang out and talk about the decks?
All right. I'll go back to the thing. So later, Graham.
Yeah.
All right. So we can hang around before people start some matches.
Yeah, it looks like Val is ready to battle, so we'll see if someone else on the other team is.
All right. Point. Yeah, just looking at these, specifically at the matchups, like where Val's going to have to fight against like Evan and Rob, who are blue. Both the aggro decks have matchups against like into Charles, who, like Charles said, has sweepers, has Elish Norn.
Yeah, Charles has 3 sweepers in his deck. He's got Doomscar, he's got Wrath of God, and he's got Elish Norn.
Mm-hmm.
Evan has Damnation. Rob has Evan has Massacre Girl as well as Damnation.
Yeah.
Rob has does Rob have any sweepers? Looks like
looking
he does
at it,
not.
Doesn't really look like it. No.
Okay, so those are kind of the Evan and Charles are going to be the tough decks, just in terms of like ease of mass disruption for Val and Hollis for sure. Oh, they could potentially just go under Rob and Ketsy.
Mm-hmm. True. Yeah, just I don't think any, because sometimes in Roto, like, you're drafting a more like combo-y slower deck and you just happen to have all the aggro decks on your team and you just like really luck out. I feel like the teams in terms of being split, like Ketsy and Graham are kind of the more like combo-y assemble things, but Ketsy also can just like big Boros them out, just kind of mid-range them out. Yeah, very interested to see how some of these games are going to play out.
Yeah, I'm the Ketsy Graham match will be something to behold for sure.
Yeah, wow.
I think it'll be interesting to see Graham versus Evan as well, just because Evan has a lot of spot removal. And some counter magic as well, which could be pretty disruptive.
Yeah, Evan in that matchup is going to really have to rely on stuff like Dark Confidant or like Bitter Blossom or the Planeswalkers, Cruelty of Gix, just kind of out grinding and trying to also have counter magic for the combo pieces that matter, removal for the things that matter, stuff like that.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Val can have the resilience to break through these like very controlling wrath heavy decks. I think Val versus Charles is going to be real tough.
Yeah, because I think Val's build, where looking at the cards available, Val very easily could have taken like Strong Kirk Noble, like really push low to the ground, but just saying, these green cards that help you grind, Tireless Tracker, Doomscar Warrior, the Planeswalkers, they're just wide open. Nobody wants them. And the green 1-drops that help you ramp into your 3s faster are all just here. I could just take them. And I like that decision to say, hey, these people, there's a lot of more controlling decks. Let's just go up. Let's go up a little bit and be more like green-red mid-range. No, what's it called? Bloodbraid Elf.
No Bloodbraid Elf. It's possible that he thought with like Green Sun Zenith and Perforos's Intervention.
Song of the Dryads was enough.
I mean, Song of the Dryads is pretty solid to hit off of it a lot of the time, but the X spells are really punishing if you hit them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Lots of good cards in this deck, though.
Yeah, definitely true. It's gonna be interesting. It's always interesting when both of the aggro decks end up on the same team.
Hold on. Chrome Host Seed Shark in Evan's deck makes incubates, which are artifacts.
Yeah, I mentioned
for
that.
Urza. You did?
Yeah,
okay,
I did.
Nice.
I mean, I didn't connect the line with Urza specifically.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, it did make Evan's main deck, it looks like. Mm-hmm. Although Cold Steel Heart did not, which breaks my heart. But
interesting. Nobody took... Okay, really... Here's the fun thing. Can we go to the remaining cards
while
we're waiting?
You want to just
Hawkins still being there? I just totally forgot. Like
Vivid Grove, despite Sean being like a 5-color deck. World Tree not as surprising maybe, but
look at the white column. Just so much is gone.
Just nothing left in white.
Like 3.
No respect for my boy Mickey K.
Yeah.
It looks like we're gonna get a battle pretty soon.
Wow. Hawken is still here. Just trying to look at like specific
like cards that are very strong. I mean, Stromkirk Noble is still being there, although red aggro is often. I'm
surprised Sean didn't take Young Pyromancer. Just has so many spells.
Yeah.
See if there's like Jaxos is still
Oracle of Moldiah is pretty surprising.
Green was wide open. Triple Beast Challenge still on the table. Hornet Queen. Yeah, this makes sense. Like lots of reanimation targets. Larger
because there's
things.
Only so many people in that thing. Liliana Death's Majesty
and Grave Titan.
No black reanimation this time. Essentially, like unless you count, Graham with Invasion of Tolvada or whatever.
Yeah, so interesting. The gold section, I feel like typically a lot of times can get fought over a lot, and in this one, just not really fought over that much. Like the blue-black one really heavily, and then like black-white, blue-white, and red-black because of Graham.
Yeah, they got taken, but they didn't really get fought over. Like Graham got all the red-black cards.
Yeah, and the green-blue just like...
Graham got all the white-black cards.
Interesting to see black-blue get so fought over, and then like just stuff like Prismari Command, which a lot of the times functions as Kolaghan's Command, just still on the table.
Yeah. Also, like, the treasure is nothing to sneeze at from that in a deck that wants a lot of mana or a lot of colors of mana.
Also, one thing fun to consider, obviously not necessarily what should have been done, but Yorian Sky Nomad there, if you're mono white, you could just take it and just, if you don't want to have to cut cards.
We have 2 battles we can sit on: Evan versus Rob, or Ketsi versus Val.
They're on the same team.
Oh, you're right. They are.
So why don't we do Ketsi versus Val?
All right, sounds good. Hello. Would both of you please stream for us?
Yes, one sec. Let me
switch OBS to the games view.
I gotta move my.
Yeah, Two-Blade, I think we often see this from the roto to roto, especially with different drafters, is the metagame changes a lot. Let me grab the Discord window here.
There we go.
Yeah. Hopefully we can hopefully this sticks with the different channels as we move between them, but if I have to adjust it every time, I'll just adjust it every time.
It's not too bad.
All right, so Val versus Ketsi. That is red-green aggro mid-range versus big Boros cheats.
Yeah. Ketsi has a lot of disruption. Journey to Nowhere, Ossification, Chain to the Rocks, Oust, Volcanic Spite, Rip Apart. Just a lot of ways to kind of like interact early. And so we'll see. We'll see how this ends up. This Cera Paragon's so... I mean, I guess you have the white creatures that can die early, such as like Thraben Inspector, and you have some fetch lands to get back as well. But yeah.
I'm sure we'll see them battle at some point.
Don't worry. It's coming. Really getting a feel for the nuts and bolts of what playing in a roto draft is like.
Yeah.
You're getting it warts and all. All right. And now we have a freeform challenge.
And they're off. So the way they typically do this is we will switch between the drafters each game in a match. So we get at least one game from the perspective of each one. And we're going to try to...
Getting cut off a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up. If that's Ketsi? Or...
No, she figured it out. There we go.
There.
And we're going to try to get every drafter on stream at least once for at least a substantial chunk of a match. It can be a little tricky just based on how people combine and how quickly different matches go, because we usually don't want to leave a match once it's in progress. But
2 keepable 7s.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Ketsi got those high drops and those cheap disruption. Through the Breach was an incredible draw here.
I was gonna say, it's up there.
Plarg would also be quite good. Oh, wow. Karmic Guide also extremely good. Ketsi really well positioned against Val in particular. You have to expect Val will lead with a fair amount of relatively cheap but strong creatures, which Ossification and Oust can deal with, or even Volcanic Spite.
Ooh.
Looks like this is going to be a Stone Rain.
A Volcanic Spite, probably pushing a Tali.
Yeah, I would guess so.
Because you just want to at least a line is to... You just want to hit your land to eventually get there.
Through the Breach Archon, then Karmic Guide.
Exactly.
Back, yeah.
That's the power of a Modern Horizon symbol. And yeah, you just want to keep hitting your land drops.
Two Modern Horizon symbols in the hand, although Karmic Guide obviously originally printed in Urza's Destiny Legacy, I think, actually.
Prismatic Vista, also Modern Horizons too.
Yeah. I did go through the cube and cut many Modern Horizons cards, but a few of them did survive the purge.
Ooh.
And we are seeing their power in this draft.
I've been somewhat surprised lately by Ranger class, I'll say. Because at first when it was around, I think I wasn't the biggest fan of it. But kind of showing here where it's like helps you grind a little bit later if this game goes longer.
Yeah, and it presents a big threat. Like, if Ketsi let that live and Val pumped it, it starts to be like a real creature quite quickly. And then it's still like the threat is real.
Ketsi already ready to flex about this game 1, match 1 hand with this guy.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this draw has really come together. Everything has lined up really well.
Yeah.
An Oust for a token.
Val just a little bit too slow to really pressure, especially through 3 removal spells. And then it's hard to imagine what Val can play here that is better than an Archon of Cruelty. And in fact, this is indeed just going to die.
Yeah. Could have been worse. Could have played a Planeswalker. That would have gotten absolutely destroyed by this Archon.
I mean, Planeswalker, at least you can get one activation off, right?
I guess that's true. But Val's about to get mind rotted, which is...
Yeah.
It's going to be a rough one.
Ketzi, of course, is going to draw 2 cards, gain 6 life. Val's going to take 12, and he'll think, okay, maybe I can battle back once this is gone. It only lasts 1 turn. And then Ketzi's going to play Karmic Guide, and Val is going to concede.
Sure.
That's my official prediction.
Makes sense. I think, you never know. I'm trying to think of, in Val's deck, like, is there... I'm trying to remember the list off the top of my head. If there's a way to deal with the Karmic Guided back Archon, Perforos's intervention, like there's a chance, like Val can get out of this. It's not.
Although, Ketzi gets to draw another card off the Archon coming back, and it gives her so many outs to have something really good. That's funny. Ketzi may be considering going for the greedy line here.
I mean, I think if
getting Elesh Norn value.
If you think you're good for it, I think it makes sense because, like, if this was Val's best play last turn, is just to
level Ranger
class and like do nothing else, like. You could take a turn off and, you double Karmic Guide, which doesn't really have any effect, but double Archon is just like a really big card swing.
Yeah, and like, as you pointed out, like, the biggest risk for Ketzi here is that Val just has spot removal for the Archon, and if he spot removes the Elesh Norn instead, and Ketzi can keep the Archon in play, that's game.
Also, next turn, if you don't draw land, you can Ambitious Farmhand, get 2 lands, then Karmic Guide.
I think just resolving the double Archon trigger will probably be enough, but I doubt Ketzi will be able to resist going for the farmhand value.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is this the Perforos's intervention? Yeah, all right. Well, heads up play from Ketzi. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. I think it's fine.
Oh, man.
You're not really in a rush.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
She's still going for the farmhand first to get that land.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, and then Feldon here, it just forces Val to have, like, removal spell after removal spell, and I'm not sure there's anything that can deal with this Archon anyway in his deck at this point.
I think we may be seeing...
Yeah,
I'm not expecting to hand this out so early.
Yeah, this is surprising, but
this might be the winner of, at least for today, our Steamroller Award, sponsored by Caterpillar. This game 1 from Ketzi has really just... Everything has come up Ketzi.
It has... Yeah, Val has had no chance at any point here, it feels like. Ooh, there it is. There is something that can deal with the Archon, so...
But still just having to... Like, Val's just down 3 cards, and Ketzi's got 3 just from Archon.
Absolutely.
It's just so brutal.
She probably doesn't even want to pay for this Karmic Guide here, because, like, she can Feldon back Karmic Guide and then get Elesh Norn permanently. Oh, no, here it is. Going for the attack.
The clock.
Yeah. Makes some sense here. Like, it is a 2-power attacker. Val is going to be at 2 at the end of this turn.
Hello? Did the game brick? Oh, okay. I was like, why is...
I think Ketzi was double checking the flip condition on Ambitious Farmhand.
Yeah, we're really happy to... These sponsorships have really let us take it to the next level.
Yeah.
Which is very exciting. Looking forward to more in the future.
Yeah. Shouts out to our corporate overlords for...
allowing us to live.
Yeah,
you know?
Plowing money into our hands.
Professional Facebreaker and Birds of Paradise.
Birds of Paradise does block that Karmic Guide, although Ossification solves that problem. Or just Feldening back Elishnorn, I suppose.
I was going to say, I think that will do it.
Not capping this Archon of Cruelty.
To get the double ossification makes sense.
Oh, yeah,
just trying to squeeze maximum value.
Just stunting at this point, frankly.
Choose the land you want to enchant.
Still not tapping Archon here. There's that concession.
Makes sense. All right.
Val did, to his credit, live substantially longer than I expected.
Yeah.
All right, let's switch over to Val's stream here. Make sure that's showing up on OBS. Yes, good.
Okay, Nissa in the sideboard.
Nissa in the sideboard, surprising to me. I would have pegged her as more powerful than Vivian, generally speaking.
And Ketsi, trying to think. I like bringing in Nissa to deal with all of Ketsi's enchantments.
Yeah, because she's high. She's heavy on that because it's so good with Elishnorn, but it is a risk when you've got the disruption.
Yeah, and Rex Sage
Rex Sage
as well.
too. Does Val remember that Nissa has that ability? Because it's not the one you think of normally, right?
Yeah.
Like it's. There you go. It's rereading it. The normal play pattern with Ascended Animist is just +++ because every one of those XXs is just so powerful.
It's a beating.
Sometimes you just need to deal with a problem permanent.
It's true. I think if I was looking for a cut here, maybe like Goblin Guide, just like you're on the play in this game, so if you want to play Goblin Guide and just really try and be aggressive before Ketsi can get to her
I kind of
combos,
like the more aggressive build.
then maybe cutting something like Bloated Contaminator.
Yeah, I could see Bloated Contaminator. I could see Tireless Tracker makes sense to me, although I would probably put in Nissa over Kitchen Finks. I don't know what Kitchen Finks is really doing here. This is not
dealing with burn from
it's
Ketsi?
something you can sacrifice multiple times, but it seems like plan A.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, we'll see where we also looking at Chandra Torch of Defiance. I'm trying to think if there's anything there.
I don't know. I mean, like, it can deal with Felden, but Val's got ways of dealing with Felden. It doesn't really answer Mom. It doesn't. I don't like it as much as I like Nissa as just a way to be proactive and really pound it. Yeah. Also, it's worth noting, Val is playing 16 lands here, including Turn Timber and Shatterskull.
Whoa.
I mean, he has 3 1-mana accelerants, so it makes some sense.
And Once
Upon a Time.
Yeah, okay.
But, like, that could be one of the reasons he's really reticent to put 5s in his deck.
Let me just say, Ketsi, never one to give up on value, using nearly all of the sideboarding clock, probably paying attention to her cats, just doing something. Ooh, all right. This is a pretty nice draw from Val.
Yeah. This is much faster than the last one, and will really put the pressure on Ketsi unless she can string together removal spells like she did last time. Likely that Val gets a hit off this Robber of the Rich, like a trigger, and if Ketsi doesn't remove it immediately, then another one next turn, and the ability to cast the first one. Usually you want to play Robber in a situation like this rather than Ranger class, both because it has haste, you just start getting those things into exile, which is relevant against Ketsi, given that, like, anything in her deck can be live with a bunch of shuffle effects and related things. Oust is a great one to get here, just because it's cheap to cast in addition to other stuff.
Anytime a rogue attacks. And also with Ranger class, I think you can get a lot of value out of it, just playing it on 4. Obviously, Val already has a 4 in Rampaging Raptor.
Seasoned Hollowblade is a good blocker here. I mean, it's reasonably likely Ketsi has something she's willing to discard. But if Val attacks with Robber of the Rich, even if Ketsi blocks and discards, Val can still just cast Oust on this and Ranger class and still put Ketsi somewhat behind.
True. I think you can also just kind of develop your board with Legion Warboss. You could draw something that could make a difference, like versus the Seasoned Hallowblade, like a Bolt, force it to discard and tap, and then you can oust.
Yeah, I see this line as well. Like, get the attack with the Goblin. Ketsi's not going to want to block that unless she's planning on discarding this turn anyway.
Yeah, and Rampaging Raptor next turn is just going to
Rampaging Raptor attack all just makes it annoying to deal with at that point.
Mm-hmm. Because at this point, I think you're trying to... For Val, the kind of lines of play with decks like this you want to get into is you want your opponent to have to respond to you with things that you can do to, like, answer it.
Yeah.
I.e., like a Planeswalker. I guess Ketsi doesn't really have, like, cheaper Planeswalkers that can deal with this. Or, like, Rex Sage, where you're like, oh, okay, now you played enchantment removal, I can Rex Sage.
Yeah, so here Ketsi just clearly wanted to discard Archon anyway, so might as well just take the block there, save a life.
Saving a single life is kind of interesting. I wonder how much she has to get rid of in her hand. I guess also just wanting to keep the board clean because she doesn't have sudden demise or like a sweeper.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you don't want to let the goblins get too big, especially it's possible Val has, as far as Ketsi knows, it's possible Val has a Rabble Master in hand as well, or just draws one soon.
Mm-hmm.
Easy for those goblins to get out of control. Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing Val's got to be wondering here is, like, how soon is that Archon coming into play?
Which, trying to remember Ketsi's deck list, the earlier it can come into play is with late to dinner.
Ooh, and there's an answer.
There's something. Val
needs to disrupt that, or that Archon is both entering the battlefield and attacking next turn. There's that Rabble Master.
So now, at this point... This is really brutal because you almost want to just throw the robber in the face of this to use the oust to maybe.
Yeah, but Val is going for the rampaging raptor instead.
I suppose. Ooh. All right. If you just want to fully put them to the test, like
yeah. I mean, Ketsi can eat 2 good creatures here, but she's taking damage if, like, presumably she's eating the Legion Warboss and the robber. This does put Oust out of range for Val, which is a little annoying.
Yeah.
But it does mean Val has this goblin token he can sacrifice to the Archon. Although I guess if Val is left with 2 creatures, Archon enters the battlefield and attacks. So
you're losing both.
Yeah. I think I would have gone for the oust line you were talking about, but it's possible Val has something a line he's up his sleeve that we're not seeing.
The power of 17th pick Archon.
Yeah.
Now I think you probably...
I mean, you have to choose one card to keep in hand at this point.
Ranger class, I guess, helps you grind a little bit more. It doesn't interact with...
Yeah, so you have to assume, if you're Val, that you're drawing removal for Feldon here, and that Ketsi just has nothing else going on.
Yeah.
Rabble Master also does attack around Hollowblade pretty well, so it's not a crazy one to keep. Certainly Rex Sage isn't doing much there.
What a huge life swing. Val's at 2, and Ketsi is at 18.
Yup. And that's not a removable spell.
I was gonna
so
say
that's this match. That was a
quick one.
A very quick one.
Thanks again to Caterpillar for sponsoring that one.
All right, we've got ongoing matches: Evan and Sean, Hollis and Rob, Charles and Graham.
Let's see Charles and Graham.
Okay. Hey folks, would y'all mind streaming your screens, please?
Sure.
Remember, you got to stream the whole screen, not just the Magic Online window, unfortunately.
Yep. I am on the phone though, so.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, Two-Blave, you're right.
Did OBS pick this up? No.
It's okay if you right-click.
Yeah, no, I got it. It's
cool.
just
Try clicking again, see what happens. No.
This is the Wowie, it's another match. Why is it not seeing anything? Alright, let me try doing that. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you for your patience.
So we are in the middle. Kicked Null Priest is on the stack.
One stack. What game is this?
1.
Okay.
Alright, this is game 1. Okay, so saw it coming, dealt with this.
Dealt with the kicked Null Priest, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That Revelark is an elk, which is one of the few ways to effectively deal with a Revelark.
Mm-hmm.
Although Restoration Angel can undo that at instant speed. What's in the graveyard here?
Kiki-Jiki, Anafenza, Solemn Simulacrum, and Imperial Recruiter.
Yeah, so... Splinter Twin can also make Revelarks. And Kiki-Jiki can also make Revelarks. So potentially Graham could go for a Splinter Twin on Lark. Copy it to even kill Oko, potentially. Although Charles is very much threatening Graham's life total here as well.
I was going to say, as the PowerPoint has been showing, this game can end as early as next turn with Celestial Colonnade. Thank you. Co-commentator receiving a Negroni right now. I do believe that it is 3:47. So, as one James Buffett has been likened to say, it's probably 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, 5:47 at least.
That's true. 5:47 somewhere.
Yeah, so what's the line here? You can make a Revelark this turn, bring back Kiki-Jiki Recruiter.
Doing this main phase, so you're 1 mana short of like Splinter Twinning something
as well. Yeah, although it's not clear what there is to twin. Well, if Charles has the counter magic, then I think this game is simply over. Charles's graveyard looking very blue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, love this decision from Graham
to concede,
to right click, hit concede, free to do it anytime.
Yep. All right, let's switch to Charles's stream. So Charles is up 1-0. Charles, we need you to stream your whole screen, not just the Magic Online window. All we can see is cursor trails right now.
If that's possible. I know you said you were on your laptop.
We'll see if this happens.
See. If we have to watch both from Graham's perspective, not the end of the world.
Both. There could be 3 games in this match.
Oh, sorry. Both of the full games. Potential full games.
Would you mind jotting down who we've watched full and partial games of on your phone?
I got it.
I want to make sure we get everyone as much as we can. Yeah, it's looking like Charles is unable to do that. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
Graham logged out of Magic Online for some reason.
Controversial decision.
All right.
Love to see how it would work out. So we have seen QQ and Val. I'd like to get another one of Val's decks.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him not
really go off.
Not fail.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that got recorded in the records tab as well.
QQ and Val.
Yeah. So, early lead for Team Chipotle Cholula.
True. Oh wow, do they have to like re-battle?
I guess.
We're seeing Graham doing some self-doxing of
Let me check in and see what's going on. What is happening here with the match?
My computer was not allowing me to interact with Magic Online, so I had to quit, and then I quit out of the game, or the app that I think was causing the problem, and now I'm trying to rejoin, and it's saying waiting for all players to submit deck.
Oh, I submitted my deck. So.
Oh, I was the problem. Sorry.
All right.
I didn't click return to game.
Great.
My bad.
Yeah, Charles, we can't see your stream properly right now, so we can either just watch Graham the whole match, or you can stream your whole screen rather than just the window.
All right. Let me try one more time. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's working. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Not to get too into the nitty-gritty OBS stuff, but we could also just have the background of this scene be the whole secondary screen rather than Discord.
Oh well. Next time, maybe we get another sponsorship.
Probably do it now. All right, Charles down to 6 cards in hand, but a pretty solid 6.
Yeah. These tap lands are a little awkward because you want to leave you want to be able to like ponder and then hold up Mana Leak the next turn. I mean, but if you have to delay pondering, not the end of the world.
Yeah, like there's an argument to delay pondering anyway.
I think so.
Know what you want. I mean, obviously in this case, Charles kind of doesn't want lands because he's got a lot of them, but there's still plenty of stuff that might be useful.
Turn 1 fluting. All right, let's see it. Pitching Kiki Jiki Firebolt. Flouting, sorry. What's up, Ferns? The cube,
hey, Ferns.
The cube has been an interesting one. We've had some real Fuego decks. Ooh,
that is for sure.
Condemn being an instant here, really important. Now I think, okay, leaving up Mana Leak makes sense. Versus pondering, trying to bait Smuggler's Copter. All right. Just Mana Leaking while you can.
I mean, keeping that Smuggler's Copter off of the triggering makes a lot of sense to me, even though like this Null Priest isn't necessarily going to be that relevant, especially versus Condemn.
Yeah.
You just kind of want to keep Graham from getting really good card quality.
Mm-hmm. That is a shuffle. Yeah, now you just have Condemn left up. And you have the green mana in play for Joint Exploration, which is really nice when your hand is just a lot of lands. Now Graham has a flashbackable Faithless Looting in the graveyard. Tiki Jiki in the graveyard, Smuggler's Copter on the battlefield, lots of looting options available, and with
Cycling Rogren Triumph. Just digging. Which is, like, it makes sense. He wants to be able to find the combo pieces to put together. But it also gives Charles time to assemble a unbeatable array of disruption.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it lets Charles untap.
Ooh, Tef is a good one.
That's a real nice one. So here, do the lands... Yeah, so they entered the battlefield untapped, so you could have access to 2 more mana and potentially have a counter spell as well.
Yeah, it's possible. There's no counterspell in hand, but it could come off the top.
Yeah, if there's something, say, like the battle, the 5 mana battle, you can try and draw into it.
I'm glad to see Joint Exploration getting some play. I know people have been down on it, but...
Yeah, Imperial Recruiter really showing its power here, especially with Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, it can... We don't know exactly what Graham needs, but pretty much whatever it is, Imperial Recruiter can find it.
Yeah, I wonder what the...
Charles not going to dig for the counter spell for that one, though.
Makes sense.
Bellringer. So that suggests that Graham has access to some sort of reanimation spell, whether it is a Revel Arc or Late to Dinner. No, Late to Dinner is in Ketsy's stack, and Null Priest is in the graveyard, but Null Priest, or the other Priest of Fell Rights, is an option. So many priests. There's Anafenza into the yard.
Condemned is a really nice way of actually dealing with Copter.
Condemned is extremely strong, but really is only applicable in these more controlling white decks, so it often doesn't get the attention it maybe deserves. Ooh, Wrath of God could be good here.
Also, Charles, with his own Wrath of God art, the textless one, do love it. Do really like that.
Yeah, that is not the one he got traded by Liz.
7th edition Plains, also absolute gas. So here, playing Tef, and you can plus and hold up Thirst for Discovery. Imperial Recruiter
and
not
threaten
really...
a counterspell, even though Charles does not have it. Graham does not know that, so...
It's true. Especially in a deck with so many counterspells.
Graham kind of has to respect it.
Yeah. That is the one thing really powerful about being the blue deck that has the majority of the counterspells, is people will sometimes psych themselves out of making plays.
Yeah.
Sometimes where they're like, oh, well, I don't have this get counter, they play slower. Whereas sometimes because you think, oh, well, they played Teferi, and plus they very clearly have something. And while that something there is something, i.e. Thirst for Discovery, it's not a counterspell.
Yeah. Yeah, and Graham is, as you said, not an experienced combo drafter. Mm-hmm. So he may not have a clear understanding of when it's a good idea to go for it, even in the face of possible counter magic, and when it's not. Also, didn't end up picking up, I think, any hand disruption, so he doesn't have a good way of peeking in on what Charles has going on.
Mm-hmm. Can I just say, it's a treat to watch this deck from Charles. This is something in Roto we don't always see, just blue, these grindy control decks, but specifically, Charles has fun plans. There's an Uro that is pretty close to coming out. Mm-hmm. There's Lutri to copy spells. There's a lot of fun stuff. And
but it is also just sort of it's a by the books control deck.
We don't see it. I feel like people try to sometimes go a little too wild in Roto, and I get it because you want to have fun and just have a saucy deck. Who doesn't? But yeah, I love making decisions.
Ooh, Faithless Looting, Revel Arc into the yard. Interesting. So Graham's got to have something. because like he had, assuming no disruption on Charles's part, which Charles clearly just drew the counter spell. Graham did have the ability to slam Bellringer this turn and then evoke Revelark next turn and just win the game if Charles had nothing up.
Really love this. Just Uro, let's just get a bunch of lands.
Hey, Josh Jelen.
Hello. Just lots of options.
Josh, Charles is drafting a deck that I associate with you, just the blue-white control, little bit of green. Interestingly, Charles cannot flash back this Uro here. It is not an option. So here's
Not
where
now.
if
Now it's an option.
now it is an option. Here's where if Graham had kept Revelark in hand, discarded something else, he could just evoke Revelark, get back Bellringer and Kiki-Jiki, win the game next turn. And now he doesn't have that option. Even if he has a reanimation spell, Revelark won't leave the battlefield this turn. And Charles's shield's down. Graham doesn't know that, but
Yeah. This is also something where, like, in Graham's deck, Graham has Vindicate, correct?
yes.
This is something where it's like, this singular turn, unless Charles cycles into a counterspell, like something like Kaya, like these kind of like cards that let you grind harder versus like, you're seeing where combo decks you have to spend picks getting the combo cards you need, you kind of can miss out
Silvada,
on.
yeah.
Tilvada to get back
Revelark, presumably.
and you have to have a way to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Charles does have a way of dealing with this, right? Charles can play Elspeth Sun's Champion, -3 to kill Revelark. Graham does get back Bellringer Kiki-Jiki, but then Charles can just tuck one of them with Teferi, and
You can go infinite, but it doesn't do anything.
Right,
Because you
right.
can't attack, yeah.
so like this is why trying to go for the evoke would probably have been the line I went, although I don't know what was in Graham's hand. Sorry, Josh, we don't have the super saucy tech to show both hands right now.
What a draw. Oko completely shuts down Revelark right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the gifts?
Malamet, I mean, to some degree, yes, but there's also a point at which, like, you have to acknowledge if the game goes long, Charles will only have it more locked down, and you, like, this is going to be your best option to dodge a counter, whichever way it goes.
Interesting.
I mean, the fact of the matter is this is just not a very good matchup for Graham.
I think Charles is thinking of gifting, getting back Elishnorn, and then tucking Revelark, and it's just like...
Yeah.
But then you could still have the Village Bellringer live?
Yeah, you could have it live. You could even play Splinter Twin on it, but it doesn't do anything. It just have a bunch of zero.
It just doesn't matter at that point, yeah. Or you could just, if you really want to play it safe...
Ooh, doing this first.
I think trying to bait Graham into maybe... Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, so Graham does have the ability to Kiki-Jiki copying Imperial Recruiter.
True.
Which he is not doing. It's unclear.
Yeah, can continue to do this as many times as you want.
It just, I don't know what the value of getting a bunch of Bellringers.
I mean, I think Graham might just be excited that the combo's on the table and wants to do it.
It's possible, yeah.
Maybe unaware this is in Charles's turn.
Maybe?
Might have figured it out. Alright. And now you do the thing. No instant speed 1 mana removal from Graham, right?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Who ended up with Path to Exile? Was it Hollis?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh yeah, that was pick 5 from Hollis.
It's true, the gifts do just keep ungiving. Alright, now if you're Graham, you need to get some value off of this Imperial Recruiter.
Yeah. Targeting Bellringer again?
Why not? Just make some more.
I don't...
Let's keep going.
This seems like just spinning wheels to me. I'm not sure what's going on
We
here.
love here TGA, taking game actions. And we're
Does
taking
Graham
them
have, like, a way to put Meat Hook Massacre into play at instant speed or something?
I don't believe that exists in Moddy. Yeah, -1/2 is the brand new Squire. Very bold of them to print this.
What is
I
going
just
on
don't
here?
understand. Graham, already at 19 minutes, out of 40, wants to... Let's just keep going. I mean, this is game 2, you're down a game.
There's one Convoke spell in the cube. It's not in Graham's deck, and it costs black mana.
Yeah. Really controversial decision here.
He must have some...
And did not Imperial Recruiter.
Yeah, did not ever copy the card with the ETB that does
I think,
something.
we could maybe give... this is a lot of death happening on screen right now. There's a lot of triggers. And so we could go ahead and give out our Big Death Award, sponsored by Stonemore Death Care Products and Services. Thank you again for sponsoring the stream.
Yeah, I mean, if there were a Meat Hook Massacre to be had, it does seem like that could have been very good for Graham. But
where were you when John Lennon was killed? True. Also, let me just say, as I said with Charles, really correct decision to pick Elishnorn.
Yeah.
Where he was like, so many of people's decks just die to it, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You don't even need a Traxa. Look at Elishnorn on this board.
Yeah, Elishnorn really, really strong.
If you want to hop over, I think this one's pretty locked up.
Yes, that is true. Do we have a new match going on yet?
We could hop over.
Because we could just follow. We could do
Robin Hollis. We haven't seen either of them.
Yeah, but I think what we want to do, because once this match finishes,
oh, I see.
Then we get a new pair of matches, and we can get a start to finish match with either either of these two, or we could wait and do a start to finish match with two people we haven't seen before.
True.
So yeah, maybe
of which we have Evan, Sean, Hollis, and Rob.
Yeah, maybe we just wait for those four to swap
at some point.
Yeah. All right, I'll hop over to Rob and Hollis then.
All right.
Two-Blade and Evan are already streaming. Do you want to just go there?
Yeah, we just... Well, Two-Blade is playing poker.
Oh, I see.
Shouts out.
Here. Hello. What game is this?
This is game 1, if you can believe it.
Ooh,
if you can believe it.
1. Interesting.
Sean, would you mind streaming your screen as well, if you have a chance?
I can't actually. My device is not able to.
Okay. We'll just watch Evan then.
Yeah.
All right.
No Sean POV, I'm afraid, but...
a little unfortunate, but look at the side. Wow, Evan pulled this out. Look, 0 cards in library for...
Wow, that is a mill victory. Holy shit.
Game 1. Absolutely.
That's beautiful. Love to
Unfortunately, Josh, there is no deck list command, but I think, isn't it on screen?
Yeah. You can go to the bit.ly/ModdyRoto22 up in the upper right hand of the stream, and that will get you to everything you need to know. Unfortunately, our website master was busy this weekend, so we don't have the deck lists that people submitted up online, but you can see what everyone drafted.
Really interested. I'm looking at how Evan built this deck.
Cruelty of Gix in the sideboard, Cold Steel Heart. Gearhulk and Epiphany in the sideboard.
That makes sense to me. Like if one of those is going to be in the sideboard, both of them.
Yeah, definitely. And he didn't have a lot of instants to begin with, so
yeah, that's fair. Same with Kefnet, makes sense.
I mean, Cold Steel Heart being in there, I love a Cold Steel Heart, but like if he is going lower to the ground, which he clearly is, lots of 2s here. Really not much high end other than Ugin. Ugin is a surprising one in the main board to me.
He pulled it into the out of the side.
Oh, I
think he's debating it.
Yeah, because like going from like topping out at 5 to an 8 drop is a big jump,
and especially against Sean's deck, which only has permanents that are 3 CMC or less. It's not like you can Ugin and like -6 to like completely wipe a board or anything like that. Yeah. We shall see.
We shall indeed. So, Sean, for those of you who didn't see the draft portion, is on a 5-color Luris Companion deck, mostly blue-red, which is fun for the Luris Companion. With Time Warp and a bunch of other stuff. It's a collection of cards, that is for sure.
Mm-hmm. Interested what Evan wants to bring in Spell Skype for?
Yeah, I mean, Sean has some spot removal, but
this is also...
It also, I mean, Spellskite does, like, Evan has a fair number of, like, X1s between Valky and Dark Confidant, Phantasmal Image. I guess Phantasmal Image doesn't get saved by Spellskite, but like a fair number of things that Spellskite can protect from just like a Ren and 6 ping.
Yeah, and the 41 card special from Evan, love it. When you can't decide what to take out, just play it. Just play both of them. Yeah, Evan's deck, he took a lot of just like the classic value cards.
Just really, really powerful spells.
When you first pick Thoughtseize, this is kind of the deck you end up in.
Yeah.
Just like your deck is just pretty good.
No black cards. There are no black lands in this hand.
You're on the draw. I love keeping a 7, especially
Condescend definitely helps you dig a bit.
Phantasmal Image could just be sick later. Who knows?
Yeah, Evan, no hesitation on that keep.
You're up a game. This is an up a game keep. I love it. A little unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Sean, not too surprisingly, starting on double Triumph, given how many lands are in his deck.
Oh, that's really awkward. You have to hold up Condescend. But
I think so.
Absolutely.
Condescend also helps you find an untapped black source here.
Yeah.
Unless Evan's debating.
Unless you figure, okay, I'll let you get in a 2 or 3, whatever, and then next turn I can Despise and hold up Condescend.
Yeah, but the problem is that Sean's deck is only 2s. Like,
that's not entirely true.
I know it's not entirely true, but like Condescend loses value way faster against Sean than it does against most people.
True. Red, blue. Ooh, Stowaway.
Would have been a pretty good one to Condescend, although I guess like Heartless Act is also good for dealing with it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Evan will just go for the Seed Shark.
I kind of like
and try to just like get more value.
Your hand just has so many spells.
I mean, if Evan draws an untapped land here, he can also just next turn Phantasmal Image, copy Seed Shark, and
go off.
Yeah,
I think maybe hitting the Despise, just trying to.
Ooh, Ren and 6. Getting rid of this Ren and 6 is pretty good.
Yeah, especially with. Sean missed a land drop.
Yeah.
And now just really expressive. Yeah.
I mean, this Phantasmal Image is not surviving if Sean doesn't want it to. In fact, none of these cards are surviving if Sean doesn't want them to. But
yeah,
Ren and 6 is just a way for him to grind them.
Let me just say that pick right there. Like I was talking to Evan a little bit about this because he was talking about being like a black-white deck potentially beforehand, and he was talking about first picking Thoughtseize, where I said Despise, a lot of the time, it's not straight Thoughtseize, but looking at this hand, if Evan Thoughtseized Sean, I think he probably would have ended up taking Renin 6.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it filled the same role, and it's why like first picking Evan also missing a land. Oh no, that was 3.
That was 3.
Yeah, he was on 3. And now Sean can just pitch something like Kari Zev, who's like not really doing anything.
Sean can even just pass the turn and flip this, which might have led me, if I were in Evan's shoes, to try to Phantasmal Image instead of holding up Condescend, just because like Sean's motivated to play around the counter magic anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, you want Evan to have to spend the mana on his turn.
But it looks like Evan is getting rewarded for... Ooh, nope, not quite. That extra land drop.
I was going to say, this is really nice.
Look really nice for Sean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is kind of the power of something like this. Ooh, that's a big thing to counter. However, this isn't just nothing because Sean can get this back with Luris very quickly.
True. I mean, it'll take 6 mana, but yeah, it will come back eventually. Yeah, getting this has worked out pretty well for Evan. Getting this Skull Clamp counter is very good because his deck is just gonna have a really hard time grinding that out.
And you just gotta bottom both of these. You just need to hit land drops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you know Sean's entire hand at this point because of the land and Skull Clamp being played. Expressive Iteration is good, but Valky can't take any of these cards. Teferi is just too far off.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, so this is the last match of round 1. It looks
so now you can double spell.
And it sounds like Rob won against Hollis. So the mono white deck losing to
the blue-black.
Yeah, blue-black, more controlling kind of thing, which puts Team Chipotle Cholula up 2 rounds. It looks like Graham and Charles did not report. But we know that was Charles in 2-0. So that actually puts Chipotle Cholula up 3-0.
So right now, looking at Evan's decision, because Evan has perfect information of what Charles has, and like you have to imagine Expressive Iteration because just to draw cards might happen next turn. Obviously with the loot you don't know, but something like Kalidas just dies to Dismember on the cheap. So you're incentivized to not do that. Phantasmal Image, there's not a ton of great hits. I think this line is okay from Evan.
Yeah, I think now you kind of have to Heartless Act the looter.
I might even Phantasmal Image your own Dark Confidant because
that's an interesting one.
Because if you hit land 5 next turn, you could Chrome Seed Shark and then Heartless Act afterwards. Or I like Heartless Acting the looter, just like you just want to stop Sean from being able to play his game.
Yeah,
you don't want to let him. Like, there's a lot of interesting decisions on this turn, I think, is what can be said. Josh Shellen, as someone who first picked Thoughtseize last draft, Roto draft, when it should have been Lutri, I agree. Thoughtseize is taken way too high. But also, it's a classic.
Evan choosing to just hold up Heartless Act here. I don't think Sean has a lot of counter magic, so it's
notably
mostly safe.
Before attacks.
I mean, if you're going to do it before attacks, it seems like... I mean, yeah. I don't know.
You're not blocking Kari Zev, and you're not blocking the Ragavan because it has Menace.
Ooh, killing Kari Zev. That's interesting. Evan going for protecting his life total over protecting Sean's card quality, or limiting Sean's card quality.
Now, I think if you're Sean, you just got free reign here to Expressive Iteration, probably hit a land off of it. You have Dismember.
Yeah, between Stowaway and Iteration, definitely. I'd be shocked if Sean didn't have a land drop this turn.
The only reason I might... Is Terra Sunder an instant?
Yeah.
I could see waiting to flip your suspicious stowaway. Another Magic is a series of interesting decisions. You could also put the Luris into your hand. Okay.
So Sean discarding a land. He is clearly confident enough that he can get what he needs.
And I don't know the final build of Sean's deck. Overgrown Tomb might be relatively a low value land versus something else.
Yeah, it's possible. All right, we're missing 3 deck lists. We're missing deck lists from Charles, Sean, and Hollis.
Ooh, Arc Trail. So not playing Phantasmal Image, copying Dark Confidant, working out pretty good. Now having the option to just Kalidas, Chrome Host, Seed Shark, and Phantasmal Image?
Yeah.
Or attack with Creepy Tar Pit, which I don't think is probably the line.
I mean, Seed Shark, Image Seed Shark certainly will put the fear into Sean. Evan doesn't have any spells left to back that up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think right now Evan's deck, he bottomed to Fairy with the Scribe. He needs to grind. Like, because Sean still has Luris in exile, or in the companion zone, with so much fuel in the graveyard. Kari Zev
Tons of removal in hand.
Ren and 6 and Skull Clamp. And Evan is kind of just like, can't really interact that much.
This is where it's rough for Evan to have, like, cards that just really grind the game, like Cruelty of Gix in the sideboard.
True. Like, Cruelty of Gix can help you get out of these kind of spots.
I will be right back.
Makes sense. Alright. It's just you and me, chat. We're vibing. Trying to think of in Evan's deck, what's the best draw? Don't actually know at this point. Killing the original Chrome host. All right. Playing a land. Is Kalidas if a non-token... Oh, okay, an opponent controls. So, because Terra Sunder can't target, but Sean also just has, like, a lot of... Wow. Firing up Creeping Tar Pit. I suppose if you feel like you're behind and your opponent is able to outgrind you, trying to take some of the power out of their ability to go long by trying to make it a damage race, especially when Terra Sunder is... Oh no, Terra Sunder can't even hit Creeping Tar Pit because it's non-land permanent. Yeah, Terra Sunder can only target Chrome Host Seed Shark if it's kicked. And I think Evan just saying, hey, if I play Kalidas, I can't, it's just gonna die to Terra Sunder. So Creeping Tar Pit, like, I can get in a hit while I can. However, that does flip, not playing a spell does flip that, which makes this just straight draw and also a faster clock. So this is going to be a tough one, and this is something where I think Evan, I can't remember if he left in Ugin, but like some shots with Ugin to the dome, or even just spot removal here with the Chrome Host Seed Shark, like could be really, really big. Unless this Terra Sunder is coming down right now. Makes sense. And Sean's still missing land drops, but just content, like... Okay, well, there we go. Just content to just keep grinding. Like, you're ahead on cards. Ooh, okay. Debating between Kalidas and Riftwing. Kalidas lets you start gaining life and have... It gets better if you have kill spells in your hand, but you could also next turn, you have 6 mana, just draw a 2 mana removal spell and get some more value out of Kalidas. This is a little more mana efficient. If you wanted, you could also suspend the Riftwing and animate Creeping Tar Pit, start bashing in, but just wants to get this flipped Suspicious Stowaway off the battlefield. You gotta respect it.
Hello, I'm back. And better than ever.
It's true. Dying to a werewolf is certainly a plan. True. Ooh. That's a nice one. Evan could really use something like Shieldred's Edict here. Just play Kalidas, Shieldred's Edict, get a zombie.
Classic 6-drop out of the Luris Companion deck here.
Exactly. This is why Hydrated Crisis is so good. Also helps you grind. Ooh, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
That's exactly what it is. Essence Scatter here actually does mean that if Sean decides to go for a buyback and play Luris plan, Evan can answer that effectively.
True. Yeah, I agree. The X spells, I'm honestly surprised. Not so surprised. Oh, this is going to be exactly what you said it was. This is brutal.
What?
All right. Not targeting Luris.
Okay. All right, well.
Luris is a lifelinker. Maybe draw a removal spell, doesn't matter. We'll see. Thoughtseize. Now that's an interesting one. Let's see, sacrifice another vampire. So... Alright. The Creepy Tar Pit beats. That's true. Sometimes you simply smash that F6 button.
With a counterspell in hand.
True.
And mana to cast it.
Who among us has not done it before? But this is where, like, you can get back Ren and 6 and really start grinding.
Just anything.
By the way, it becomes night.
Good to know. Good to know.
It's not entirely irrelevant, because that werewolf's still in the hand. We'll see. Evan did, I believe, still leave the Ugin in, and like he's 2 mana off of it, but it's like reasonably a thing that could grind him out of this game.
It's just hard for me to imagine Sean not winning in 3 turns, you know?
Yeah, it that betrays and it becomes night. Alright. Getting Akari Zev out of the graveyard.
Just going for the aggression.
Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Let me just say, even if Evan does counter this Luris, like, Sean has a lot of cards in hand, and it's not even necessarily like, oh, Evan is a lock, but Evan would be in a lot better position.
I don't think Evan could win, given...
I don't think Damnation, like...
I don't know. He's going to put the Skull Clamp on something, like... I mean, unless he mills Sean out again.
True.
I think that's Evan's only real line at this point.
I mean, this Luris has to attack to gain life, and you have a Flyer and Creeping Tar Pit. Like, you can put Sean to 6.
Yeah.
Damnation. Well, you can't Damnation in the same turn. Shelldock Isle helps.
Yeah.
I can find
not
Uga.
a bad one.
And it's live right now. But now you have to be at the point where you can't even Thoughtseize because it will kill you.
All right, Massacre Girl under Shelldock is
it's a little bit awkward
It's a start.
because you lose your zombies. But...
Yeah.
Oh no, you don't want to do this. Oh yeah. Animating Creeping Tar Pit, you do want to do.
leaving up mana for the lethal Thoughtseize.
Exactly. You gotta bluff the removal spell. I respect it.
Fortunately, Kalida's having lifelink makes it a really effective blocker here.
That's true. But, Suspicious Stowaway and Hydroid Crisis right now have pseudo-unblockable. I think if you're Evan, you just have to attack with Riftwing. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, if Sean has a removal spell, you're not winning this game anyways. And so, like, it's probably not going to matter. You just have to try and get Sean as low as possible and just try and win the game from there. And now you're 1 mana off of your Ugin as well.
Oh no, did Rob and Val do a 3? Oh, Rob and Val might have messed up the swap.
Rip.
Oh.
We shall see.
Yeah.
All right. Going to 1 here. Can't remember if Sean has any burn to go to face. Ooh, Renin 6 -1 to the face is in fact burn. And it was on the table too.
Damn.
Alright, so there was no Ugin in there. Yeah, I think if you are Evan, where do you want to be with this? I think Cruelty of Gix just lets you grind. Grief. I'm just a big fan of Grief, but I don't even know if it's in the matchup here. This is something where, like, wow, Teferi Temporal Pilgrim out. I think Evan maybe just trying to go up on the hand disruption to try and... Because so many of, like, Sean's cards are so high impact, such as, like, Expressive Iterations, the Scry 2, like, Foth, Scry 2, Draw 2, stuff like that.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out matchups here.
It's fine.
It got
We're just waiting around for the
got suboptimal. 2 people were too eager to start battling.
So the only people we haven't seen yet are Hollis and Rob.
Yeah, but the only people we've seen full matches of are Graham and
Ketsi and Val
Yeah.
and Yeah.
Do we want to swap over to Graham and Ketsy? I kind of want to catch some of that match just because the combo v combo is always fun.
Sure, we could do that.
All right. I hate leaving a match mid-run, but
we'll check it out.
Hey folks, what's the record so far?
Game 1.
All right, This is game 1.
It's been a grind.
Yep.
It sure has. All right. So, let's see. Ketsy's graveyard has Feldon in it. No big targets, but Cera Paragons on the battlefield can rebuy Feldon, can rebuy Plarg. An Invasion of Tolvada is at 2 counters. There's a Falcon Wrath, 2. There is a Greater Gargadon with Suspend happening. Okay. So Falcon Wrath Aristocrat could just put the pressure to flip this invasion, which helps a lot. Ketsy can't really block the Aristocrat with... Yeah, I like attacking with both of these, and Ketsy's just going to have to let it go, because Graham can actually, if Ketsy discards Hallowblade, can sack Redcap to ping Hallowblade before it gets indestructible.
Ooh, that's a spicy one.
So there's not really even any profitable... Depending on what the card in Ketsy's hand is...
Yeah, and so Graham can just say, all right, go to damage.
I think you just... Sure, if you want to make it a 3/3, I don't think it gets lifelink at all.
Yeah. What is this? Why would you do that before combat damage?
It's a good question.
And then now Ketsy gets to tap the Holoblade. This is the worst way to possibly sequence this.
I mean,
sorry, future Graham.
No. I was gonna say this is putting the pressure on Ketsy. Like, how much do you value this card?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess if Graham,
it is really a way to do that. Like,
if Graham has a read that card is very good.
It's not a non-decision.
You're right. I take it back. I apologize, future Graham.
And now Ketsy, I think, is in a world of hurt with. And I would play. Yeah, I was gonna say I would play the Bloodstained Mire because like so much of Graham's deck is cheap. Has a Firebolt in the graveyard to like reach for face.
Yeah.
Just like,
also worth noting, like Gargadon's in this deck as a sack outlet, but it can also just like attack for 9 damage.
Yeah. This flipped.
Charles and Hollis just started battling. We could go watch them if you want. Although I know we just popped in here. Let's finish up this match, actually.
I mean, this is game 1, and Charles and Hollis... We haven't seen Hollis at all, and we've seen both of these people, like, partially.
Yeah, that's true.
And
it is nice to start from the beginning of a match every now and then.
Yeah. Well, why don't we hop over?
All right.
Let's just hop over. This is also... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh.
Hello, pals. Can you stream for us, please?
Yeah.
Hollis, you have to stream the whole screen, not just the window, just because Magic Online is a nightmare.
Oh,
okay. Does that also apply if I'm running it in a VM?
I have no idea. Probably if you just stream the VM screen, it'll work.
Yeah, that should work.
Okay. Let me get that set up.
All right, Charles is streaming first, so we'll just start with that.
This is a classic white aggro versus
blue-white control.
Blue-white control.
Yeah.
Deck.
All right. So we're gonna watch through this whole match and then figure out what to do from there. No more jumping around.
Then we have to watch, I think, a Rob match after.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single Rob. It's easier when people do swaps around the same time that matches end, because we can
Maybe next run, Moddy, we just implement round timers. Nobody plays, nobody else. Ooh, this is a nice 7.
I mean, it wouldn't be crazy to just say like once the first matches are started, just give people a set of pairings.
Sure. Much to consider for next time.
Really, what we need is a TO who's
we need a tournament organizer.
We need a TO who's just in the Discord, so we don't have to do this while we're broadcasting.
Mm-hmm. Definitely don't want to draw that Elishnorn.
Yeah.
Island, debatable.
Elishnorn is in there.
There you go.
To be gifts and given. Yeah. I mean, Charles's deck is certainly capable of casting it, and that's one of the values of having it in there, especially over Grizzlebrand. But it's not what you want as your 8th draw of the game.
Oh, that's no second white source. Well, I guess Farseek is the second white source number.
Yeah.
And now this is
This is looking very good for Charles.
Especially because it was Dauntless Bodyguard not giving something indestructible too. And there's no rush on this Wrath of God. You can let Hollis commit more to the board. Now you can even ponder, just try and keep hitting your land drops and hold up, saw it coming, potentially. Ooh. Stoneforge Mystic is a nice one to play to make sure it doesn't get countered, and now you can make sure your GTA doesn't get countered by just putting it in with Stoneforge Mystic. I guess Charles has Teferi, the blue-white Teferi to tuck. Alright, not even playing the Ponder. Just, I like this from Charles. Let's just get this Elishnorn out on the battlefield, and, like, it's basically Path to Exile or, what's it called? Council's Judgment or Bust. Like, you have to have something to deal with this.
Oh, I have to answer this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right. Thalia forcing the gifts now, but this is going to be... I mean, I guess now the flashed back Unburial Rites is going to be one more, so Charles needs an untapped land for either Wrath or Saw It Coming. Very, very good. All right. Elishnorn did its job. And yeah, now Hollis has to... I didn't actually... Ooh, that's a no Path to Exile, no Council's Judgment. It kind of just has to sit there. All right. Now Charles has Thragtusk and Batterskull to bring in. Both pretty good cards. Lifelink on the Batterskull. Thragtusk just really good in this matchup. Interesting to see what comes out. We could switch over to Hollis to see how Hollis boards. All right, we are watching in 144p. This is YouTube circa 2006 quality. Really loving it. Like I'm watching Smosh.
I feel
and
like
Pokemon.
maybe we should just go back to Charles here. That is
valid. Whatever you want.
You can't read the names of these cards. Anyone who's not familiar
with Magic the Gathering, 100% having a bad time.
Yeah, all right, we're going back to Charles here. No, what Hollis was saying, like he managed to somehow get this work, get Magic Online working, and I understand now that it appears to be in a virtual machine on a
Mac, as you can see by the stoplight at the upper left-hand corner.
I guess so, but I don't know what that bottom bar is.
Do you want to be spoiled? Do you want to see what this opener looks like? Or
no?
Okay, all right. We're going blind. Chooses to show the companion.
Yeah.
Really love that decision. Ooh, okay. This is a nice one. Besage you for any equipment, Wrath of God, Preordain and Ponder. Like, I really think this hand shows the strength of Charles's draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just Preordain and Ponder, just you can find what this hand is missing. Which at this point, I guess, is like, I don't even know what it's missing. Like, maybe like to Fivery, just or like Oko, like
some
a
just like
planeswalker.
Powerful card that actually
That's a
ends
second
the game.
white source, and it's painless.
Yeah.
Bottom top. Okay, that's fine. You can do better than a basic planes. That
Yeah.
makes sense to me. Alright, let's get a creature down, get some lifelink going. 3-power creature on turn 2, not nothing. This is basically a Danto Vanguard, kind of.
So who won game 1?
Charles.
Okay.
Elish Norn did what Elish Norn was supposed to do.
That makes sense.
I think this is a shuffle. You just already have so many lands.
Yeah. Counterspell's a nice one.
And now you have Wrath and you can Oko to follow up. You don't even necessarily need to jam Oko on 3. You can just
although it does
hold up.
protect your life total to some degree, which is nice.
True.
It depends what Sean plays, or what Hollis plays right here.
True. Yeah, something like one of the Thalias could be really disruptive here. Obviously not, because Counterspell can get past, kind of like perfectly fits in. But this is where like Thalia, Guardian of Thraben would kind of help a lot. Ooh, Welcoming Vampire. That's a real good one. Okay, I like this. Counterspell, just get ready to Wrath next turn.
Yeah. Keep Oko on high loyalty.
Like,
for
best case scenario is something like Maul the Skyclaves is trying to come down this turn, and you can counter that and then Wrath next turn.
Or even just like a creature that doesn't trigger Vampire and just get you more value off the Wrath.
Yeah.
Like if this is, I don't know if it's even in Hollis's deck, but Hero of Bladehold.
True. Yeah. Hero Bladehold is actually, you're right, like the best, or Myral, Hero of Argent.
Yeah, that's definitely in Hollis's deck.
Most awkward card to see would be 3 mana Thalia.
Ooh.
This is an awkward.
Yeah, that's
one.
getting
you
countered
have to
for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to.
Can't just take 5 more damage here.
And because Welcoming Vampire represents such card advantage, probably just have to Windswept Teeth, get a Plains, and just...
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
and this does draw a card off the Vampire.
Especially now, this is...
Yeah.
Ooh, this is a sweet board wipe. And this is where, like, Charles's deck building, like, just getting a free game off of, what's it called?
Elish Norn.
Yeah.
Gifts Ungiven.
It's really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Hollis is, like... The Welcoming Vampire is really showing its power here, because Hollis is able to extend a little further and not lose out on extra card disadvantage for it. Like,
yeah.
Ultimately, Hollis has the same number of cards in hand as he would have if he didn't cast Giver of Runes there.
Yeah.
And
this is a rough one, though.
Like, I mean, if Hollis can play 2 good creatures here and then answer a Batterskull, he's in good shape. Like, this Oko is not... Okay, well, that's about the worst. It is in his deck, though. Good to know.
Ooh.
Now, Charles just has his choice of answers for
I think
this.
you just tuck and you get the pain train of planeswalkers coming down.
No, Tublave, I don't have full art cards in the cube generally because they're rough for new players. That one is just from Charles's own collection.
Yeah, I do love the textless promos, including the textless cryptic command, which is hilarious. Okay, cast out. Able to take care of Teferi, but Teferi's kind of done its work for a bit. And now Oko can come down. Oh god, that's right. This can hit enchant phase. I'm just so used to thinking of it as like artifact.
Yeah,
and it can destroy
Boseiju
non-basic
is
lands.
so fucked up.
Oh, yeah. And now
it just gives Teferi more counters.
You can play the planes, play Oko plus, and have counterspell up. Yeah, this. Oh my god. And you just hard cast this.
One more land. That's all.
This is
brutal.
This is a thrashing. Do we got? Do we have any awards? Can we get Caterpillar back?
Yeah. No, we can do that for sure. This is yet another Caterpillar Steamroller Award.
Yeah, this is blue-white control having the matchup it wants to have. Also, can I just say Boseiju's strength really being shown?
Oh,
right
absolutely,
there.
absolutely.
Yeah, like this. You know, when you're an aggro deck and your opponent is a control deck and they have 3 cards in hand and they let you resolve a threat, it's probably not good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just your Adeline.
Yeah, it's your Adeline now. Who cares? And now you have Elishnorn as well.
If I were Hollis, I would probably concede about now, but
see if you can draw a painless land. Or you just don't even need to. Yeah, you're gonna untap 2 lands. Just play Batterskull and hold up Sod.
Yeah, just get that life code.
It just doesn't matter. There's just you have this so locked up at this point, and yeah, now you're adding to. Whoa, it's shocking for fun. Why not?
If you're gonna shock for fun, you might as well foretell saw it coming, right?
Yeah. I guess foretelling saw it coming gives away a little bit more information, but I don't even know if it matters.
The other thing about the Wrath art Tublave is that I really, really love the juxtaposition of the original Wrath art and the original Damnation art.
Yeah, the mirrors.
Or not the original Wrath art, the big circle Kev Walker
This is
Wrath.
okay. Can we have our knocking down the door award coming up? Because this Elishnorn is about to bring the pain. I'm pretty sure.
Let's see if the attack actually gets to happen.
Blessing
on the germ token. No Elishnorn. I think we gotta hold that award for later.
Okay. Well,
Hollis refusing to concede.
I get it.
I wonder if we should just call this done and go watch Rob and Sean from the beginning.
Let's do it. I'll BRB. But you should switch over, I think.
Yeah.
This one is locked in.
I'm gonna wait through Hollis's turn. Head out. I guess we can just real quick check on what's in Hollis's hand. There's a Jite and a Maul. Both very good cards. I don't think... And a Path to Exile. Alright, we can give this another little bit. See what goes on. Oh, but Charles has double counterspell here. Yeah, alright, I'm switching over. Hello, would you two... Well, Rob, would you mind streaming? I think Sean can't stream.
Sure.
Thank you. This is just the beginning of match 1, right?
Yeah.
Alright. I did check on Hollis's hand. He had Path to Exile GT Maul, which seems like it should be good, but with just like all the counter magic in Charles's hand, I think
that one's ooh.
So here we are, beginning of match 1. Sean versus Rob.
Oh, Rob.
That is blue-black. Slightly more aggressive than Evan's blue-black versus Sean's 5-color Lurrus.
Mm-hmm. Rob missing some land drops.
Yeah. The awkward thing about Ledger Shredder as a looter is that it doesn't actually, like, if you're really stuck on lands, it's hard to double spell yourself, and I think Sean is not giving Rob the satisfaction. Ooh, killing that chance at a scry too.
It's a big one. I might even just hard cast. I know like people are very value brained or whatever. I might even just hard cast Thieving Skydiver here.
I don't know. It's so close to having a. I mean, I guess like Bankbuster's better when you
just have
counters.
so much to do with your mana.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, that's
you have to
point.
think about like realistically, how do I win this game? And the thing is like, Sean has the ability to outgrind you with Lurrus and gain life. Like you just almost have to try and get it over with.
Yeah, that Rada's Firebrand, I believe, is activating for 2 right now.
Sheesh. Yeah, like look at this hand.
Cheap, powerful cards are good.
Terra Sunder or Expressive Iteration, probably. That one can just come back with Lurrus.
This is a rough one for Rob. This getting stuck on 2 lands is just... Especially with a million good 3s in hand.
Well, 3.
3 is a million.
Notably less than a million. But yeah, where it's like...
Half the hand is good 3.
Aether Channeler just comes down and you're like trying to draw a card, like... And especially just with like Reckoner Bankbuster, with Lurrus. Ooh, a Foretold card, which you don't... Oh no, it's Behold the Multiverse.
Yeah, I think it's the only one in Sean's pool.
And now this, you get to hold up Spell Pierce. Oh, Reckoner Bankbuster. And lose focus because it makes a treasure token. Yeah, it's just kind of... This is a rough one.
Yeah, no one wants to win that way.
However, as the kids like to say, we take those. Now, Fallen Shinobi.
Oh shit, Val is on his last match right now.
Damn.
We saw Val's first match,
We saw the
right?
first
Yeah,
one,
he got creamed by Ketsi.
Yeah, Val versus Evan. I think Evan's got spot removal, but I think Val... They're just kind of grindy.
Yeah.
That's just like green-red versus blue-black. Classic of matchup. Yeah, and kind of like I was saying, like, Thieving Skydiver here is just like still sitting in your hand, whereas like Sean could have been at a virtual 12 and now like a virtual 9.
Yeah. Graham and Ketsi still going at it. All right, so Team Chipotle Cholula is now 5-2. Hollis has dropped 2 matches. Oh, sorry, that's the other team. Let's see. Charles has lost to Val, and Rob has lost to Val as well.
Charles lost to Val. Wow,
Val is the only one on Team Goblin Table Masters to have put up a match win yet.
And he's done it twice.
Yeah.
Ketsy's deck looks Quantum Brain. That's true. I mean, when there's an Archon of Cruelty just kind of sitting there, you gotta do what you gotta
do. I mean, Ketsy was planning on going for cheats anyway, because the red-white cheats deck is rarely that taken. But yeah, getting Archon and Atraxa instead of like Itali and like Altasaur or something is big game. Altasaur doesn't even really combo with Hellish Norn.
Okay, so now with seeing Rob, we have seen everybody.
Yeah. This is... Yeah.
Let's just say, yeah, here we go. Now, oh god, you can pump this for so cheap. But you don't even want to pump it too much because you don't want to commit into a removal spell.
Well, it's only once per turn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you can't pump it multiple times. So sad. Sad. Just another 3.
Yeah, that's a brutal draw from Rob. That's
alright. Those happen.
That's 12 spells and 2 lands. Alright, going for the Ashiok. We have seen Sean lose a game to Mill, so it's not crazy.
It's something that on the board that demands an answer, that Toxic Deluge and like Sudden Demise. Yeah. Obviously Terra Sunder can deal with it.
It's interesting to see Rob's built deck here and just see like almost all of the expensive spells are in the sideboard there.
Yeah, do you want to hop over?
No, I think once we start a match, okay. I'd like to go through a full matches where we can, rather than just seeing.
Or sorry, I mean to the other perspective.
Oh, Sean can't stream.
That's right, Sean can't stream. All right. Deck submitted. The Ashiok in. Let's see, Sower, Glen, Phyrexian Metamorph Pact, Sphinx, KBTS, G's in the side. Sure. I think
all of this makes sense.
There's a lot of decisions to be made. I'm sure there might be some other sideboard decisions if you want to look at your opponent's list, but also Rota's it's a long day of Magic.
It is a marathon. You
don't always want to like hyper analyze every single possible decision you could do.
So Rob on the play here. I mean, it seems like Rob's sort of big advantage here is that he just gets more powerful spells than Sean does, because he is able to just play higher curve stuff. And he doesn't have quite as much disruption as Evan's blue-black deck, but he's got enough that he can potentially keep Lurrus from being game-defining, and sort of that way end up dealing with Sean's kind of ace in the hole. But that does require that he's able to fight past Sean's own removal suite and get enough of a advantage engine going that he's not going to like
Spell Dancer.
Get wrecked. Spell Dancer is a little awkward against Ashiok, that must be said. This Fallen Shinobi is also a bit iffy in this matchup. I might have considered siding it out just because Sean's hits are so relatively weak.
If you can hit Time Warp, you got.
That's true. That's true. Time Warp is very strong.
I was gonna say here, shock. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see a removal spell here. First permanent that Rob has played.
And this is a good one to kill.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is one of the best ways for Rob to just gain advantage over time.
And if Sean has Spell Pierce here, because I was going to say the decision point last term, I think you could get Ashiok down to try and like not dodge or like not worry about Spell Pierce. And now it's like you have to potentially play into it.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Rob doesn't even necessarily know if Sean has Spell Pierce in his deck, although it does seem pretty solid against Rob's build. But
hit Kari Zev.
Okay.
And 2 other exiles. Land, Zayatoras.
So Rob has a couple options for answering this Spell Dancer if he wants to keep Ashiok going next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Or he could potentially even just say, like, fuck it, I'm just going to use this, take your Kari Zev, absorb some attacks, and call it good.
Kari Zev does make a menace token that is very good with Fallen Shinobi.
That is true. That is very true. Ooh, Ketsi reports Redcap Revelark shenanigans are doing a number on her from Graham.
Interesting. Glad to have some reports from the side too.
Yeah.
All right.
So I have to assume Sean is going to be attacking Ashiok here unless he has...
I don't know. We'll see.
Straight up Planeswalker removal. I mean, he does have the Convoke removal spell in his deck somewhere, but it looks like probably not in hand given this attack.
Mm-hmm.
Rada's Firebrand, another one that is difficult to protect Ashiok against.
Yeah, and this is also just something where... Just want to
Rob
keep
going for the plus
going
again.
up. Yeah, because there's not a ton of hits. But I think maybe just the mill plan, just having something that Sean has to commit more to the Ashiok.
Yeah.
To deal with.
It just gives Rob time to build out into something more powerful. Mind Control is another one that I'm not convinced of in this matchup.
I might just Murderous Rider right now to play around the lose focus that you saw and the Spell Pierce, because, like, obviously you want a Murderous Rider like the Firebrand because it can just kill Ashiok on its own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas the Mercurial Spell Dancer represents, like, once another spell is cast, like, obviously a big turn, especially with Time Warp.
But it's not immediately dangerous. And also, like, Rob could just Mind Control it once it has 2 counters and then go for a double spell of his own.
True.
Yeah, didn't go for the sneaky Murderous Rider there. I didn't realize Sean ended up with lose focus.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw it in his hand last game when... What's it called? Because now a replicated lose focus is...
Ooh.
I mean, this makes sense. You're just trying to kill the Ashiok on the table.
Oh, right, because of the pump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, if Sean doesn't have the specifically lose focus, because Spell Pierce doesn't do it here.
True.
This does commit more mana to Sean's board, but
oh boy. Yeah.
Damn. All right. Well,
that's it.
That's pretty brutal. That was.
That is because now at this point you can't even pay for the lose focus, so do you just get to try? Yeah. So now you can mind control the Mercurial Spell Dancer.
Yeah, it's not horrible. Just try to hit a removal spell.
It stops Sean from having his most fucked up turns, i.e. Time Warp.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a big one. And I get it because there is a decision to be made of, well, what if Sean plays something better pre-combat that you want to kill?
Yeah.
but
it's just unlikely to just play a creature pre-combo. He doesn't have anything with haste or whatever. I don't think.
Ooh.
Alright.
V-click
a bad one.
with Shinobi.
Yeah. I do think going for the mind control here makes a lot of sense. Just to...
Shields are down. Just
Yeah.
try and slow the bleeding a little bit.
Also very funny that Sean over here with 4 lands can do a...
An activation for 1?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, V-click on draw does prevent the, like, worst case scenario of Spell Dance Mind Control, or Spell Dance Time Warp, but there are a lot of other scenarios that it's probably not as good at, including just Sean attacks.
Mm-hmm. Because this is 5 damage every turn now. Like, yeah, this is a real clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Essentially unblockable.
Oh. Looking up some rules text. Let's go. Let's figure it out. I think he's trying to figure out if he ninjutsu's what's it called? Mercurial Spell Dancer back to... It will go to Sean's hand.
Yeah.
It goes to its controller's hand.
But it might just be necessary here, especially if Rob doesn't hit a spell to double up on.
That's really what you need. You need a spell to copy.
Like, if Sean plays a creature here, Rob hits a removal spell.
Sean just really showing the power of expressive iteration in, like, a lot of these games.
Yep.
Just it's 2-mana divination, and a lot of times put something that you didn't want to draw at the bottom of your deck. Just hit your land drop. Oh, wow, that's a beating.
Ooh, boy.
That is a rough one.
That's probably gonna spell game for poor Rob.
Sean's, I mean, it's not straight over.
No, I mean, there's still V-click into Shinobi, but Rob's going to, like, 5 here, 4 if Sean wants to put him to 4.
Virtual 4. And, like, Perforos's intervention wouldn't exactly be lethal because of V-click. Because you could V-click in before blocks. But Rob basically has to hit V-click.
Sorry, Two-Blade, we don't have the soundboard set up for this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we would blast the people playing with the sounds if we did that. Next time. Doing this... Well,
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
now you have to block. You have to block.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, I can see getting rid of Shinobi here, given...
You just have hits in your deck that are so much better. Probably.
I mean, probably. Like, a lot of the most powerful stuff in Rob's deck is in his sideboard, but... Or in Rob's pool. Oh, and there's the pile-on. Yeah, Sean... I feel like part of the issue here is that so much of Rob's power is in creatures, and Sean just has good removal and has enough of it to...
Counter spells, everything.
Yeah.
Got the Murderous Rider countered, so you don't even get the back half of it, so...
Yeah. Just out 1-for-1ing Rob here.
Yeah. And doesn't have something like Cruelty of Gix, Cure of the Sea God, or whatever, to, like, go over the top. I was gonna say, now I think you minus the face because it makes it lethal next turn.
Yeah.
And that's not when you want to draw Ancestral Vision.
All right, so that's match.
That is match. All right, so we've seen everybody. We could hop over and finish up Ketsi and Graham, which we started watching.
Yeah, all right, that sounds good. How's it going over here?
It's just about to end.
Oh, yeah.
We're at the end of game 2, Ketsy's up 1, and she's about to win this one too.
Okay.
Well, we shall watch regardless.
Do we want to follow Graham after this? Because I don't think we've watched a full match of Graham yet.
Yeah, we haven't watched a full.
And it is a sweet deck.
That's true. It's a spicy one.
Who else have we not watched full matches of?
We watched a full match of Val. We watched a full match of Charles versus Hollis. Whoever...
Yeah, so we saw Charles Hollis. We saw Val
Graham.
Ketsy.
I guess Graham.
And we effectively just saw Sean and Rob. That was basically a full match.
Evan, technically.
So yeah, Evan and Graham are the only two we haven't really seen a full match of.
Yeah.
So it looks like Graham and who's not here right now. Not in the Discord call.
Val is done.
Val is done. Val 3-1, very respectable record.
We watched Val's only loss.
Yeah.
That was brutal. And Val won each of those matches in 2 games.
Yeah, Val's only game losses were the
those were rough draws.
Steamroll brought to you by Caterpillar that we saw.
Those were rough draws.
Absolutely. So Graham can battle Rob. Yeah, Graham and Rob is what's going to come up
How
here.
can I say Anvil Foods Exile Zone, but they're white? Like you can cast them. Is there a way to cast these? Because how are these exiled? I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I think
they're exiled with Invasion of Gobakon, maybe?
Oh.
And Elite Spellbinder.
Yeah, I mean, this clears the entire board and gains you life and draws you a card. So this is
Does it clear the entire board?
Yeah, this is for 4. Isn't it? Oh no, it's only for 2.
Why is it 2?
Because yes, it's exiled by
and there was a land that each
and
tapped.
Elite Spellbinder, so they're extra expensive. So never mind, this actually doesn't do what I thought it does.
Yeah.
So you sack Solemn in response, so you can...
Yeah, if you sack Solemn in response, you could attack for... But it might actually be better to just keep up Gargadon as a instant speed blocker here and sack a land.
True. Sounds like Evan got Hellridered.
Yeah.
All right. So this is game 2, right? Is what they said, or is...
This is game 2, and Graham is down a game. Graham, you could do this at instant speed.
True. However, let me just say, even if we went to a game 3, only 6 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock.
It's gonna be hard for...
That'd be a rough one, let's say. Oh, and Ketsy can replay with Cera Paragon, can replay the invasion. Wow, that is...
And Graham he is just sitting here, watching those seconds tick down, not taking game actions.
Yeah, TGA, we're a big fan of it here. Taking game actions.
Ketsy, 4 cards in hand.
Tapping real fast.
1 card that is tapping. Okay, well that's it. That's the game.
Yeah, that's a hard casted Archon from Ketsy. Glad we got to see that one.
Yeah, with no black lands in her deck.
Yeah. Now let me just say, we're running out of time to give awards. Do we want to give the knocking down the door award to this hard?
No. We gotta wait. It's the attack all award.
That's true. There is an attack all happening right now, but it's not big enough to warrant.
No. If some of these awards only come out next time, then
That's
so be
true.
it.
There's 2 more left. All right. Do we want to?
I think we should follow Graham to Rob.
Okay.
It'll do to
All right.
stay in the previous game.
Graham and
Sure.
Rob, can you two stream for us, please?
Sure. Can I go run to the bathroom real quick? Or
Of course.
are we
No.
Still live.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So let's take a look at the records right now. We
Computer, show records.
got let's see. Graham just lost to Ketzi in 2. I'll just fill that in for them.
Ketsy's got 2 more matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a long one.
So we have Goblin Table Masters has been clawing it back a bit. Ketzi 2-0 right now. Potentially, Ketzi is the only player live to EXO.
True. Ketsy at bare minimum is getting her wish of 2 and 2.
Yeah. Ketzi and Charles holding up their end of the bargain for their team. Evan and Rob struggling a little bit more.
No, Sean versus Charles, that's going to be a grindy one.
Oh, yeah. I believe that is happening right now.
Yeah, but we haven't seen a full one of Graham. So.
No, I think we should wait. We've got Val with the 3-1. Ketzi has her work cut out for her to meet or beat that record. But Team Chipotle Cholula is still leading by 2 match wins. Well, Evan and Rob will need to prove Blue-Black's value if they want to come back from this. Although each of them has put up a match win, and they haven't done that many matches yet, or at least Evan hasn't. So there's definitely time. Rob victorious against Hollis. Evan victorious against Sean. Hollis 0-2 so far, which is surprising for a mono white deck, which is traditionally considered kind of the boogeyman of Cube.
That's not surprising to me. I think mono white in Roto is kind of really lacking, and if you look at a lot of the records of mono white, it's like 2 and 2, like exactly this. Like you steal some games. I understand that like a lot of people think it's like the boogeyman, but also with Roto, you can plan for it, you can sideboard for it a lot more effectively. I think mono white, especially when your opponent can be like putting an Archon of Cruelty on the battlefield on like turn 4 or 5 more consistently than table draft.
Yeah.
It's not, and especially like Hollis, like if Hollis would have maybe had like Cera Paragon, Luris, like these things that really help you grind and go late, whereas like you have like Stoneforge Mystic and GT, but like against Charles, where Charles is just like, okay, here's Elishnorn. Do you have Council's Judgment or Path to Exile? No. Okay, the game's over. There's nothing you can do about this at all.
It's also worth noting, Ketzi ended up with both Invasion of Gobakon and
Elite Spellbinder,
which are both extremely good ways to keep the cheat stack off balance. Because if you hit a cheat target with that, there's nothing you can do other than hardcast it.
I think that's why, like, I do think Thoughtseize should not probably be going round 1, but it's why Hand Disruption is like really, really good in Roto. I mean, it's good obviously in table draft as well, but in Roto you just really need to be able to like disrupt what your opponent is doing before they can even do it, or like also counter spells. I think like why Charles has done pretty well so far. It's just counter spells when people are trying to just play like through the breach and you have 8 counter spells. It just makes it's such a high impact card to counter.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then also with Charles you have like Wrath of Gods, whereas like with Hollis there isn't really the equivalent of like a Wrath of God where it's like a 4-for-1 happening. Except if you can get GT going, like that's your 4-for-1.
I mean, your 4-for-1 is supposed to be the cards you leave with in their hand after you win the game. But
exactly. Josh, I agree. Thoughtseize, there are 4, if you're including Duress, Hand Disruption, 1 mana Hand Disruption spells, but there's also like Brain Maggot, the Ninja, Grief, Cruelty of Gix has
the Ninja
some
and
Hand
Grief,
Disruption,
neither of which are seeing main deck play this draft,
which is very funny. Yeah, it's like a replaceable effect, whereas something like Shieldred isn't.
Oh, they're battling.
Oh, shoot. It's okay.
All right, let me tab over. Sorry for the slight delay there.
It's okay. We haven't missed a ton.
No.
No cards at graveyard, so is this just the first play was a turn 3 Imperial Recruiter? So it seems
no,
like...
it looks like Rob turn two to Hawk. I think Rob is on the draw here. Rob stuck on lands again?
Dang. Oh, there's a Suspended Gargadon. Okay.
It would be nice to see that over the battlefield somewhere, but
we'll see. Oh, let me just say, vindicating a land.
Ooh, yeah. I would probably attack with Recruiter first before playing Red Cap in case Rob blocks.
You want to push that damage, I get it. Get that 1 damage to face.
I mean, like, this also pushes damage, but if you attack first, you get to kill the Raven if Rob does block.
I was going to say, okay.
Okay.
All right, I fuck with this. Let's go. That's right. I couldn't see the Gargadon because I would have had it popped out, so I forgot it was there already, despite previously mentioning it. Let's go. And now, next turn, Rob misses the land. It's Vindicate time.
I mean, Rob just scryed 2. It seems really unlikely that he misses a land. He scryed 2 to the top, so...
Okay. I mean...
That's also a reason not to do the Vindicate line.
True.
Ketsi helpfully pointing out to us that she is live for 4-0.
Mm-hmm. Vindicate
Officer.
I think that one's gotta go.
I mean, yeah, I guess Graham doesn't have double white here, so he can't just rip and Anafenza and win the game.
Yeah, something. Well, also.
Oh yeah, now that
it wouldn't matter.
Red Cap has a counter on it. He needs. Well, no, he can. Anafenza Evolved Sleeper and win the game. Because Evolved Sleeper can put a counter on Red Cap.
Indeed, missing that double white.
Ooh. Faithless Looting is actually a great draw here. Because, like...
just lets you get rid of, like, this mountain in your hand.
Yeah, and Graham is so close to the combo here.
Is that a 2-2? No, it's a 2-3, right?
Yeah, it's a 2-3, so you can't just... I would not discard the only white source in your hand, buddy.
Much to consider.
I'm probably discarding Evolved Sleeper Mountain here.
Maybe doesn't want to take a pain off the Sunbaked Canyon, play Solemn Simulacrum to get a Plains, but yeah,
then he can't Resto or Vindicate this turn.
You want to have double white. I think pitching the Sunbaked Canyon is...
hubris.
Yeah. I just think the line of letting... because now you can't even have Resto to eat the Sky Strike Officer.
Yeah.
Like, because you don't want to let your opponent make 1/1s on your board that is all 1/1s right now. Especially because, like, with Greater Gargadon in Exile, like, realistically, you could just win this game just like,
yeah,
all right, I'm going to bash you with this.
You at least have to make Rob play scared of it, and he's not going to play scared if he has a board full of 1/1s. But let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
He is getting a white source for next turn, at least. It doesn't get him to Anafenza, especially with like not that many white sources left in his deck.
Temple of Silence and Triome is
Marsh Flats can get Triome, but no, there are 0 untapped white sources left in the deck, I believe. So if he draws Anafenza first, he's in an awkward position.
Snap attack. Let's see the Shinobi. One-time dealer. That's a Shinobi.
Look, it smells like a Shinobi.
That's waiting to pay cost in blockers.
Oh yeah, that's.
I've
a Shinobi.
played enough Modern Horizons 1 Limited to know exactly what that is.
Damn. If only Graham had some way of preventing that from being unblocked.
Blocking or vindicating. It is true. But we'll see. Maybe 2 lands, and then you just vindicate the Shinobi, and we play on.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's a pretty good one to hit.
Oh boy, getting back.
That is an Allrind on the battlefield right now. You cannot play the land, but...
Oh man, this is turned sour for Graham.
That is a 5-drop into a 5-drop.
Allrind casually a 7/7 right now.
And I think your problem of not having enough lands might be solved. Chooses instant revealing island and scalding torrent.
Oh.
So brutal. Never lucky. However, a little bit lucky because if he would have named land, he would have had to discard the hand size.
Oh, terrible.
Terrible position to be in. So true. You hate to see it. I mean, this game's not over.
No, definitely
Like,
not. So I count him as a second white source.
Like, Graham can, reasonably just, draw Anafenza and combo out.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably has to vindicate something, right? Like,
I mean, you only have 1 white source right now, so you can't resto, and then you would need triple white to... I think you just have to hit this Allrind and just start trying to chump with, Imperial Recruiter on Fallen Shinobi.
yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, chumping also a little better with Gargadon.
True.
Yeah, Graham agrees as well.
Graham stream sniping, hearing exactly what we're saying.
If you were hearing what we were saying, I don't think he would have made the play he did a few turns ago.
Faithless Looting in the graveyard, but Resto... I guess it's not necessarily Resto, but it's you're looking at 3 cards and you can't cast any of them this turn.
Yeah. And Anafenza without another creature doesn't do anything. So it's I like this line of not fluting yet. Don't flute yet.
The classic catchphrase everybody knows and loves.
Now the question is, when he chumps this Fallen Shinobi, is he gonna remove a counter from Gargadon? Because there are 2 reasons he might not. 1, he might simply forget, which I have done a million times.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, he might choose to keep more counters on Gargadon so he has a sack outlet live for if he finds Anafenza.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that this Shinobi is attacking Graham and not the battle.
Gotta go for that fun factor, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And he does not sack to Gargadon. For reason 1 or reason 2, we will never know.
Well...
Lark doesn't do anything right now. I mean,
you can sack
blocks a Shinobi.
No. You can sack Imperial Recruiter to Gargadon, Rebel Lark to get back red cap. But that costs a white mana.
So,
but you can.
Ooh,
that's a good
what
one.
is this gonna do? Just brainstorm here. What if
I'm trying to figure out if there is a way. Because you can, if you hit untapped white, which I don't think he has anymore.
No, he doesn't.
And how much mana is this? He's one short.
A brainstorm with Jace.
Yeah, he's 1 short.
Yeah, if he had gone for the Lark plan instead of the Vindicate plan, or sorry, the Angel plan instead of Vindicate last turn, he could have Angeled Recruiter, gotten Anafenza, and won off that.
Yeah.
Although he would still have needed a way to put another counter on red cap. The red cap line he did was clever, but it is kind of biting him in the ass here.
I mean, this isn't over. Resto to hit Imperial...
No, it's definitely not over.
Yeah.
I think you
He's just choked on white. You need 3 white pips to win on the spot, is the thing.
Yeah. He could go for Resto Recruiter end of Rob's turn and just chump with Red Cap. But then there's no way to get Anafenza into the graveyard.
There's also a Faithless Looting.
Oh, actually, yeah, Faithless.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the mana to Faithless Looting and
He would
evoke
have
Revelar.
to draw Anafenza and put it into the graveyard in order to do that.
Yeah.
And
Well, so he could Resto now, Faithless Looting Anafenza, Sorcery Speed, and then chump with Red Cap and evoke Revelark next turn. That makes it really obvious to Rob what he's doing, and so potentially ruins the plan. But it's not clear that Rob has a good way of disrupting that. I guess Rob could kill Anafenza at
Rob has
speed.
6 cards in hand and a Jace the Mind Sculptor on the battlefield. I think if you're Rob, you are just trying to not lose the game to a creature combo.
Yeah, which means if you're Graham, I think you're trying to do stuff instant speed. You're trying to convince Rob you don't have anything, and then get there out of nowhere.
Yeah. Trying to get Rob to overcommit.
I think you're supposed to Faithless Looting right here, just to like put stuff into your graveyard, so that because like if you get either a Kiki combo piece or a Anafenza combo piece into your graveyard, you're in really good shape.
Yeah, I think potentially not playing the swamp because he had 7 mana, so you can Faithless Looting
and
to
Resto
and Resto. Yeah, exactly. So you pitch swamp and probably one of the 2 cards you draw and have more looks at whatever you're trying to get. But also this is just an uphill battle against 6 cards and a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Absolutely.
But like Fate Sealing here like isn't even the biggest deal.
No.
Like Resto.
Because Resto Recruiter just undoes the Fate Seal.
Yeah. I like just attacking first.
Yeah.
Alright, now you block with Imperial Recruiter.
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, there is an argument for getting Red Cap into the graveyard.
I guess that's true. Because if you... Yeah, like you were saying, you just need your Resto to get Anafenza into your hand, Faithless Looting to dump it in the graveyard.
I don't really like sacking to Gargadon here, I think. Like, if you're not going to sack last turn, like, your line is not have a Gargadon in play and win with that, especially with the Soldier token there to just eat it for a turn.
Yeah. Because now it's just Resto, hit Imperial, put Anafenza into your hand, Faithless Looting it to the graveyard next turn, evoke Revelark, get the 2 cards.
But the problem is you can't Faithless... There's not enough mana to Faithless Looting and evoke Revelark next turn.
Doesn't he have 8? How much is evoking Revelark? 6? Oh, okay.
Costs more than casting it.
Oh, okay. I
It's
always get it
a joke.
confused. I always get it confused. Well, just hit a land. But, I mean, Rob is just holding up 6 mana here. Interesting, blocks the Kiki line, because Kiki is now, you can't...
Yeah. I forgot about the Kiki line. The Kiki line does add extra dimensions to this, because that's just, winning the game with Resto on its own. But that also does limit Rob's flexibility to get something that
options
that beats Anafenza combo.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this line of Graham's. Just like go for Anafenza combo.
I think it's the only
Yeah,
line.
you can Faithless Looting and try to hit an untapped land. Like you've got 3 looks at it from here.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
Sack outlet, but it doesn't matter, so
Yeah.
that's just getting pitched. So yeah, you just tap these, and you just try and hit an untapped land.
Oh,
That is not an untapped land, but
I mean, yeah, like Aristocrat does make it possible to do this next turn. I might even keep Firebolt there. Like, you don't need 9 mana at this point. Oh, just playing Revelark here. I mean, it's not like Kiki combo. You can't just win on the spot with it anytime it happens.
I don't know how much counter magic Rob has. I wonder, because you need the.
I think I like the Revelark. I think if Rob. I don't think Rob has much counter magic, as I recall, and I think if he has it up, like, he's never putting it down. What was that? Topping Fetid Heath?
Yeah.
I just don't understand. Why does Graham need 10 mana?
Could have been a misclick. You never know. So the Revelark is just, if it resolves...
If it resolves, like, basically it puts Rob in the position of...
Well?
Needing... Yeah, I guess you don't need to evoke Revelark. I was wrong about that, because you just have the... No, but you don't have a sack outlet once you get rid of it.
Yeah.
So I would not sacrifice Revelark to Gargadon here, because that...
Yeah, you need to have Aristocrat on... Yeah, this
is not good, Graham. This is not good.
This is not going to work the way he wants it to, I believe.
Yeah, I think he didn't quite spend enough time thinking through how the combos he drafted actually work.
Unless... No. Because this is happening first? Yeah. Does this... Because you get to stack
Oh,
the game.
yeah. No, okay, we're wrong. Sorry, Future Graham. Once again, I apologize.
Yeah. But unless, like... So, if this happens... And then...
Yeah, so you get them both back.
But if there's an instant speed removal spell...
Yeah, instant speed removal was always going to disrupt this. That was always going to be the problem.
So you have to bolster...
Just target his face, Graham. I guess actually targeting a soldier token here makes sense, because you don't need to bolster anything in particular this time. The first time you just need to.
So it's just right here.
Yeah.
Right
so now
here.
the polite thing to do is to concede if he doesn't have it and to disrupt it if he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like it's happening. Holy shit.
Maybe. We'll see.
So the way this combo works for those at home... Oh, and there is the disruption.
Because now if you sack Murderous Red Cap... I mean, I guess you can kill the Anaphant... Whatever, it doesn't matter. It breaks up the combo.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is why targeting the soldier would have been maybe a little better, because then you get a free attack in with the Gargadon.
True. Now you wanna...
Is he just going to win here? I don't see how.
No. I think that was previously.
I see.
So now... Yeah. You have this.
So Rob could have disrupted this faster and saved himself some damage.
I actually see what you mean about hitting the soldier token, because you could take care of...
Yeah, you could just deal with Jace right now. I mean, you can still deal with Jace, but you could deal with Jace and deal 3 damage to Rob, or deal 9 damage to Rob's face.
Yeah, which is a notable difference.
Having Rob at 4 instead of 12 is pretty... Or, sorry, 3 instead of 12 is
especially with the Falcon Wrath Aristocrat.
Oh, looks like Charles has finished his matches.
Do you get 3-1? Yeah.
He did 3-1.
All right, 4 and 7 for Goblin Table Masters. With the wins being Val and Sean winning against Rob.
And now
you have to chump.
Yeah, priced into chumping with Anifenza.
Anifenza.
Which is, I mean, basically fine. Like, if Graham is going to combo off again, it's going to be with a reanimation spell on this Revel Arc.
Mm-hmm. Does Graham have any instant... Well, we know he's drawing a Feta Teeth, too.
Yeah, we sure do.
That's a lot of lifelink, or at least some lifelink.
3 lifelink.
Probably has some sort of counterspell because could have tapped it in the way where you could cast this and the other half of Murderous Rider. So
yeah,
I imagine there's something.
Your logic makes sense to me.
So Firebolt's in the graveyard. And do you just jam Falky Wrath? Don't know if tapping mana anyway matters.
You gotta spend those precious seconds, you know?
That's true. You only get so many while you're alive.
Better make use of them tapping your mana. So, if Rob were at 3 right now, he would have to have something really impressive not to be dead.
I mean, counterspell.
Yeah,
because Falcon Wrath just becomes unkillable.
Does Rob actually have any counterspells? I'm looking through his list here.
Pact.
Yeah, Pact of Negation.
Can you do me a quick favor? Can you look at Rob's hand really quick?
Yeah, okay, here we go. Rob's hand is no counterspells. So good hand.
V-click.
V-click is what I was
Okay,
thinking
so
about.
wouldn't be straight dead. Sometimes you need to peek behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Falcon Wrath Aristocrat, no attacks. I guess because it can block so well, and you can sack stuff to...
I guess. I mean, I think Graham doesn't want to let the invasion trip flip and doesn't want Shinobi to be a thing. Like, kind of need a blocker here.
Mm-hmm.
Although, like, if Rob trades the Flesh Gorger for Recruiter and just chumps the Gargadon, I don't understand that line very much.
This block?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 12-point life swing. You're not taking 9 and you're gaining 3.
Right, I would have blocked. I think I would have traded for Recruiter to prevent Aristocrat from having sack options, and then chumped with the Soldier token instead.
Sure.
Like, I mean, I guess Rob wants the Flesh Gorger in the graveyard to connive concoct, but even given that, I think...
Target yourself with V-click. Just push whatever the worst card in your hand is.
Yeah, I like that.
-X. Yeah, Sky Strike. Just Sky Strike's not really doing much here. Just
depending on what Rob draws in terms of disruption, Graham still has outs to win just on the spot with a reanimation spell. Priest of Fell Rites or
that's
quite bad.
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually
now
terrible.
Here comes Fallen Shinobi.
Yeah.
You can just leave the rest back. Or you could attack.
You could get the battle down to 1,
You
or
could
just
sack your own Aristocrat so they just can't take it.
Yeah, it's an option. I wonder if that was off the V-click draw.
We have no way of knowing.
Nope.
Well,
but V-click certainly gave Rob the more options to draw that, and that card is just crushing here.
Mm-hmm. Hosty takes these pretty good, turns out. Like this conservative attack. Just hang back. Because there's a firebolt in the graveyard that can remove one of the blockers. You don't want to just end up in some line where you just lose to something stupid.
Yeah.
You don't have enough to flip over the invasion with your other 2 creatures.
Right. That hits 2 lands, looks like.
Yes. Oh, you can play lands with this, lol. Now you can play the other half of Murderous Rider if you want, just for some lifelink.
Or just suspend Ancestral Vision. Rob, willing to bet this game is going 3 more turns. I mean, not betting very much.
So,
but...
Kiki Jiki Kiki Jiki is dead, I believe.
Yeah, Kiki Jiki is victory here for Graham.
Yeah.
Splinter Twin is not. What is Graham up to right now?
TGA, baby.
Well, specifically not. Okay.
Not what you're looking for.
No.
All right. I can get behind it. Also, this is where something like playing Fetid Heath is a little bit rough, because Smuggler's Copter could have looted it away on the block if you're just going to chump with it anyways.
Yep.
Lots of cards in exile, notably.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Smuggler's Copter definitely gives Graham more looks at things that will instantly win the game.
Mm-hmm. But is it just like, oh god, you almost want to keep your Imperial Recruiter around. You don't even want to
chump with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to have the Copter here to chump with if you need to. Although
yeah.
Gargadon also just blocks effectively and.
All right, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that's gonna put a real clock on Graham here.
Especially if there's some draw spells hanging about. All right,
or it's just a Smuggler's Copter.
I mean, Kiki's.
I mean, unless Rob has specifically Pact of Negation in hand,
that's true.
Kiki is victory here.
I forget what we saw. No, I think it's Connive Concoct.
Yeah, I don't think he's gotten rid of that yet. I think you're right. And no attacks. Rob not letting Graham get value off this Copter, even though it would just go straight into the yard.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Woo-hoo!
That's
a video game. Well, if Graham pulls this off, I think
Graham has to see the line.
Well, he's casting the card.
He's tapping 3 red sources.
The lines have been mysterious so far this game, so
it's true.
And of course, Rob has to not have Pact of Negation.
I'm pretty sure. Well, we know he has Connive.
Oh, right, of course. All right.
Okay.
Well,
let's see. Make sure it's not still in the deck somehow. This is why you take Imperial Recruiter like 5th or something.
Yeah, I mean, it has been doing insane work for Graham here.
This is Village Bellringer.
Yeah, this is the time. All right. Well, this is going to be our comeback of the draft award brought to you by COVID-19.
Yeah, thank you to COVID-19 for sponsoring us. Very glad to get that one in.
Yeah, shouts out.
That's the
virus we all love to hate, COVID-19.
That's true.
Comeback of the draft.
So nice they made it thrice. Even more times.
All right, let's switch over to Rob's view. That was a knockdown match.
I believe that was a 20-minute game on
glad we got that one on camera.
30 minutes from the clock. Yeah. I was gonna say, with the Revelark, I was like, oh, I guess I forgot that how the triggers worked or whatever. But yeah, going for it there, and there was like chances for Graham to kind of like have a more aggressive victory, but ending up, sometimes you just top deck the Kiki. All right, let's see this. Now from Rob.
We do. That's so true, Tubelive.
That's true.
Graham really snatching victory from the jaws of defeat into which he had previously placed that victory.
That's true. Sometimes you just gotta flex.
Yeah. Stunt on them.
Rob also has Slaughter Pact. Really good in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. Both packs extremely good. This is a matchup where I like having the sort of big boom booms in the sideboard in Rob's deck. Like, Kira Best the Sea God is very beatable by Graham.
Yeah. The Thieving Skydiver, are there any artifacts in Graham's deck that...
I think Rob was checking that, but I don't know. I mean, there's Solemn. Copter, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Copter and Solemn probably enough on their own.
Sure. All right. Well, we got to see the combo deck victories today. We got to see Ketsi go off a couple times, and we got to see Graham win. Kind of go off two different ways, but one time it got disrupted.
Yeah, that was a cool match, or a cool game. Although nerve-wracking at points.
Look, cards don't lie. The person who should have won that match or won that game won that game.
That's true.
Cards don't lie.
Well played by Rob too. I think he really gave himself every out. Played around Graham's lines really effectively, and even though he didn't get
this
there.
This is one thing where it's like having turns where it's like, maybe I could have closed the door sooner. Ooh, this one is. Given Rob's luck, I would.
Yeah, this is a rough one.
This is not what you're looking for.
Even not given Rob's luck, I'd probably send this one back.
Having been stuck, Sneeper. All right, 7 cards, can't lose. Let's go. Love it.
Also, the last match goes to show, I think, how good it is to have the resiliency of like the Reanimator options and the Revelark options in a deck like that.
That's why I love
like,
Revelark.
Multiple combo things. Like Rob was forced to play around Graham going for Kiki combo, and in doing so, stopped Graham from, or allowed Graham to go for an Anafenza combo, which he then had to pedal back to deal with.
One time, untapped land? Okay, we'll take it.
Yeah, that's okay, especially with Breezy B up. That's my wife.
It's true. Okay. However, Graham might not be playing anything, which makes the Brazy be a little... It's fine, still in your hand for later.
Yeah.
But, no plays until turn 4, a little awkward.
It's not obvious to me who wins the no plays forever game here. Ooh! Wow. That is brutal.
That's... Wow.
Absolute. That's so heads up on Graham's part.
I was gonna say, if Rob doesn't draw a black source, I would fucking lose my mind. I was really hoping Two-Blade would play something.
You mean Graham?
Or yeah, sorry. God, not Two-Blade. I was looking at chat and I got confused. My brain is small. I was hoping Rob would play something and then it would get... A Slaughter Pact would be cast and then the Vindicate to blow up the black space.
Oh, that would be tremendous.
Kind of... Brazen Bar were kind of doing the exact work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Graham had an opportunity to just counter it there.
Oh, that's a good one against...
Yeah. Man.
That's a really good one against... what's it called? Aristocrat. Alright. Well,
All
this
right.
is we need an answer for this Svelin.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. If, like, Rob's deck has, from what we've seen, struggled to get, like, card advantage engines really revved up and moving. But if it can, it's definitely got the power to put behind that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Starting to assemble...
I wonder, given
combo.
how bad it was for Rob to have this Imperial Recruiter on the battlefield last game, I wonder if he's just gonna, like, even knowing about Falconwrath Aristocrat, just fucking kill it.
I think you can wait, especially with Slaughter Pact.
Yeah, that's true. You can Slaughter Pact it in response to a Resto or something. It's not like it's not good in the graveyard with Revel Arc anyway.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily something you... Okay, so Kiki Jiki.
So Kiki Jiki, I'm not saying this is necessarily the case for Graham right now, but generally Kiki Jiki is the card you get with Imperial Recruiter if you think they are low on disruption and you have nothing else, no other combo pieces in your hand.
I mean, it depends on what the other cards in Graham's
Well, I'm saying if Graham's
hand
hand contains no other combo pieces, he would probably get Kiki Jiki here. Because Kiki Jiki is the one that finds the rest of the combo with Imperial Recruiter.
True. But, like, if Graham has, like, Village Bellringer, then...
Yeah, he could have Village Bellringer, he could have Resto. It's definitely not a guarantee that he doesn't. But, like, if Graham got Anna Fenza there, it's a strong indication that he already had Red Cap.
Put Hostage Taker on Recruiters, or... I was going to say, I think you... Yeah. I think this is...
I mean, it's the more powerful of the cards, for sure. And Rob has Slaughter Pact if he needs to.
This is what I really like. I like baiting the... Like... there's a line there where maybe you leave up Disfigure so that, like, your opponent can't get any value off Kiki.
But what do you play if you leave up Disfigure?
The Brazen Bar War.
Oh, yeah, okay. I could see that. But then you do give Graham a chance to just get the value off of the Copter.
True. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see where all of the Sambuca is.
It fell to the bottom.
Do we have no clean straws right now?
Only paper.
I'll take paper. I need something to stir this.
Ooh, K command to deal 2, which doesn't kill Hostage Taker, and discard a card. I think Tamio here is kind of like, I don't know, slacking a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't do a lot to disrupt Graham's combos, and it doesn't, like, it's hard to get a massive amount of card advantage off of it. Thank you, Liz.
All right. Finishing it off with the Firebolt. That's... Okay. It has Summoning Sickness.
Graham is just baiting the Slaughter Pact here.
Exactly. Oh, whoops! Didn't mean to do that! Alright.
Probably doesn't matter. It's not like the Thopter was blocking the Svelin or anything.
almost could have seen Shieldred pre-combat to get the extra life
yummy
gain.
life gain. I don't think Graham is
It doesn't
pressuring Rob's
matter,
life that much.
probably.
Like, maybe if there were a Gargadon in exile, but
yeah. It gives yourself options to draw, I guess, like the 5-mana Shieldred, which would cause.
Ooh, that would actually be quite good.
Yeah,
I mean,
was gonna say
Graham would probably. Oh, he couldn't sacrifice the copter. That would have really punished the accidental crew.
Yeah, but I like getting Shieldred down sooner as a like. This is a clock. You can't just sit back and keep taking draw steps forever, and it makes Copter so much worse.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Rob is really kind of the beatdown here.
I really, really do like this 4-mana Shieldred. I haven't gotten to play with it a lot, but it just... You always look at it and you're like, okay, it minuses 2 whenever I draw a card, and then they gain life whenever you draw a card. Like, on the face of it, you're like, it dies to removal, sure. But then you play against it and you really feel how brutal it can be.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 4/5 Death Touch is just big, and
and like this, where it's like, all right, you want to go to 9, now you're 2 damage short of lethal.
2
next card draw is dead.
2 life it's just a substantial amount.
It's 1/10 of your starting life total. And yeah, now with Rob, it's just like. You have 2 removal spells that can deal with Kikijuki.
And here is the
blocking.
Yeah, blocking, but it might just get disfigured here.
I mean, I think you...
Ooh. Ledger Shredder is a draw that certainly rewards holding Disfigure.
I was going to say, I think you play Ledger Shredder and then...
Ooh.
Oh, Tomio just to tap and then deal 7 and the draw is lethal? Sure.
This just makes sense to me.
Sure. Yeah, you don't have to get too fancy. This lets you keep holding the Disfigure.
Yeah. In case Graham plays it.
Oh, but you could have Shinobi, which would have been way worse. All right, you got instant speed removal. All right, going to game 3.
All right, good wins from each of them.
Yeah, that's where like Shieldred really showing its power.
Absolutely.
Go for the throat. I like as an answer to Shinobi, Shieldred. Okay, so bring in Dreadborn, go for the throat. I think I would just get Evolved Sleeper out of here, just like...
Yeah, it really doesn't seem like it's doing a lot against...
Yeah.
Rob.
True.
I mean, honestly, I would be considering Char out of the board here.
Yeah, that's what I was also looking at.
Just as a...
Deal with Planeswalkers, deal with Shinobi, deals with...
Svelin.
True. The big butts. The 4 power. But it does not deal with Shieldred.
It doesn't deal with Shieldred, at least not on its own. I don't think Ob is good here.
Nah. Ob is if you're trying to put a clock on them. Which I guess you can, but you're more just trying to assemble a combo.
I'm just going to open this real quick. Ketsi showing off Emrakul cleaning Sean's board.
You hate to see
just wiping it down.
Ultimate victory.
That is, I believe, a turn 4 Emrakul attack.
Damn. Alright. We'll say 15 minutes. Graham might have to watch his clock a little.
Yeah, that's very possible.
This is a Snulligan.
This is not.
Well,
this is pretty good. I think you have to bottom Tolvada, but...
Yeah.
You can't go to 6 on this.
Yeah.
That is, I believe, another match win for the Ketzinator. Putting her at 3-0.
With the
Only
last one against
Paulus left to play
Paulus.
battle. That is mono white, although mono white that is currently 0-2 against Ketzi. Do we want to watch? Ketzi is offering to delay the Ketzi Hollis finals,
Sure.
and I think we should.
Just do what feels good. Ooh, K-Command. A grindy card in this matchup. We shall see.
K-Command is interesting here because Rob doesn't actually have a lot of creatures that die to it, nor does he have a lot of artifacts. So, like, it's a very good card in the abstract, but it's unclear to me exactly
So you can target
what role it fills.
You can target yourself with K-Command and reanimate something of yours if you really want to.
Yeah,
do
I mean, that's possible. You can also just use it as a sort of unearth that 2-for-1s, or like disentomb that 2-for-1s, bring something back to your hand. Make them discard. God.
Ooh, this is a rough draw.
Yeah, this is not great for Graham. He's hitting the Rob curse this time.
Yeah, true. I mean, if he's just hitting like runner land, like this hand can grind. Like, however, if this
he's one draw away from 2 different combos.
If this Brazy V becomes a
ninja,
unless he only hits lands, because then you just Dreadbore it and you play on.
No ninja.
Okay, no.
Ninja dodged.
This is where it's like Haka,
burn in love. Oh boy, that is a rough one for Graham. I like his idea of just killing something here, although I'd probably use Go for the Throat in preference to Dreadbore.
True, because Dreadbore can hit
Jace the Mind Sculptor, basically.
Yeah.
Rob doesn't really have artifact. Oh wait, he has the Phyrexian.
True.
Flesh Forger.
But I guess Go for the Throat if you end up in a spot where you need to kill what's it called? Shinobi.
Ninja. Yeah. That's true. That's true.
It's not a non-decision.
You're certainly correct. Oh, that is a really, really brutal.
That can hit lands, right?
Yeah, it sure can.
It's
Rob paying Graham back for that Vindicate land.
This is where Dreadbore would be pretty good. Well, actually, hold on. I think the line here isn't even this. Like, how many? Oh, never mind. You're at 7. I was gonna say if there's a way to discard to hand size and then reanimate Gargadon.
But Gargadon doesn't have haste when you reanimate it. Only has haste.
True.
When it comes in through time counters.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, Rob must be feeling pretty happy here.
You take dubs. This is part of Magic.
Yeah,
You take the dubs.
You take the dubs you're handed. Sean has finished battling. He is 1-3 at the end of the day. Goblin Table Masters is 4-8. Team Chipotle Cholula 8-4. So a single win from Chipotle Cholula, including a win from Rob here, will lock up the draft in their favor. Although we will, of course, continue playing because it's always fun to battle.
This is just a Brazy B, just getting it done.
Yeah. Breezy B versus nothing.
True.
Yeah.
Not even a sack to Gargadon. Sag.
It's hard to remember to sack to Gargadon. Like, I've played more than my share of Greater Gargadons, and I never, ever remember to sacrifice to them in response to removal or whatever. It's a hole in my game. That
It'd be like that. Well,
I mean,
the game's not straight over.
it's not straight over. I mean, one has
Music
to...
Massacre for one.
Oh,
That's a rough one.
that's... yeah, Rob is really just... Rob's all the luck that he has missed for the past games we've been watching is just coming to bear here. This one game, he's just... Not only is Graham stumbling on mana, but Rob is just drawing the perfect thing every time.
Sometimes it be like that, I will say.
Yeah. That is Magic the Gathering.
That is a magical gathering. It's true. Sorry, I was on my phone. I was gonna say, I've been a little bit quiet because this,
Well, there's not much to say about this match, if we're being honest. Like, Graham's not drawing lands, Rob's tapping down what lands he has and disrupting his hand, and
yeah.
there's...
This is, looking pretty dunzo. K-Command does not do anything here.
Get back Priest of Fellrights, make Rob discard a card, and then lose the game.
So true. So true, bestie. All right,
Now-
do we want to hop over?
There's a question.
'Cause
Is
right now we're
losing the game taking a game action?
Right now, we're just TGA. If I were Graham, I would target myself here.
Just for the stunt. There's nothing Graham.
We're just TGA right here. Yeah, let's hop over.
Yeah. Ketsi and Hollis, are y'all gonna start, or is someone battling Evan right now?
Oh, we're Evan and Hollis are battling. I'm just
All
waiting.
right, cool.
Okay.
We will hop in on the end of the Evan Hollis match.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a ton of Evan.
No, we didn't. What game is this, y'all?
This is game 3.
Okay. So this is the one for all of the marbles in this match. Hollis with a weirdo banishing light art. I don't know what the fuck that is. That is not the one that was distributed.
I believe
from
an F&M promo from when I first started playing Magic.
Interesting board state here. Evan kind of up on board, but Hollis being able to suit up this Adanto Vanguard is really presenting a credible threat. That's going to be a 5/3 first strike triggered indestructible. Cannot really be effectively blocked by Kefnet. Can't really be effectively Heartless acted.
True.
I don't know what's under this Shelldock Isle. And Evan just hit Shelldock. Is it... It's a creature of some sort. Snapcaster. It's Snapcaster, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, I guess Evan is just choosing to race here. Willing to throw away Venser for 4 damage, and Hollis is not interested in taking that. Oh no, it wouldn't be throwing away, because Vanguard's only a 1/1 right now. Honestly, the race doesn't seem bad to me. Evan can either... Oh, hey, Sean. Well fought. Your deck was sweet as hell. Evan can either play Kalidas and just get more power on the board, or hold up Snapcaster Condescend, Snapcaster Remand, and Essence Scatter, Heartless Act, and just like cement his place as the board leader here. This Maul, not great on the defense. Hollis plays out his land, not interested in bluffing anything at all. Honestly, Evan is going to Heartless Act this Adanto Vanguard just to deal 4 damage to Hollis's face, and I love that play.
Yeah, what else are you doing? No cards in hand, creeping tar pits on the battlefield.
I wasn't even thinking about the tar pit. Yeah, Hollis will not pay.
What's under Shelldock?
It's Snapcaster, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god. That's pretty good.
Yeah. So this is a match gonna go to Evan. He is able to just attack with Tar Pit here for 9 and close it out.
Doesn't even need to attack with Tar Pit. Oh no, you do.
I mean, if he wants to win the game this turn, he does.
That's true. But you could also take more game actions if you have Shelldock and Snapcaster available.
I'm sad that we're going to miss Evan and Graham, but
yeah,
I'm excited to see the 4-0 sweat match here.
Yeah, let's just say Goblin Table Masters out of the W range now. Fully. This is Ketsy just playing for bragging rights.
All right, so who's staying in this channel and who's leaving?
Evan and I can leave.
Okay. Good luck, everyone. Have fun.
Yeah, thanks.
We have to get out? Okay.
2 minutes? Do you need time also?
Completely up to you. If you want to take 2 minutes, then we'll take 2 minutes.
We can take what you need.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will also take a couple minutes.
All right, we were tuned to Ketsy's stream. No, here we go. This is Ketsy's stream. And yeah, you go enjoy yourself. All right.
Still waiting. I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Yeah, we are just killing time now. Yeah, so Team Chipotle Cholula wins the draft officially. We have more to know. So this match, Ketsy versus Hollis. Ketsy is 3-0, Hollis is 0-3. So Ketsy clearly the favorite, but if Hollis wins, he gets the vaunted title of Kingslayer, which means that he is an OX or a 1X drafter who prevented an X1 drafter from going XO. And this title is revered even in table draft, but in the roto draft, like where decks that are good are very, very good, it is a true achievement. And also, it's worth mentioning, Hollis is here as a backup drafter. He had much less time to prepare than any of the other drafters. Didn't really expect to be drafting until a few days ago. So any results he puts up are impressive and should be lauded. Also, yeah, Josh, we feel bad for drawing the PT's whole audience away for our much better content.
Yeah,
but
go ahead, check the views on this stream. You can tell that we are crushing them.
Absolutely. And honestly, that's thanks mostly to our sponsors. Let me just go through and shout them all out again. Takis, U-Haul, Nestle, Capella's Big Game Hunter. Actually, here, let me get this logos on.
Yeah, let's give them the recognition they deserve.
Yeah. Takis, Fuego, U-Haul, shouts out. Nestle, water is a privilege, not a right. Capella's Big Game Hunter, Pro Hunts, COVID-19, that virus, many of us have had it, others of us try to avoid it. Stonemore, Caterpillar. Shouts out to all. There's one more hidden sponsor. Don't know if we're going to get to shout them out this draft. It depends what happens, but you'll see them if you see them.
See, let me just say, very likely, one of these decks, very likely to have a situation where this sponsor could come into play.
Absolutely.
Fun game to play. Try and guess who came up with which slogan. Most of them were a mix, but there's some that were very clearly.
What each of us did contribute to each of the slogans. But each slogan is mostly one or the other of us, I think.
Yeah,
is what I mean to say.
We worked with the PR departments of every brand that we got on board, and
to come up to a slogan that we really felt represented their values.
Yeah. Can I see the Nestle one again? I think. I think that one's definitely my favorite.
Nestle one, very, very good.
You need to post this one on Coho.
Oh, I will. I will.
No context. Yeah, this one's pretty good.
The Nestle one is Cera's. Cera came up with that in consultation with Nestle PR. Of course, they wanted to make sure they represented their
values.
Their values of being hateful to everyone and everything and life on Earth in general.
I think
I came up with the COVID-19 slogan.
I think the Cabela's one is also really up there for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to be sure to say the full title. Cabela's Big Game Hunter Pro Hunts.
That's this one. The Cabela's Big Game Hunter Pro Hunts.
Can we just talk about this bear?
The Great Outdoors, now in 4K.
Just how great this bear is.
That was also a Cera creation, the Cabela's one.
Anyways, looking forward to more sponsors next stream. Who knows who's going to pop by?
"2 minutes," said Ketzi and Hollis. 2 minutes.
Look, it's a long day.
It is a long day. I can't begrudge them.
I can't fault anybody for wanting to take a little bit of a mental refresh.
Yeah, I'm just here with the dregs of my Sambuca soda.
Yeah, between rounds at like GPs, especially if you finish early, you get like 30 minutes. In this, you finish a round, you're lucky if you get like 10.
All right. I'm gonna hop into. Oh no! Here we go. Here we go. I was about to hop into Evan and Graham, but
now we're mostly going to be watching Ketsy's POV, I believe. Because we don't want to watch a postage stamp.
Hollis appears to be playing on like a Mac OS netbook circa 2005, which I don't think existed, but that's what it looks like. I swear to God.
Yeah. Just as a fair warning, commentator. Currently on their second bev of the day, things are going to get a little loose.
I have only had one alcoholic bev, although I did have coffee, which I don't usually.
I like that mulligan decision from Ketsy.
Yeah.
Just...
That's a nice hand. Got her best card in it.
I also like keeping the Emrakul in your hand and pitching the other land because Ambitious Farmhand represents a third land anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you need a red one, and you can pitch Emrakul to Fable to shuffle it back in or hang on to it. Just whatever you need.
Eli, I've got a Sambuca soda.
I'm on my second Negroni. I've gotten Negroni pilled as of late, I'll say.
I'm going to take full credit for that, if you don't mind.
Sure. Go ahead.
I feel like I was the one who first plied you with Negronis.
No, it was at Marshall's wedding.
Oh, okay.
Details.
Valid.
You can take the credit. Negroni 2. That's the Dark Souls of cocktails. That's what Negroni 2 is.
Yeah. The Dark Souls of cocktails is literally based on the Negroni template. If anyone wants to make it at home, if you're brave of heart and stout of taste bud, it is equal parts Jägermeister, Fernet Branca, and Lafroig. Ideally Lafroig 10 cask strength. But normal Lafroig 10 works great too.
Let me just say, this start from Hollis, pretty good. This is about what you
want. This is what the white deck is supposed to do. And Ketsi does not have a ton of disruption. Ketsi's disruption is just doing bigger, better, powerful things. Is she just going to discard Emrakul here? Yeah.
I think you have to. You don't have the other part of it.
Yeah, and you need to stop the bleeding against an aggro deck like this.
I was going to say, against Hollis, I might even just... Like, with Hollis, I might just wait, depending on what your draws look like. Because you have, like, Council's Judgment, Path to Exile, like, stuff that can deal with a thing that can get indestructible. I get that you're trading... You're quote-unquote trading 1-for-1.
Ooh, Ossification is a good draw. That might even just be better than playing Fable here. Fable's Passage ETB's tap anyway, so...
That is definitely
doesn't matter.
The play. Now you can even attack. You don't really have to be worried about haste out of Hollis's deck.
No, out of mono white.
Now...
this is a pretty good position for Ketsi. Like, she weathered the initial assault without Hollis getting big board presence or a lot of damage in. And from this point, with like Fable coming off, she's likely to be able to have just a better board going forward.
Yeah, I think this is going to really show off the power of...
Ooh, this is going to kill the Ossification.
Oh, wow.
That's a nice one.
Wow.
Flicker Wisp. Who would ever cut this from a cube?
So good. Wow, that is... What a way to deal with Ossification. And now you get the counter too.
Yeah, Ossification, not just a cheap journey to nowhere. It does have a downside.
This is I was gonna say,
yeah, this is a real like beginning of a comeback for Hollis.
If any card can dig Ketsi out of this, it in her deck, it is Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Absolutely,
because she has such haymakers, and the discard, like what would normally be a pretty bad draw, like Archon of Cruelty with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, just becomes
quite
so
good.
Much better.
Yeah,
I think you have to. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough because Fable is just so strong, and you want it to flip when you can, but hitting land drops also pretty good.
Also, I was gonna say it's also pretty good.
I don't know if Ketsi even discards to save this, but I like this. Like, you can't just like let Hollis start bashing you for 5 in the air if you can possibly avoid it. And trading with the Luminarch Aspirant is also good. I suspect if I'm Hollis, I probably just don't block here.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Going for the slightly grindier line against Ketsi.
Do you just pitch Ambitious Farmhand, play Fable?
I kind of like that, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, because Hollis is not built to be on the defense, so it's reasonably likely that you can get a treasure attack in.
This is so strange to me.
Yeah.
Like, this line. I wonder... I'm not... Like, let me just say, when I see things I wouldn't do, I think my first instinct is just be like, this is just straight wrong. But, like, Hollis has 4 cards in hand, and I'm wondering if it's just like... This card is a problem. I don't have an exile effect to deal with it. Ketsi's giving me the option to trade off, and you want to keep your Luminarch Aspirant around.
If Hollis's hand has the tools that he thinks can go long, that could definitely make sense.
Yeah, like if there's, like, I don't know, like land Jite. No, but even land Jite, you just don't even do that. Okay. Where do you put the counter here is the question. On the Splicer or the Aspirant?
I like the Splicer because then if Ketsi can remove the 2/2, the 3/3, you can still get a block in on this token.
Okay.
And I think you do want to block the token if you can here.
I agree. Ketsi's so choked on cards, and Cera Paragon is like, if Ketsi draws land, it's a little awkward.
And there's the Volcanic Spite, so kind of paid off for...
You want to maybe pitch Ambitious... Because Volcanic Spite to get rid of Aspirant, I might not pitch anything. I might just Ambitious... It's awkward, but just play the Ambitious Spite.
Ketsi agrees with you, and I understand that.
Okay, I got scared for a second, Ketsi.
Josh, I don't think Hollis has Cera Paragon in hand because it's in Ketsi's hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Whoa.
Going for the attack. I don't hate this.
Ketsi going beats. I also don't hate it because Cera Paragon can rebuy ossification off of the treasure tokens.
True.
Stuff. So you have removal.
Yeah, and if Hollis doesn't have an answer to the Cera Paragon, and Hollis's deck doesn't have a lot of answers, it can just rebuy Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Especially for Ketsi, when you're down on cards, and Ketsi has some Planeswalkers, but they're at 6 mana, which is also hittable off of Fable, or whatever, and it's not like Ketsi has like a ton of card draw off the top of my head that I can think of, and a way to take the power out of your opponent having so many more cards than you because you're on a mulligan, you've discarded some cards to Season Hollowblade, is to just make it a damage race.
Yeah.
Like Ketsi's at 20 and is winning this race.
Yeah.
Probably. And Ketsi with
Hollis, we'll see. Yeah, Hollis agrees. Hollis thinks I need to just hold back and put up more of a defense. Can't let Ketsi just make treasures forever.
Okay. Adonto Vanguard. Life total's not exactly free here.
For anyone, yeah.
Okay.
So Hollis has a wide board, but nothing very tall right now. I mean, the Blade Splicer is a 3/3 and blocks stuff. So Late to Dinner is a nice draw for Ketsi.
Yeah, nothing in the graveyard yet.
But it makes it a little safer for her to just run out Cera Paragon here.
Not as much, because most of Hollis's removal is Exile.
That's true.
It's Path to Exile and Council's Judgment. I was going to say, Ketsi getting the value while you can. Yeah, you can't attack into anything.
But with Ketsi's deck being having reanimation as a theme as well, like it's kind of not to her huge disadvantage to have a 4-drop exiled as opposed to having one of her big haymakers exiled and then never being able to like loop it. But yeah, Hollis is pretty incentivized to get rid of the Cera Paragon if he can, just because.
And then just like bash all at this point, because like Ketsi is Reflection a 2/2 or a 2/3? I can't remember.
Reflection's a 2/2.
Okay, so 2/2. So on this board, it's like, yeah, if you can get rid of this Cera Paragon, you just attack with everything but Aspirant and just probably like boast.
Yeah.
And a card like Jite here would be
really
brutal.
Good.
Hollis in the tank with 3 cards in hand, and I believe he's missed some land drops, so you have to imagine they're all... Especially like the previous turn where you just play out a bunch of low drops, which you presumably could have cast on earlier turns, depending on how the draws actually worked out. I wonder what's going on over there. Okay. Makes sense, because this one can attack into Cera Paragon. No attacks. Okay, just building up the board to go wide.
Yeah,
the battle cry is going to be real big.
Yeah.
But ossification will probably take care of that one. I imagine Hero of Bladehold is a little too juicy to keep sitting around.
I would suspect that that's true. Especially without a real draw. Ketsi can also flip the
farmhand.
The farmhand, yeah.
Which I like doing.
She can also start fetching planes from her deck with Reflection and farmhand. He has anthems. He has the Intrepid Adversary.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has many anthems. I don't think he got like the enchantment anthems or
no. I don't think
Micaeus. I know is definitely still on the board.
No Micaeus, no Johnny, no In the Trenches, no Spear of Heliod, no Dictate of Heliod. So yeah, I think it's just Intrepid Adversary, which is not nothing. That's a very real card.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah.
Just flip it now, and you have an option.
Ooh, attacking Ketsi goes aggro.
It makes sense. She's sitting at 22, about to be 25, and she can copy. What's it called? The lifelinker?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Hollis can trade with the lifelinker and deny Ketsi her card advantage engine, but maybe that just doesn't matter that much. Maybe she's just thinking, like, either she can keep pressuring him in the air, or she can draw something good.
Well, also, if the lifelinker dies, you can get it back with Cera Paragon.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
true. Never
just,
mind.
You really... This Cera Paragon is really the crux.
So is she going to copy it now, or is she just going to wait and have Cera Paragon as a copy option for blocks? That's what I want to know. Or she could just replay it from the graveyard after this resolves.
Didn't she play, what's it called already from the graveyard? Yeah, Ossification.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. So she's
so
already...
not that one.
She's already spent her one. Let me just say, when you are pretty, I'd say, equal on... Actually, maybe even favored on board and above your starting life total against an aggro deck, and they're trading with you, it's got to feel pretty good, I imagine.
Absolutely.
And this is where... Just a land. Does Hollis have any 5-drops? Like, I'm trying to think, like, what's the worst thing for Ketsi? And it's probably, like, Archangel Avacyn. Like... Glimmer Lens.
Glimmer Lens. Good card. Not incredible
Could
here.
Start drawing cards.
I mean, Hollis could just trade Usher of Fallen for an arbitrary card, I guess, but that would also potentially require paying life to keep Vanguard alive, which isn't ideal. Well, no, I guess if Ketsi blocks Usher with less than a trade, then Vanguard stays alive.
Archangel Avacyn undrafted, the disrespect.
Yeah.
Also, let me just say, if Ketsi draws a reanimation target, she can play Seasoned Hollowblade off of Paragon discard and immediately late to dinner, which is really funny.
That's so sick.
This is where it's like... I'll say about Ketsi's draft, like, the thing that I think a lot of drafters who have spent multiple rotos, who have done multiple rotos, is like just being able to adapt when things don't necessarily go your way.
Yeah.
Like when Ketsi talked about, oh, I didn't get my fetches, I couldn't really do what I wanted, but then just recognizing, like, Archon of Cruelty is still on the table, like 15 picks into the draft, and just being like, well, I can, like you said, she was thinking about cheats, but just being like, no, I can do this. Like,
I don't understand. I don't understand why she didn't block with a Cera Paragon token here. Maybe she's just trying to go for the big attack next turn. That would actually make a lot of sense.
Just double flyer in the air.
Yeah, triple flyer, potentially.
Yeah, triple flyer.
Yeah.
2-turn clock. Yeah, makes sense.
This does not quite work.
This one does not work the way you want it to.
Ketsi does have ways of effectively reanimating.
Oh, and she can buy back 2 things now.
Yup. Yeah, okay. I like this line. And, like, it's not like the 5 damage she took off that Adanto matters.
Cera Paragon really showing... This is where
I understand why you're saying that, but you have to admit you're a little bit biased because of the name.
Sure, I suppose. God, she can do it all.
She can
flick this ambitious farmhand and hold up Kiki with the treasure. Like, she can literally do everything.
If I were her, I'd probably just Kiki Paragon here and slam for 9 in the air.
I guess that's true, because then your 3 power attackers become lethal.
Yeah.
Oh, she can't flip. Oh, no. There's 2 power on Reflection of Kiki.
Yeah. And then maybe just flip off the
It's
treasure.
too bad she doesn't have another fetch land in the graveyard.
Well,
I think
there's a reason Ketsy's deck is a little low on fetch. I mean, she got 2 fetch lands, so
That's true.
like, it's not for nothing.
If only Ash Barons owned.
I think it's also worth noting Ketsy did prioritize non-basics despite not having access to fetch plus shock, and also that like fetch plus shock, it's still very good in 2-color decks, but it's a lot less relevant than in decks that are trying to splash a little more. Mm-hmm. Where you turn the fetch into a 3-color untapped land. It just basically makes the fetch a slightly worse version of the shock. And shocks are great, so it's still very relevant. But she still has 1 Sacred Foundry, and she has 3 other very good dual lands. Arguably, Boros Signet is better than like a Sacred Foundry in a deck like this.
What did you say? Boros Signet is better than Sacred Foundry?
Argue in a deck like this.
Sure. But also it's just... Yeah, Sacred Foundry. But I guess if you don't have a white fetch, like they were all taken, you're just like, well, Sacred Foundry goes down a little bit in value.
Well, that's what I was saying is like,
yeah.
In a 2-color deck, the main value of fetches is just like being another copy of a shock land.
Yeah.
It's not like they're 3 colors like they are in decks that are more than 2 colors.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Hall is really just getting out aggroed here.
Yeah.
And it's also worth noting Hollis is not as familiar with this cube and its environment in particular, so like his card evaluations are potentially not as developed as Ketsy's or some other drafters who have been drafting it week in and week out for years.
Yeah. Truth.
Ketsy considering making an angel or a farmhand to block just to get that,
just to get another land to pitch
tasty land.
To Seasoned Hollowblade.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's smart.
And because reasonably, unless Hollis finds something off of the what's it called? Finds something to deal with the Cera Paragon, it's like you can still just make another Cera Paragon next turn to be lethal, so it doesn't, This all makes sense.
And if Hollis does have something to deal with the Cera Paragon, it'll be during his second main, and Ketsy still won't be able to attack with the token.
True.
So probably putting Hollowblade in front of the 4/2 just to like
pay
put Hollis in an
life.
awkward position for the life payment.
Just be like, go ahead.
Yeah, Vanguard showing its downside when you're actually racing.
Yeah. Gotta... Any exile over there?
And then Ketsy can just play the planes from the graveyard.
So true.
I mean, Hollis needs something to deal with the... Yeah, well...
I mean, but still just, like, pretty close to dead on the table.
Yeah.
Like... Yeah. I'm pretty sure...
This farmhand can still flip.
Go to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to 1.
Go to 1 and chump with the
yeah.
aspirant.
Actually, no. You can upgrade the Kiki. You can upgrade one of them to a 3. So it's
you're right. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you go.
Almost missed it.
Wow, what a
Hold on, we might be seeing a knocking down the doors. If we see one more attacker from Ketsi. And no concession before. Oh my god!
And Ketsi cannot resist.
She can't resist copying an Inferno Titan. Are you kidding me?
Who could?
We're gonna see a concession before.
Yeah, sadly, no doors are getting knocked down here. I'm fairly confident.
This might be a. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. You cover the old sideboardsies.
Yeah. All right. So for Ketsi. Let's see what's in the board. I like the O-ring, because a lot of Hollis's threats you need to deal with. I like ECD to deal with, like, cast out, even. I'm trying to read... Okay, Nahiri's kind of not what you want to be doing. Chandra's Hope Beacon is a little expensive. Dire Fleet could hit Path or Council's Judgment, but I don't think it's probably worth bringing in due to like the low density. Ketsi's main board is like pretty well set up to kind of deal with aggro. Yeah. I think maybe if you want to go down on a little bit of the combo-y elements, you could take out like Emrakul or even Through the Breach, but I don't know. It just you could just run it back. It's just you won game 1. Just do it again. Mousing over, I think, to see if there's any modes. I think this is good. Maybe the only other card I would put in is ECD, but stream ended. I'll let Ketsi know. Hey, thank you. You predicted what I was going to ask for. All right. Okay. Need a way to loot Atraxa to the graveyard, of which Ketsi has a couple, but this deals with 2 threats. Seems pretty good. That's a pretty good 1-drop. And this is something where Ketsi's removal, specifically the fact that it exile, lines up really well. Ooh, I don't know if Ketsi's going to be able to resist Plarg, specifically to put Atraxa into the graveyard, versus, like, obviously, I think you should, yeah, I was going to say, Journey to Nowhere, just take it a little bit slower. You just don't want to lose the game before you can get Atraxa out, because Atraxa will gain you the life that you need to win the game and also get you the cards that you need.
Hello, I'm back, and I agree that just dealing with the immediate threat is the smart thing.
You don't want to have Plarg come down and get exiled and then you're just kind of sitting there really like, oh god.
I mean, Ketsi also only has 3 lands in view right now. Could easily stall out on 4 or something and just not hit Karmic Guide for a while. Mm-hmm. Even if she does get Plarg going.
Mm-hmm. Also, something like Adeline would let Kithian flip, which you don't really want. That's a Jute.
Ooh.
But it's not... I think you just might have to... So you could play a difficult game. You could O-ring the Kithian because Hollis is stuck on 2 lands and just pray. Or you could just hit the Jite and just... That's the much safer line, which I agree with.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty crazy not to try to hit the Jite there.
Mm-hmm. Cycling cast out. Hit a land and no 2-drop and a late to dinner. So now it's just all on this Plarg not getting exiled. Or if you're Ketsi, you could just try and raw out the Cera Paragon for no value, try and eat the potential exile effect. But the upside of Plarg is just so high. Ketsi not wanting to cast the back half of this card, which would be worse in almost every way.
I mean, it blocks.
I think I was gonna say, isn't it a 1/3? It can block.
It's a 2/3, I think.
Oh, that's right. It becomes a 3/3 when it's tapped. That's
yeah.
Right. All right. Well, if Hollis has an exile effect, this game gets more playable, and if not, this is looking like a 4-0.
Yeah, it sure is. Ketsi will never let us hear the end of it. Oh.
Maybe.
Oh. No, that's not an exile effect.
Well,
I mean,
reanimating Atraxa is not strictly game over.
No. It gets Ketsi a lot of cards in hand. But if Hollis was like saving the reanimation for saving the removal for the reanimation target, and Ketsi kind of bricks on cards,
here we go. Oh my god!
Can she resist here? Is the question.
She can.
I think you're probably right. At 12 life, you can't just like play Elishnoor and risk it getting removed and then just getting your face wiped. But the temptation is real.
She's going to do that versus Karma Guide, whereas a single exile effect with Battlecry, is that lethal?
Let's see.
Because Karma Guide would have been a blocker.
10. No, it's 10 damage.
Because that becomes 3. Yeah, it's 10. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't actually matter.
Going for
Fable.
Choosing whether she wants another target or another
you're gonna have to discard one of these cards, so
I think
Archon.
Taking the Archon makes a lot of sense here.
Did she even select a Fabled Passage is her land?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had one of those in the last table draft where I got like 3 creatures off of it because there was like a creature, an artifact creature, and an enchantment creature.
Mm-hmm. All right, Path to Exile plus Maul of the Skyclaves is lethal.
Okay, it's doable.
True.
Ketsi does not have enough life enough mana to crack this food token.
True.
What is she thinking about here?
I think she's figuring out which cards she's shown. Yeah, now you pitch the Archon.
Kind of rooting for Hollis here. I want the game 3 sweat.
Plains is a rough one. When your opponent shows you that they have put Through the Breach and Archon of Cruelty into their hand, and they put the Archon of Cruelty into the graveyard, I can't imagine you feel good. I have to imagine that feels pretty bad.
I wonder if you're just supposed to keep Archon in hand just because Through the Breach does more damage with it.
Nah.
And like this Through the Breach isn't very useful right now.
What if you draw Emrakul?
True. You could draw Emrakul. You could always just draw Emrakul. From Hollis's behavior, I'm assuming that he does not have... Okay.
I mean,
start.
You're gonna put Ketsu to 2, and Archon's gonna gain you some life, and Ketsu will have food token as well. Please stack.
No.
You gotta stack the.
No, if Ketsu Karmic Guides to get Archon, she
and
won't
this
have the
Kythian's
mana
gonna
for food
flip.
token.
Oh no, it's not gonna flip
Because they didn't attack. Yeah.
I was gonna say we're running out of options to show
stacked
our
correctly.
award for. Do we want to show the award now? Because it might not ever happen.
Yeah. All right. We can do it. This gets our award, our Pinkerton knocking down the doors award for attack all.
Yeah. Whenever you need to just right click and attack with all, this is the award for you.
Thank you, the Pinkertons, for sponsoring us.
Yeah, Pinkertons lately, for whatever reason, just
big into magic.
They were so eager to work with us. All right. So an oust to remove the hero, because hero represents a lot of damage on the board right now. Karmic Guide to...
Yeah.
So Ketsy's gonna go up to 5.
Yeah.
You just sack a soldier token here and have to discard a card, which hopefully you... That's true. WotC did directly approve this content. Ooh, having to pitch Adeline. Okay, yeah. Now you have to oust. And now, if you're Hollis, this is where the game gets really hard to win.
I mean, it seems like you need another exile.
You need Path.
And then...
And Maul.
Yeah. Again, Path and Maul. I mean, it doesn't win the game this turn anymore, because of Karmic Guide.
And it's only going to get harder as the game goes on. We'll see. Tanking.
Excuse me, sir. I'm tanking.
I was gonna say I don't know Hollis's exact deck list, but a deck that is mostly full of Dauntless Bodyguards and Glimmer Lenses in the face of a Modern Horizons 2, two Modern Horizons 2 symbols.
Yeah,
you're getting outclassed just purely on symbols.
I mean, Hollis's deck does have Giver of Runes.
Yeah, but this Archon of Cruelty is about to attack, though, which is...
I'm just saying, it's a Modern Horizons symbol.
Oh, that's true. But that's a Modern Horizons 1 symbol.
Isn't Karmic Guide 1 or is Karmic Guide 2?
No, Karmic Guide is 2. Okay. Because it has, you can tell, this is fun fact for the people listening at home, it has the watermark of the hammer.
I see.
And that's in the, this... Alright.
Alright, well that's a 4-0 for Ketzy. Damn.
Clutching it out from the jaws of defeat.
I have removal for Atraxa. I go to 2, and then I can untap and do more shenanigans.
Ketzy, congratulations on the 4-0, by the way.
Congrats. I think you are 66% of the wins on your team, if I remember correctly.
I did not lose a game.
Did not lose a single game.
Sheesh. It's not your team has 10 wins currently, Ketzy. Or sorry, 11, and you're 4 of those. So
I misread the house.
66%.
Okay, I see. I misread.
All right.
Val carried our team.
Yeah. Val
all right, we're gonna head over to Graham and Evan, catch the tail end of that. Hey kids, who's winning?
Game 3, right? No, game 2. No,
this is
game
game three.
Okay.
And
This is
we
game
are
three,
split.
All right.
All right.
Cool.
Game 3. Evan's got that Siege Shark out. Do we want to watch Evan's stream just because we haven't much? We've watched a fair amount of Graham. Or we could just keep on this.
Yeah, let's just keep on this
Okay.
one.
So Graham has an invisible Gargadon with unknown counters.
Might as well not exist.
And an exiled Falconwrath aristocrat.
All you need to do is draw the what's it called? The little oof.
Yeah.
The guy.
The murderous red cap.
It's the end murderous red. Thank you. I was blanking on the name.
Imperial Recruiter does it too. No, you don't quite have enough mana. Land plus Imperial Recruiter does it.
I've been with one card in hand. This game is...
Oh, I guess you need Anafenza.
This is why, from Graham, I love Priest of Fell Rights. Like, even... It's great for combo because it gives you some resiliency. But even here, it's just like... it just lets you grind so well against these blue-black decks that are just trying to one-for-one you.
Absolutely.
Like, obviously, he has nothing in the graveyard right this second, but... It's still something that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, and it's hard to deal with twice. I kind of hope Graham gets a match win. I'll be honest.
Did he not get one?
He has not gotten one.
I thought
yet. He got a game off Rob.
That's right.
But he got really mana screwed game 3.
I'll say no hate to Graham, but I'm rooting for my boy Evan. It's looking bad for Evan. So you can Imperial Recruit.
Yeah, you Imperial
sack it to Gargadon, get it back immediately. You don't even have to do that.
There's no reason, but yeah, it's like...
This is looking like...
Yeah, you can just get red cap here if you want to. And
you could have even played on Offenza before you played the Recruiter, because you have Priest of Fell Rights to get back on Offenza.
Yeah, I kind of like this line because it means one disruption spell. I mean, I guess the same is true, but it means like Evan needs to do more work to disrupt this.
I like this. Baiting out any potential counter magic.
Yeah, or removal spells. Evan needs to do more work on the turn in question to disrupt it. He needs 2 disruption spells.
True.
And attacking and no fear of Venser here. I guess Venser's in the
trade
graveyard,
for
that makes sense.
And whatever. You're willing to take that trade at this point?
I guess. I think having it without paying extra mana is really useful on the turn you go off.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, boy.
Evan... Yeah, I guess Evan is unlikely to have 2 removal spells in his 1-card hand.
That's true. Could have... Snapcaster Dissipate, which would exile Murderous Redcap, or
that would be a spicy one.
That would be exactly what needs to happen to not lose this game to this combo. But then, even then, you still have to grind through this Greater Gargadon.
And, like...
Graham could just sack all of his lands and attack, and that's lethal on board.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
And Murderous Redcap can go upstairs. Like, this is looking rough for my boy Evan. I'll say that.
But he's getting in that attack. He's game. He's attacking.
Of course. You don't put Creeping Tar Pit in your deck to not attack with it.
Sorry, that's probably pretty bad radio, but...
No, it's delicious. It's ASMR.
And this also taps Evan out of Snapcaster Dissipate, so he's not even representing it.
True. Now, Evan's tanking, which... Evan's not the type to bluff with just a land in hand. I wonder if it's like a kill spell and
he's trying to like puzzle out, can I kill spell something?
Like, is there any way
happen?
to like? Is there some reason why you would want to kill one of these right now? Like,
it's just not enough.
I believe so.
Ooh, okay, I can understand why that was.
Venser to
Imperial Recruit. No, it's
Imperial Recruit to get like snappy, or
but
I mean, I guess we'll see in a second.
It's possible Evan doesn't realize how dead he is. I guess Evan doesn't know Graham has Anafenza.
Yeah, I was gonna say Evan doesn't know about the Anafenza.
Yeah,
It's the real thing.
Graham Offenza.
So true, Dusty.
There's a pretty, like, I mean, I know Graham has not won a match yet, but, like, he went in here, he drafted a deck he was unfamiliar with in the hardest draft environment for Cube, and he's been holding his own. He's managed to combo off more than once now. I don't know how he beat Evan earlier, but I assume it was with a combo.
Potentially.
There's just not much else his deck does. Snapcaster
Snappy.
Mage, yeah. So that makes sense. Just like,
all right. Also, doesn't even need the damage from Redcap. Has Meat Hook Massacre
very true.
to do the lethal.
Very true.
Bonk, bonk. All right. And now, here comes the pain.
This is indeed the pain.
From Metal Gear Solid 3, the pain sponsored this stream. All of those bees, they love magic. Sorry, they're hornets. I'm sure someone will get mad. I know there's probably a distinction between bees and hornets.
There's definitely a distinction between bees and hornets.
Now, Graham doesn't know about this tech, but you're going to want to right-click and hit Always Yield to each of these triggers. You still have to stack them, but it will... Except for Greater Gargadon. You don't want to always yield that one.
Well, I mean, you could just create the world's biggest stack. You should always yield Anafenza.
Well, you're going to have to target it because you didn't hit Imperial Recruiter the first time. So...
Alright, Graham is letting the stack go down up to the Garg of Dawn trigger. Now, if I were Evan, I would simply concede here.
No, this is the last match of the day. You gotta let it... It doesn't take that long.
That's true. It's not as bad as like a fucking Kiki-Jiki Exarch combo.
Sometimes you just gotta let your opponent take game actions. I like this. Speeding up the combo by sacking Imperial Recruiter because it's annoying. That is Mitgo tech. That is like doing something for the F6 value.
Yeah, that's great. That is
tech.
strong play right there from Graham.
I agree with it wholeheartedly.
Graham could also just target this Imperial Recruiter
for the swag
with one of these and just let the Gargadon come in and attack. I guess like there's the Snapcaster that can come in at instant speed.
Block.
So.
Boo.
Graham has lethal right now on the stack. It's with the Meat Hook trigger and the first red cap trigger, but
you gotta let Graham get his reps in of stacking triggers. Also has been stacking these, I believe, incorrectly. But
it doesn't really matter.
It is what it is. All right, and that's
all right.
That's
that is the final match.